Golden's on a ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
It's a Saturday showdown here at the MPL Arena. We have matches today that you wouldn't want to miss. Buong araw tayong punong-puno ng aksyon. Dito lang yan sa MPL Philippines Season 14. So sit back and relax as you get to witness more electrifying plays. Ako po si Mara Aquino at ngayon sisimulan na natin ang mga bakbakan. Casters, pasok!
What's good? You're watching Week 4, Day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 14, and you're not seeing double. It's not two Leos, it's not two Nicers, it's one of each. At your service. Joseph, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm glad that the sun came out a little bit today. So, again, we're here in the Green Sun Makati Hotel. Happy to be here, and I know today is going to be a great day of 3 intense matches. I don't think there's one that I would count out here because they're all going to be great.
It's a triple header. 3 best-of-3s that you guys should watch out for. Can't miss a single one. Again, points are on the line. Real quick, we'd like to remind everyone that you can be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with a smart prepaid eSIM.
It's now available for digital delivery through the smart online store, and it's only 99 pesos.
Jizzity Joseph, before we jump in to today's matches, let's talk about last night.
All right.
As much as I'd like to forget what happened, given the crazy state of affairs, what are some core memories that made it to you?
I would say the Lolita steal from Ogwin, obviously. I would think that was pretty cool. It was something I wasn't expecting, but overall, too, I got to say, I know this might get lost in translation a little bit, but the killing factor during the post-game interview of FNOP.
Yeah.
Right? That was great to see. Again, I love the fact that we're tying in with the community here, too, and they get their chance on the stage. But, yeah, the fact is, Fnatic Onyx is still on top 6-0.
If there was a point for Kirk and Pia and Kirk, it was be up there. But looking at the leaderboards, again, the streak continues for the Super Family. Fnatic Onyx at 6-0, followed by Falcons AP Bren, Aurora, MLBB, Smart Omega, smack dab in the middle of the pack, as well as Team Liquid PH, and then right at the cusp of the safe zone, right wherein you don't feel like you're getting eliminated come playoffs, RSG Philippines, and then our 2 winless teams. Opening up today, by the way.
Opening up today. So, the bright side is one of the teams are going to get their first victory, right? That's part of it. It's tough to see TNC and both Blacklist International
For
be
one
in
of
there.
them. For one of them.
For one of them, I should say.
For the other, just
They're still there.
deeper dive into a rut. Followed up by TLPH versus Aurora. That's an ECA matchup the last time we saw them. And of course, RSG versus OMG, a rematch making its way back from the dead from 2022. Remember that? Remember that when they fought in the lower bracket of MSC 2022?
I remember that.
Let me hear y'all! That was this one.
Shout out to our friend.
That was this one. And that's exactly why we're saying you can't miss a single match, all of which have something to offer.
Yeah, they're all going to be great. Even starting off with this first one here, Blacklist International TNC, like we said, it's tough to see them where they are in the standings, but they still have an opportunity. One of them is going to get their first win. And maybe this is going to be the start of maybe a new streak that they can go for the rest of the regular season.
It's got to be because the playoffs picture is dire for both the Agents and the Phoenix Army. We'll leave the analysts to break down that matchup. It's Renmar and Brigida in the Infinix game Tambayan.
Opening the second to the last day of our first half of the regular season. It's a very important match for both Blacklist International and TNC Pro Team. And welcome to the Infinite Game Tambayan. It's Brigida and Renmar who'll be at your service for this day. And I must say, compared to yesterday, I'm really feeling a very high chance of maxed out series for today.
Oh, come on. Don't bring it into existence. I mean, I'm not going to complain with more MLBB, but you know what? Fine. After what the interesting day that was yesterday,
Yes,
if you know, you know, I wouldn't mind if we go all 9 games today.
I agree.
Also, are you Brigida? You look like Alex to me.
Oh yeah.
Something's different about you.
I lost my glasses. No, I lost it on purpose, if you know what I mean.
Oh, because you got caught? Cool.
I got
cool.
contact lens,
Cool.
so
Okay.
for a change, and especially since we're almost entering the second half of the season, which again, I feel we have to put a little emphasis on going into this match, since both of these teams who will be going up against each other are yet to get their first point.
Big
which
oof.
It feels heavy since our point system changed.
Yeah.
We only get 1 point each series, but for both of these teams, we'll get to get at least 1.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like struggling is an understatement to describe Blacklist International and TNC Pro Team. One wants to rise from the ashes, the other wants to break a code. And preparing for this matchup, knowing that we're going to be here in the analyst stand, it was really difficult for me personally to find some glowing points to point out about, like,
I agree.
because now with, as you mentioned, our point system, it's so difficult for them to give another sweep loss. They have to get at least 1 point here. Not to say that if they don't get a point, it's gonna take them out of the playoffs. It's just like, it's so dangerous already for them right now in the red zone.
And it's also why I feel like at this moment they're deciding to both field out their best lineups so far,
Quote
which
unquote.
they consider, or quote unquote. And for Blacklist International, I feel they've been sticking with this certain lineup as well.
Yeah.
But then they're yet to actually garner points with this particular lineup. So it's, in a sense for me, for Blacklist International, it doesn't just limit itself, like the struggle doesn't just limit itself in terms of what they're able to do in game, but even for the lineup that they choose to field. Because in contrast to TNC Pro Team, I would say I could slowly feel an identity that they're building upon.
Yeah.
Their early game.
I getcha, yeah.
Game and their lineup, which has been very consistent so far in the past few weeks.
Yeah, and you can tell what Blacklist International, our team, that's still cracking a code. You know, for me, Haji is the underrated GOAT of the season. He's been told, hey, Haji, this week you're going to go roam. Hey, you played 3 weeks straight doing roam or 2 weeks straight. You're going to go back to mid this time. Hey, you're going to start off the season as mid, then you're going to go roam. Dude's been like tugged in different directions, and it's going to be interesting for me to see which version of Blacklist we're going to see and which version of Haji we're going to be seeing today against TNC Pro Team, who seem to have settled now with a Kozen, Kaizen, Lancy version that they have, with Heads and Escalera, of course, being the mainstay consistent members in their position because they're the only EXP leader and roamer for the team. So I'm okay with this for TNC Pro Team. Stick with this.
Yep. And when they played against Aurora, I think that was a huge surprise for a lot of us, since they really were able to gradually show us how they were about to supposedly rise.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, they got 1 point, but one game, not 1 point. They failed to still secure a point. But at that moment, I was starting to see just how, oh, this might be it. TNC could just really focus on building up more of this lineup, their chemistry that's slowly showing itself. And then eventually, who knows, starting today, I mean, after this match, again, a streak will finally be broken for both of these teams. Who knows, the second half might go better for TNC Pro Team, and for Blacklist International, again, we'll see. In my mind, I'm also starting to ask, oh, right, where could Haji be possibly playing for today?
I don't know.
I can't say anymore. So now it's time that you yourselves decide and show your support. MPL fans, who do you think will be winning this match? Is it Blacklist International or TNC Pro Team? Vote now via the online poll. And I don't think we're safe from this as well, but you go first. Who do you think will be winning this matchup?
Who do I think will be winning this matchup?
Yes.
TNC.
Okay. I would want to go for the other team. But then, personally, I wouldn't be denying. Okay, fine. I'll be going for Blacklist International, so
there we go.
It's a tie. So whoever, last week we were also voting for different teams, right?
Except for, I can't remember it exactly. There was one match where we unanimously agreed, like, yeah, it's going to go this way.
Yeah, but for this one, I just know the importance of getting a point for both of these teams. So yeah, I'll be going for Blacklist International. And I am really eager to see how are they going to approach this match, because I feel like after taking the series, definitely one of these teams will be taking the series. That's a very important momentum that you could potentially ride on in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, and I feel like whoever's going to win this match is the team that's going into this with like the most lax mindset, like with the least amount of pressure. Because I feel like now at this point, if you're going to pressure yourself, you're not going to get that win. If you are going to go into this lax and just think about it like, all right, you know what, guys, let's just do our best. This might not be our season yet. I mean, the season's not over. We're going to keep going. That's what TNC's thinking right now. But whatever it is, just, it's going to sound cliche and funny coming from an analyst area. But I feel like now the team that with the stronger sense of, hey, let's just have fun, might actually be able to win this.
That's right, that's right. I've seen a lot of instances where people seeing the silver lining in their unfortunate situations eventually get to show huge or surprising amount of confidence, and eventually a gameplay we've never possibly seen from these teams before. And now I'm eager to answer or to know the answers to our questions. Who will be the players playing today? What roles will they be going in? So let's now head into the team.
begin our Saturday showdown. Introducing our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. Their story is far from over. As long as there's a code to break, you can bet they'll keep finding the combination. Agents, let them hear you cheer. It's Blacklist International! They may not be cracking codes, but right now, they're trying to find the recipe to rise! Welcome to the arena, it's TNC Pro Team! And their coaches for Blacklist International, Coach Onchan. And for TNC Pro Team, it's Wolf.
It's time for the face-off. Escalera. Haji, please step forward. Step closer together. This is the face-off. Escalera, ano ang palag mo kay Haji?
Top 7 kami ngayon.
Haji, ano ang palag mo kay Escalera?
Mamaya pa malalaman.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. It's the story of two teams with similar determination. Sisimulan na natin ang kanilang bakbakan. Panel, pasok.
I'd say aside from determination, I see a lot of similarities between these two teams first as well. But first, let's tackle Blacklist International. Again, we mentioned they're yet to actually find their code. And to answer our question, Haji once again will be going back in the mid lane role.
Oh man, he gets tugged back into the 4, coming from the 5, and now Perks. I'm not gonna lie, I wish we saw more of this lineup with Perks at the roam, with Haji at the mid, and build the consistency from there. But hey, no point crying over spilled milk. Now against the TNC Pro Team, it's Escalera still, and Lancy, who as much as I am a hatred, not that I love to hate, but I love hate the player. I like how Lancy meshes with Escalera, and it's going to be interesting to see how much he's going to be dominating the mid lane up against Haji, who's been tugged in 2 different roles this season, and we know Lancy to be a low-key lane bully in the mid.
Yep, we're seeing somewhat of a better chemistry coming in from this particular lineup for TNC Pro Team. And looking at the team head-to-head, not much differences in terms of statistics, but I would say I'd really want to watch out for how Blacklist International will be, or how TNC will be handling or maintaining whichever possible good start they might just secure heading into this game, because we've seen them struggle whenever they lose hold of that momentum that they eventually secure. And in line with our Infinix keys to victory, it seems somewhat related to that for TNC, strengthen the mid-game execution. But for Blacklist International, going back to the idea that we're seeing tugging for Haji here and there, so they really have to prioritize building your code, and probably this game is one of the best ways to do just that.
I like that last point for these two teams. Whoever wins game 1, just ride the momentum. I feel like this is one of those games where you can afford to go into game number 3, just dominate out of the gate, and that might be easier said than done, or easier for TNC Pro Team. who throughout the season, I think it's unanimous, even the community agrees with us, with all of the action that we've seen, they are that early game team. They just somehow flub somewhere at the 6th to 10th minute. Just something always goes wrong for TNC Pro Team. While Blacklist International are the inverse of that, wherein a good amount of the chances where they saw that, hey, I feel like they could win this game, or they do win this game, is because it comes from a comeback. Past a 10th minute, they turn things around.
Yep, so one thing I'd probably want to watch out for is this side selection update, because Blacklist International surprisingly picks the blue side. One thing I'd like to note is that for both of these teams, who each have both one game win, it's both on the red side that they secured that win, if I'm not mistaken. So this is an interesting decision for Blacklist International for them to secure the blue side, but there might just be a game plan for them that doesn't change the fact that for the longest time, the blue side still has had the highest or the higher win rate in contrast to the red side.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all watch a wonderful series called MPLPH Season 14 Fun Facts by a guy named Renmar, who the hell is that guy? Yeah, it's quite unhealthy, but it was balanced out last week as a lot of the red side teams won. But now, these two teams, weirdly enough, they have a history of picking more on the red side this season, where Blacklist International TNC Pro Team seems like when given the choice, it's not all the time, but a good amount of the time, they actually decide to pick red side. So instead of going for the counter style of drafting that Bonchan is known for, he decides to set the tempo on the blue.
Interesting decision for Blacklist International, with yet another interesting change in terms of roles as well. And now immediately we head into the drafting phase for both of these teams. The Hylos is indeed open. I think we've seen a dip in terms of the prioritization on the Zask. So other than that, there aren't any high priority assassins as well. But then we've seen the Fanny though happen yesterday. I'm not just entirely sure. So the Edith, the Harith is gone. The Zask is still there, so they get the Nolan.
Nolan again. Like, this is more of their trend now. They like rushing the Nolan. Usually we see Nolan red side pick third. TNC Pro Team yesterday, they also did the similar drafting pattern. So Blacklist International response, they go ahead and pick the high, fast drafting. I like that Blacklist will go for the Faramis priority, who actually has risen up as one of the top mid laners so far this season, weirdly enough. And I think on the third, they can decide to pick their mid laner as well. If they want to go classic TNC, they could go Aurora, the hero, if they want to. Or they can pick their gold laner.
Yeah, they get the Valentina.
Oh, well,
so
of course, it's the Faramis.
Yeah, it's still a mid laner, and at least they have the Netherrealm of their own. This Faramis pickup for Blacklist International kinds of reminds me of, surprisingly, how this new Blacklist International still resembles that of the old. They're second in terms of highest heal to allies. So it's something that they recently have been constantly capitalizing on. And it somehow tells me that we might just be seeing another series of extended team fights, given the Faramis and Edith pickups for both of these teams. And also the double Nether Realms as well, since they secured the Valentina.
So, good call on taking out the Jawhead here. I still do really feel like this is going to be an EXP lane high loss. With the Hayabusa and the Faramis, you can afford to put the high loss in the EXP lane and then pick up another roamer.
There's a Lolita, if ever. They haven't revealed the gold lane here for TNC Pro Team yet. Kozen's Harith is gone, but the Moskov is still available unless they want to use a different kind of the Bruno, perhaps. They also recently used the Bruno quite a number of times.
I would rather see them pick up the Claude if they could afford it. However, that means Blacklist International might pick up a Lolita for perks. So if this goes Claude, it might be Lolita or maybe even a Kufra on the side of Blacklist International, and then they could round it out with their gold laner if just to win the matchup. Let's see.
So the Terizla is gone as well for TNC Pro Team. They're still looking at that possibility of the Edith being used as an XP lane here for head. So other XP laners available. Oh, actually, the Cho has been a high priority, or it has had a high win rate for both of these teams, Blacklist and TNC Pro Team. But would they want to go for a single target setup hero here, or they just go for the Ruby? All right, okay, I see. Oh, at least you have somewhat of a direct answer to the Hayabusa and the aggressive plays that can happen.
Yeah, it's the Nathan Oheb. Or the Oheb Nathan,
So
rather.
will this still be a Lolita or something different, like a Grok?
Most likely. No, they banned out the Grog.
Oh.
Tig's taken out. It's Perks. Kufra into the Ruby might be tough. Pickoff might be tough. Oh, they can go
The Minotaur?
Are they willing to give the Minotaur ult to the Valentina, though? I'm still thinking Minotaur or Lolita. Because you don't see the gold laner. Whatever gold laner it will be, the Lolita will make it not cry, but it'll give it a hard time.
Yeah, and even for the Edith, it's a great
Unless-
answer. But they go
Minotaur
for
instead.
the Minotaur, so Lancy might have a lot of options here. Even the Glorious Pathway, I think,
Yeah,
might just be a nice pickup for them.
it will be. It'll be a
So-
great ultimate.
What could be the gold laner? Oh!
Oh, Melissa!
This reminds me of different international tournament where it's been a consistent answer to the Faramis,
Oh, yeah.
to those ultimates which entail you to group up together, which we are seeing right now for Blacklist International.
Yeah. I've been a fan of the Melissa ever since we saw Smart Omega Empress take down the queendom of Team Vitality in MWI 2024. Shout out to the Savage Empress Shinoa.
Yeah, this actually reminds me of SRG as well.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of Melissa games off season, and now we're finally seeing it happen here in MPL. Just when we're about to get halfway through the regular season, so
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see how this will be panning out for both of these teams. I cannot wait. Who could potentially get the first game of this much anticipated series? Let's finally head over to our casters.
I believe the
Welcome
tournament
to
you were
Mobile
referring to was
Legends.
MSC 2024 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Welcome to Game 1 in a best of 3. It's Blacklist International versus TNC Pro Team. Joseph,
Daniel.
did you see that Melissa coming through? Because again, we see a lot of Faramis these days. Again, Faramis is in the top 5 of a majority of the winningest teams in Season 14, and Melissa's one of the solid answers.
I guess, like, I don't know. Melissa is just not one of the heroes that I typically think of.
Not in your radar.
Not in my radar, but the fact that it does prove a point, it can work really well too. That's going to be great to see how Kozin makes this work. Honestly, man, at this point, both these teams just need to pull the stops and get that win. You know, like start off with the right foot, get game 1 under your toes. And I think part of that too is, like both these lineups, if you break it down, they're both good. They're both good. They both
Exactly.
are going to make music.
They still have 2 of the most tenured and fundamentally sound and theoretically gifted coaches in the world, I'd say. Coach Bonchan, Coach Wolf, who, by the way, I caught up with last night. Asked him about the Baksha Rome. I'm like,
Yeah.
Wolf, what was that, man? What's up?
What do you have to
told
say?
me that it works. He told me that there is a formula and a situation where it works, just not last night. But looking at TNC's draft today, here in Game 1, I agree with you. This right here, I think it works, especially with the Melissa coming through last pick. I think compared to Blacklist, like, no offense, like Blacklist solid draft here,
Yeah.
especially since Haji's back in mid.
Yep.
I like TNC's draft a little better.
That's a good change. Yeah, like you just mentioned, Haji going in the mid here too. But I think we say this so many times. Like every time we look at a draft, it's always like, yeah, you know, this is a good draft. Depends on the execution. And when you talk about both these teams, that's been their issue. Like up to this point, halfway to the regular season is, what's the execution been like for them? You know, and I think that's the question.
It's going to matter 110% more now that the turtle has spawned. We see a little bit of the early game lane to lane. Kzen here working on the lore. Turtle, 10% left. Wow. Easy, quick. Blacklist didn't even think of contesting.
Yeah, good take there. TNC, you know, wants to get these objectives, get the snowballing at least for Kzen, because that's why you also pick up that Nolan there. And I think Brigida and also Renmar pointed out too. It's funny because for TNC, the fact that Lancy has so many options on what ultimate does he want to take on the other side.
So many good options.
So many good options. Like, is it the Glorious Pathway? Does he take the Nether Realm? Does he take the Minoan Fury? Like, there's so many good options that TNC can play around with from every point of this game. And that always goes back to the point of, you know, how are they going to execute that? Because like Renmar mentioned too, they always get this tendency where they start really strong. and then something douses the fire mid-game.
And that's the story of last night's Valentina in the hands of this very same gentleman you see here, Lancy. He was also facing off against Paramis. Falcon is AP Brent's Paramis, to be specific. And he always had his hands on the Netherrealm. So now I think he's going to take lessons from that match, put it into play here, help TNC get a solid early lead. Now fight up top!
Already up on top here. MP the King burning a little bit, but we'll be able to get away with a sliver of HP. So no first blood being taken up yet. Lancy got wind where he was in there. Gonna go for Haji. They get the Netherrealm out, but Haji looks like he's gonna be able to escape as well. Escalera is still in the hunt, but there's no way he's gonna catch him. So they'll put the pressure at least on the tier 1 in the mid.
All right, I'll call that a small victory for TNC. A TKO, if you will. They did win 2 lanes, trading off with the bottom on Haji. And now Perks getting a little bit from Kozin. It's a lot of plating, Joseph. You see that? Like,
that's like it's gone.
Mid's gone. Top lane, they got maybe, almost half. TNC, about 1,000 ahead now, 4 minutes in.
Yeah, that's great because, and honestly, like I just feel like TNC has this phase of the game down for the most part. You look at statistically a lot of their games, they control the early game. And so with this lineup, again, I'm looking at it and like they have the pieces to the puzzle here. I'm waiting for heads. All right, scoots on out. It is just Lord Jam on Hylos. He's going to go back, but now bringing it here to the objective. Turtles up, second 1.
He was teetering on the edge.
I was like, oh.
He did not want to use the flicker, did not want to use his ult. It's like, no!
I got this.
No, Lord JM. Second turtle up already. Kazin and Escalera working on it. Perks walks into the pixel brush here. Turtle approaching half health.
Wow, Perks is going to get already pulled in. It's quite low. Does have the ultimate, Minoan Fury available, but I think they might still try to fight this. Kozin goes down in the exchange. They trade it for an objective, though. So still now for the fight here, looking for the kill. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down.
Wow.
Or GM will get out, but TNC grabs themselves another objective.
You see that? He was running away, topping himself up with the Revitalize and got away with it. Not a kill for TNC. They did score a major objective, but they lost Kozin in the process. You know what? I'll call that a wash. You know, it's a 50-50 because, again, that's still your gold laner you lost.
Yeah, it's still the gold laner you lost. Like I said, TNC seems to just want to focus on these objectives, get that down. And honestly, for Blacklist International, for MP the King, you kind of do the same thing. If you're not getting objectives, if you're not comfortable fighting face-to-face in those fights, then why not go find a pick-off?
Yep, find the flank. Spotlight on Kazin, TNC's jungler in his Assassin era. Prior to Week 4 matches, he's played Assassin Heroes 11 out of 76 times in his whole career.
Okay, so he's adjusting to the meta that we're in now, you know? I think a lot of the junglers, especially the newer ones that came into the professional league, like over the course of, you know, the last year even, have had to make that adjustment. And it's something that, let's just be honest, they all have in their repertoire. It's just like they were forced to play a different meta.
He's slowly overriding the memories of him playing Yanakai. He played a mean Akai when he was wearing black and purple. Now under the black and orange, he's also kicking butt. There's a pull on the Hodge. Pops a Purify, they're fine.
He's fine. Every time Escalera can do that, get something. As long as you get something, whether it's a battle spell, whether it's an ultimate, then great for them. But then how do they follow up on that value? You know, and that's why I think you have to utilize heads eventually once he's kind of roaming around the team a little bit more on this Edith pick. A lot of focus here. Topside turret's going to go down. Blacklist will grab that one. And now Lancy still holding on to the Netherrealm. I don't think anything's going to happen. Third turtle up, and it looks like it could just go in the hands of Kazin again here.
That's right. Blacklist taking down the first turret, while TNT take 100% of the turtles in game 1. You know what? Say what you will about TNC winning in the early game plenty, but I think Blacklist did the best they could under that situation, you know, under the pressure. They were still able to push first and protect their tier 1s.
They protected the tier 1s. They got a push on top. But I'm just wondering again, what is the play here, you know, for Blacklist International? Flask of the Oasis does get picking up too, so Perks maybe a little more confident now that he has that item locked in. But you can see this. Like, look at the balloon of gold.
Hold
on. TNC's going to find a pick off. Lord JM will finally not escape this one. Couldn't even get the Glorious Pathway down.
A bout of carelessness is what it seems like. I don't think I remember the last time I saw anybody recall in that very same bush when you have vision of your opponent about 50 meters away. That was odd. That was off timing for Lord JM. I hope the Blacks can still recover, but TNC punished.
Yeah,
Hard.
They got a kill off of it. And
Not a single battle spell spent, Joseph.
Exactly. It was just a pull, and they come up and get a kill, and now this turret does go down on the bottom side. Blacklist still trying to find objectives where they can. But what TNC is doing is they're kind of very meticulous about this portion of the game. Like, everything they've done, objectively especially, has gotten them to 3K gold.
That's right. This is the handoff. This is the mid-game to late-game handoff. For the next maybe 2 or 3 minutes, if everything goes swellingly for TNC, then they're walking away with a dub game 1. So far, this right here, this area right here for Blacklist, this is the danger zone. They find it hard to engage, and now wait, Lancey walking in. He knows who's there. He knows exactly what he's walking into. But you asked me a question about 2 minutes ago, Joe. You said, what is Blacklist looking for?
Yeah.
I'll tell you now. I think they're looking for an ube. I think they're looking for a 3 or 4 man catch on a pull from Haji or Glorious Pathway, and then a Minoan Fury, and then the cleanup from MP. Like, that's the picture-perfect situation.
I'm thinking part of this, too, is just the fact that they know... Oh, Escalera. Whoa! Escalera goes in with a flicker. Doesn't land the I'm offended. It seems like they might just call it off after that. The Lord is up here, though. And so Blacklist might be looking to make a move in themselves. Malefic Aurora also just picked up by MP the King.
Luckily, 2,000, 2,500 is a big ball. Oh, wait! They're coming in!
Heads, there's the Shadow Kill. Going to get the Primal Form out. Primal Wrath is popped. Still, though, dropping down Glorious Pathway 2. They force a fight in the mid lane, and now joining it. Kazin also forced out. Perks out of the picture. Down a member already, Haji. Netherrealm's expended as well, and TNC knows they have an advantage. They played a part. Still, Kazin on the bottom side, pushing that wave.
And with Perks out of the picture, TNC are fully controlling the river. Now one more time to pull.
So pull again from Escalera. Lord JM waiting for the rest of the team to follow this up, but they just don't want to go in just yet. Oheb possibly looking for a follow-up on the kill, but he gets just zoned out from Kozin.
Glass Cannon, the Filipino sniper on that Nathan. Gotta watch out. Look at the back line, Lancey. Sandwiched by Lord JM and MP.
Lancey keeps him at bay, gets Kazin the Lord here, and Lancey will just sacrifice himself for TNC's objective.
I'm not so sure if that's the only way that Lord Take could have happened, but, you know, gets the job done. TNC scored the big one at the cost of Lancey, who, you know what?
Sure.
In hindsight, like, sure, if that's what it takes for you to not spend too much and to not threaten the kill on Kozin or Kazin, I guess you could sacrifice the mid lane. You could sacrifice the Valentina.
He's like, hey, I got this, guys. You got the Lord, I got this.
They got eyes on me.
I got the other Lord.
We got him, the Lord JM, who, by the way, is now currently on his way to his second item here that does build the Thunder Belt. Looking at the cores this time around, at about deadlock between Kozin and Oheb. So that's good. Again, Oheb hasn't died. So at least they're still banking on one of their cores here.
And that's why I'm going to go back. I'm going to answer my own question to myself 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
I think it was the plan here for Blacklist was like, yeah, let's just wait because we know Nathan needs time to build up. And he's there. Like, they're going to clear this Lord out. They try to hold on to what they can. They will lose a turret. They might want to force the fight now, too. Netherrealm already going to be used.
The
go away keeps them away on point. And now Escalera, what does he want? Has the flicker. They get cut off from heads. Looking for more. Kazin trying to join this fight, but still when to catch up to the team and won't be able to get a kill after it all. But the Holy Shield will be popped on the base turret top side of Blacklist.
The cow gets away. Oh, look at the ungodly amount of heal. Perks has heal. Lord JM has heal, which he, by the way, used up, I think. You pressed the red vitalize there. TNC about 5,000 gold ahead, slow and steady. They're pushing in. The map is turning red. Lord JM drops the Glorious Pathway.
Whoa, MP the King also not going to be able to find the angle he was looking for. Going to fight for the purple buff. Oheb looks like he's one to secure it here. So TNC playing with the control they have. And I would say, you know, there's some mistakes on both sides happening from both teams, but TNC has been holding it together so far.
You mentioned a very interesting word, mistake. I think it's more complex than that. I think they're both very careful, where it seems like they don't want to make any mistakes, which lead to them overthinking the approach. We're in there, you know, they're walking on thin ice, Joseph. They're walking around broken glass, which, by the way, is a perfect metaphor for the past 4 weeks that they've gone through. It's tough to be an agent. It's tough to be a member of the Phoenix Army because your teams are winless right now. And off of this series, a single series alone, they get a point on the board. So maybe that's why everything just matters. Like
It's
10 times more.
super focused on discipline.
That's right.
You know, we can
That
look at it that way.
That it affects your state of flow.
Yeah.
And your synergy with your teammates, which, by the way, coming from these two teams who are freshly built,
Yeah.
I would understand why there's a little bit more, I don't want to use the word hesitation, but
Carefulness.
you know what I mean? Yeah. Like,
Little.
will they take this well? Will this gambit work out?
Yeah. And I think that's, again, with the lineups that they both have, they can afford to do that too. Especially for Blacklist lineup. It's covered so well.
It's a fresh new lineup.
It is.
It's a reconfiguration.
New, what is it? A new iteration, new code,
Yeah.
if you will.
Which, by the way, is holding out well. Look at this box formation approaching onto the Lord, while TNC a little more scattered out. In control of the river brush, though, don't worry. With heads in the pixel brush. KarlTzy taking care of the wave up top. What's MP the King up to? Is he securing his orange?
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to grab his orange. He knows that as long as Lord JM's here, he's fine. Like, he can do what he needs to do.
He can delay.
He can delay it. They can wait. And that's what I'm saying. The upside of Blacklist lineup is the fact that they can extend a fight for so long with the lineup that they have and even the revitalize that is brought to this, plus the healing of the Minotaur. Like,
they got HP bars good for 2 teams.
yes, exactly.
they got 2 teams worth, a 10-man squad's worth of HP and healing. 14.5 minutes in, this is an enhanced Lord that both teams are circling around. Look at this 5-man approach from TNC. Oh, wow. Just by movements and rotations alone, they're able to push back Black.
This feels like a different board game at this point. You know, both teams kind of feeling each other out, especially around the second Lord.
It's rugby-esque.
Rugby.
Yeah.
Rugby-esque.
I feel like we should have done a haka before. Oh, look at KarlTzy!
Oh, no. He's going to pop the Winter's Crown. There's the Minoan Fury 2. Going to get the knock-up on KarlTzy. He's out of the picture. Netherrealm dropped down as well. Goes in trying to get the distance, and MP the King on the hunt. Pops the shadow kill. Does he have enough damage? He doesn't. To get the kill, the flicker comes out from Lancey. Looking for Blacklist Jungler. Won't be able to get him, and now Haji keeping Lancey at bay. But still, TNC, they lose 2. And no one, it seems like, is going to be able to get this Lord just yet.
And TNC spent so much on the way out. Look at that, all the battle spells, the 2-for-1 trade. Lord JM was more than willing to give that up. And look at this, Black's going to try to burst.
They're going to try to delay here as much as they can. KarlTzy will be up now. Head's just a couple seconds away. So TNC has done what they needed to do. Losing the jungler, they delay the Lord.
That was the best 5 seconds to try and burst down a Lord. Especially when TNC were down 2. And wait, they're going to pick a fight again?
MP the King using the shadow kill. He'll get a couple health bars down here from TNC, but that's about all he gets.
Yeah, go away indeed does pull you out of the shadow kill.
Yeah.
Like you bounce off of it.
Yeah, you just kind of get zoned out.
Yep. Here we go, another 5v5, another scrum, if you will. Very rugby-esque engagement. Again, you know, you're looking for the better positioning. You drop the ball, you reset. The ball here being the Lord.
Being the Lord.
And look at this, wow, 5-man control of the river bush.
Again, KarlTzy too. This time, like, he's got to, like, if we look at the last fight, KarlTzy has to be protected here. Can't go down.
There's the conceal, setting it up on Lord JM, forcing out a glorious pathway.
He's going to get pulled, and now pops the Revitalize and the glorious pathway. Do they actually just back off again? This time, though, Blacklist might start it up.
As if it was nothing, Joseph. As if it was nothing. Via a single ult and a battle spell, Blacklist undoes TNC's engagement. Lord here standing at about half health. Now it's Blacklist in control of the river bush. KarlTzy taking the flank. I don't know if Lord JM knows. Oh, now he does. Now he does for sure. They get kicked out. Shadow kill! Shadow kill!
MP the King will finally get the kill he was looking for. And now they're going to battle it out. Minoan Fury going to find 2, knock them up. Heads and Escalera fall in their place. KarlTzy still up, though.
What?
Blacklist going to focus on the tier 2 in the mid lane and run it down. KarlTzy, though, will find Lord JM. So at least gets one out of it.
Call it
a lane.
Backstab. KarlTzy just coming in. Even a hero as chunky as a high loss on Lord JM will fall. And now for sure, Blacklist, for sure, the coast is clear. They take the Lord.
This is what we're always talking about, though. TNC had the lead, and in, I don't know, discipline, hesitation, whatever we want to call it, they're not able to get the major objective. And although they hold on to a lead, things slowly change in momentum.
All right, save for her outing in Riyadh for MSC 2024. The last time we saw Melissa in MPL Philippines was in Season 11. It was played by RG's Eman, who's now playing for MPL ID under BTR. And it was used in the lower bracket final playoffs against then Echo, now Team Liquid. Looking at the map, Joseph, it looks like Blacklist will slowly but surely take control. Looking at the item game, despite being down about 2,000 gold, you know, Kozen's built up already, finally. So they have to really protect not just Kaizen, but Kozen as well, and make good use of Lancey. I think, just in my opinion, TNC has been throwing Lancey down the deep end, and maybe they should look at him as a real damage source. Lord JM spotted here by 4. They got 5. That's all of TNC. What?
Wow. TNC is going to lose that mid turret. Glorious Pathway dropped down. MP was looking for Kozen here, not going to be able to find him, so Lord's going to be cleared out. They try to hold on to the rest of their turrets for now. Not sure if they're going to engage or TNC just wants to be on the defensive. Lancey's going to get pulled. He has his own Netherrealm, flickers forward on the defensive. MP the King will pop the shadow kill. Still expending that out. They'll try to heal up. There's a pull from Escalera. Netherrealm from Blacklist going to be used as well. And now the focus on the base turrets. Bottom one going to go down. Top one still standing with a little bit of health, and they'll get pushed off. TNC holds on.
Able to kick Blacklist out of their backyard. And now the pendulum swings. Blacklist in control. 1 inhibitor left standing for the Phoenix Army, while Blacklist staring at a 1,000 gold lead and a map all blue. Just as I was saying, man. Just as I was saying, Lancey almost died. He spent everything. He had to take a loan and say, can I borrow a flicker real quick? All right, thanks. Pow. Can I borrow another round? Pow. I wonder what the end game is for TNC. Like, are they really saving heads for the flank? Are they really saving heads for the flank? And does Escalade have to start off with an I'm offended? Is there like a late entry I'm offended?
Maybe they can let heads do it, but like even if you
for too much.
If you look at the last push from the Lord, man, they were in near the orange buff
right here,
bush,
right about yay. Oh, no,
yeah,
no, up
on the
top,
other
up top,
side.
yeah.
And then they didn't do anything with it, so then they were in a very awkward like rotate back to their base
retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it makes me wonder, like, what was the idea there? What was the call there?
It's like moonwalking away from a fight.
Yeah, so you're already trying to rush back to position on the defensive, and then you get collapsed down on.
Yeah.
So, you know, with that, hopefully they've learned. Escalera is going to get the immortality. Lord's coming up, though.
I think, you know what? I double down on your theory, our findings together, because in addition to the whole positioning and movement that TNC have shown us the past 5 minutes, I think Blacklist has just hit critical mass. Like, they're just able to brute force their way into better positioning because of the Minotaur, the Faramis, and the Hylos.
Yeah, it's almost too much.
It's too much.
Because at some point, too, Lord JM, you've seen him actually do it. He just lays down the Glorious Pathway. Like, don't cross.
Lord JM's poverty era is over. Like, he's just, I'll just walk into any establishment I want, just point at things without even looking at the price tag.
Just drop it down.
Making it rain.
Making it rain on the pathway. And so for TNC, they've got to solve that answer. Like, they have a couple of options themselves. We talked about Heads and Escalera, but, you know, at that point, even if Escalera gets a pull, you got to be ready to fight. You got to be ready to go against that lineup of that front line from Blacklist.
And luckily they are ready, because just off of Haji, off of Oheb, that's enough magic damage to force back a majority of TNC, because Kaizen and Kozen can't take that kind of damage.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe they can take MP the King, they can split off and try to, you know, spread the damage of the shadow kill. That's why MP the King is taking this angle here. He knows he's a late entry assassin.
Yeah.
He cannot start the fight. There's no engagement in this 22-minute game that Blacklist started that MP was the initiator.
Yeah, there was only maybe once where he's like, yeah, I'm just going to go shadow
It's
kill,
a
see what I
pick
can
off.
get.
Yeah, that was on
You know?
Kozen in the early game. But now, watch this. He's in control of the river bush. And look at the base. Oh, that's the extra damage.
Oh, it's too much. It's overloaded. Already Immortality going to be popped and they go in. Heads also has the Primal Wrath.
Watch Kaysen.
Escalera still in trouble. He goes down. Heads now still alive. Won't go down. Netherrealm into the Minoan Fury. Gonna knock up Kozin. Kozin tries to pop off the damage, and Perks in trouble. Pops the winner's crown. They're trying to turn the tide of the fight as Kozin picks up a kill. Lord JM running as well.
Oh, let's see.
The base still has to be worked on, but Kozin gonna be able to find Haji. Picks up another. They send Heads back to the base, and now TNC. What can they do with this advantage? They're too low.
They can live another day, Joseph. They can help regain control of the map and climb back up. Shove Blacklist out of the driver's seat and go into cruise control. The Lord, you see how close the Lord was getting taken down? Like a fourth? Down to a fourth, and then suddenly TNC just pulls the trigger and says, you know what, it's now or never, gentlemen. They trade Escalera for Perks, Roamer for Roamer, but that's best case scenario for where they were staring down early.
Yeah,
Before that Lord fight.
That's the thing. That was such a good usage as well. Of course, Kozin.
Shadow kill.
Is he going to be in trouble again? Kaysen! He has immortality. It's going to be popped, but MP the King also still alive.
What?
His immortality goes down, and they will battle it out, jungler to jungle, as they both fall.
Pyrrhic victory for Kaysen and MP. I don't know who's, I don't even know who started the fight or who wanted to really go down, but they're both counting down to the same revive timer. I don't think either of these teams want to go for the Lord just yet. If anything, there's a slight advantage for Black since the map does belong to them.
Yeah.
But I think it's safer now. You know what? If anything, remember the uncharacteristic and unorthodox discipline and care and hesitation both teams were exhibiting in the first 10-15 minutes. Maybe now it should come into play. Because
Maybe now.
a single team fight could turn it around. Lord JM dropping the glorious pathway.
Heads taking a ton of damage already. Holding on to the Primal Wrath, and now Haji going to zone them out.
No emos, no emos.
Lord's going to reset here. They can't actually just take it just yet. They still have to be careful as both junglers still down. Once again, Orange Buff will just be taken, but we're at the stalemate here.
Oh no, extra trouble in the base.
Numbers
TNC.
advantage. Uh-oh.
Have to defend.
Escalera already had the flicker route. Won't be able to find the I'm offended. Misses it. Kozin drops down 2. Still looking for more. Wants to fight. Pushing off Blacklist from the Lord. And the glorious pathway will keep him at bay.
You know what's scary for Blacklist right now? Especially at this point in the game? You don't know if it's a DGP or an OGP.
Whoa.
Oh, shadow kill. Oh, no, Kozin!
Kozin popping the wind chant. He's got the wind of nature. Already had to use it. Lancey too.
Lancey!
Oh,
Lancey!
both of them are going for more, and now gonna be in trouble here. Possible winner's crown. Heads has to flicker out. There's the fire back. Kaysen will pick up the kill, and they look for more. It's a double for Kaysen. TNC still trying to fight it out, but MP the King has a different plan as he gets a double.
2K for Kaysen, and you can say the same for MP. And because of that, it's a 2 for 3. Blacklist gonna take a Lord. 25 minutes scaled. This is as big and as strong as a Lord can get.
I swear, like, both these junglers are just like, they're making eye contact. What you do, I do. Earlier it was fighting each other, and then now it was the double kill.
It's intense. It's an anime rivalry that spans 6 seasons over 3 years of broadcast.
Yep.
The artist does not want to make any more episodes, but the fans can't get enough of it. Best believe I can't. Kaysen versus MP the King. Amazing. But we got to remember, Joseph, this is a 5v5 match. And kills alone do not make a game.
Definitely.
And right now, Blacklist are looking at a game nigh finish. This could be theirs. This could be the last push.
Yeah, right now, Lord's here mid-side. They're going to feel the pressure already. Whoa, MP the King ends up getting taken out. Escalera was there to pull him in. They want to force the fight. Oheb firing off, has so much damage. The Netherrealm as well with him as Kaysen falls, and they're too late. Blacklist International will take game number 1.
The map, the minions, and timing were it on TNC's side. MP the King's final sacrifice allowed for Blacklist to clutch the victory.
Whew. Well, I guess, go back to what it is. The final part 1's done. Game 1's done in the hands here. We still have the final part 2 in the next game. We'll see if TNC can get it back.
Let's throw over the evening game to line and bring it down.
was just unbelievable. I remember screaming, Kozen, Kozen,
Yeah,
Kozen.
I
And
think
then
we both were.
by the last few moments, we were screaming, MP, MP.
Yeah, it really fell on the shoulders of the Hayabusa. One thing I wanted to mention earlier during at the end of the draft was that there was no clear catch for the Melissa and the backline of TNC Pro Team other than that Hayabusa, eventually going to be backed up by an entry of Haji as the Pharamis to just unleash a Ghost Bursters, and eventually it was MP the King that found that turnaround play, deciding to commit the Shadows and the Shadow Kill to pick off Lancy, and that happened way back at around the, I'm just going around the 17-minute mark.
Yeah, that was a very long game.
It took 17 minutes for Blacklist International to find the turnaround and find the right angle because TNC Pro Team were not giving that angle.
Yep, and I liked how Blacklist International remained
right.
very calculated. Our match MVP, the name we've been screaming towards the end of that game, really well deserved. And going back to what I was saying, I really liked how they remained really, I would say, calculated in terms of which team fights were they willing to pursue in the first few moments or parts of that game, because they were really capable of just going in and out, not really going for the full commit. But TNC Pro Team, it did seem like they wanted to go for the team fights, but they just avoided it entirely. So they just waited for that moment that, oh, all right, OHEB's already able to join us, and this is the time we can eventually really pick those fights, as we're seeing right now in our MVP highlights, where they really work together. And one thing I really liked from this Perks Haji combination as well was the timing. It's like they really were assigning each other, you use this, but I'm not entirely going to use it together with your ultimate. And it's either also relying on Lord JM.
Yeah, that was the turnaround moment around this 17-minute mark. TNC Pro Team lost the control in the mid-shrub. Blacklist pushed forward. Lancy and Kozen showed themselves a bit with Escalera hiding in that shrub closest to that curved wall, and eventually it was MP the King who would go forward, get that pick into Lancy, and then they just continued it up until it was Blacklist showing TNC Pro Team that it's pretty much even in this objective take. We're just going to show who's a little bit better. And eventually, TNC Pro Team felt the wrath of a late-game Nathan. 7-0-4 for the Filipino sniper. We saw that there in the end, that without the presence of the Melissa anymore, or even so, they can just go all in. They will have the damage, and they have the capabilities to push it out. Another thing that I really like that Blacklist International did here is that they respected TNC Pro Team. Again, we've been saying it for a long time. TNC early game.
Yes.
They know how to make the most out of a clear advantage.
Yeah.
So Blacklist, as you mentioned, didn't give that advantage and made sure that they were always trading something for it, as we mentioned as well. Specifically, it was, okay, if TNC are going to get an advantage by subtracting 1 or subtracting 2, Blacklist International will make sure that they get 1 or 2, or if just 1, it's 1 key component of the lineup of TNC Pro Team, either a frontliner or main damage dealer, or they're gonna send them low so that TNC Pro Team can't commit the objective, and they're forced to go back, reset, heal, return, and it just becomes another Lord Dance.
Yeah, I recall OHEB during the first few minutes just focusing on taking down the side turrets, not really joining any particular team fight, and eventually taking things step by step. And as we've seen earlier, I'm still not taking away the fact that Kozen really did do a great job in that entire game. Even the timings of his Inspire spell, we were talking about it while the game was happening, that he really wasn't the type to immediately just put out those Inspire spells or just use the go away whenever he feels like there's a threat incoming. It's always like they have to make sure that this will be the best timing to use this ultimate. There was even a moment where Blacklist International was nearly turned around by that precise usage of the go away ultimate that made them a little pitted in the, or that very...
They got stuck.
Yeah, they got stuck in those walls near the, if I'm not mistaken, the Rock Ursa, near the Lord fight. So clearly, this was a close game, I'd say, for both Blacklist International and TNC.
It was too damn close for comfort at multiple points all throughout. And I'm glad that you pointed out the Kozen there, because there were some I think there's going to be like a mini compilation of Kozen just sidestepping and using falling, the first skill at the right time, dashing away at the right time, repositioning. feel kind of bad for KarlTzy because he played out of his mind right now. But you could understand the hesitation of TNC Pro Team.
Yes.
Wherein they're up against a Hayabusa. They know that they have to get this one right. Not picture perfect, get their initial start right. Because if not, the Hayabusa is just going to sweep in and then take over. That's what they were watching out for, and that's why they were being careful because of the surprise entry angles at a Hayabusa and even a Nathan using the entropy going forward. Their formations, if the beginning of the team fight isn't right, that could go bad for TNC Pro Team. What we saw maybe as hesitation is cautiousness up against a lineup where it's warranted.
Yeah, it isn't just being able to immediately get out of whichever seemingly team fight that might happen. It's also the way that it could just happen so quickly. Because Oheb with the entropy, he could just like suddenly disappear.
Yeah.
Or he could just suddenly
Show
appear
up, yeah, exactly.
whenever he wants to. And there are other ultimates as well that could be expended here by Blacklist International, which should aid him in doing those surprise plays just the same. So really, if I were TNC Pro Team, I would also find it hard to like decide on which team fights could we willingly pick, especially towards the late game, towards the latter portions of the game. So I really wanted, or I really liked how Haji timed his Nether Realms well, and right now I think we're going to hear a few words from him.
Sa lahat po ng mga bagay-bagay, like sa playstyle po namin ganun. Hindi pa po talaga namin nalalaman kung ano po talaga yung identity po ng team. Huwag lang po talaga kami panghinaan ng loob ko nun. Tapos, yung mga talo po namin, take po namin na, bilang motivation po, ganun. Yung mga natutunan po namin, dapat po, may apply po talaga namin 8K.
Alright.
Yeah.
So if that's the case that Haji said, where they're still trying to really discover their playstyle as a team, so it's not just us saying it, it's coming straight from the captain's mouth. I feel like what we saw there is, I wouldn't say it's a reiteration of Ube, because at this point, a lot of the teams, especially around objective fights, are playing like this.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just accepting the fact that, yes, you have to let your jungle carry. If it's not the one initiating with damage to bring them low, it's a sweeper. So that's the whole thing with the meta now. With jungles, with them being assassins, you're either the one getting the initial pick, or you're the one dealing the initial damage for someone else to come in and sweep and finish the job. And if we look back at the turnaround moment, that's exactly how Blacklist were able to find it. It was MB the King who decided to make the call. I see one, I'll take Lancy out, and then let's see if we can finish the job.
All right, so they're just probably playing the meta as it is, not putting anything else into it for now. And I feel like if they themselves are not entirely sure of their identity, quote unquote, then it could somewhat be an advantage as well if they were to take their opponents by surprise by deciding to suddenly change things up, or actually, as we've mentioned, or as you've mentioned, just doing what they're needed for their particular lineups. Like even earlier, it seemed hard for them to pull off what was needed of them against that lineup, which was well protected, well protecting Kozen. But then they were eventually able to find a way to get through it. So for game number 2, TNC decides to pick the blue side as well. So now Blast International has 1 win in the red side and 1 win on the blue side. TNC, could this be it? Could they also potentially bring us to a game number 3? Or would Blacklist International ride on that momentum, as we've mentioned, in our keys to victory?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so, again, I don't mind if this goes 9 games all throughout the day. If this goes game 3, sure. For TNC, if they're going to go blue side, just do one thing. Contest the Edith, contest the high loss. Ban one of those two and pick the one that's open.
Yep. And now we're taking a look at our audience here present in the MPL arena. We have a lot of audience present, even though if it's, I'd say, it's still 3 o'clock in the afternoon here, quite early, I'd say, compared to our Saturday and Sunday schedules. But we're packed. We're seeing a lot of faces here, so just give us your freshest look, because we're looking for Index Salon beauties. Don't hide. Don't hide.
That sounded like a threat. That sounded like the nicest threat ever. Don't hide. Don't hide. Bring it up.
Okay,
Sounded low-key terrifying.
so that just means I sound nice? Or,
Sure.
Okay.
Let's go with that. Nice.
I sound nice. All right. So, really, this game, it felt quite tiring if I were like either Blacklist International or TNC Pro Team.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, dude. I feel bad for TNC Pro Team.
I really do.
That is a loss that hurts.
There were multiple moments where it felt like it was nearly going into their hands, but then I'm reminded of how they're not just faced with the problem of managing the team fights that are about to happen. It's
Yeah.
also the presence of multiple enhanced minions always shoved towards their base. So every now and then they also had to send players back to manage the waves.
Yeah. You know, one thing that I will appreciate TNC Pro Team for was that a lot of teams would scramble and go, hey, yo, go clear that minion wave. But they trusted on the timers of 40 seconds and 10 seconds,
Yep.
where that's when new minions spawn. So you see that they'd stay a little bit longer as 5, and then eventually, if it looks really hairy, that's when they'll send someone back to clear it if the minion wave that just spawned doesn't come up. Or it won't do the job enough.
Yep.
And Blacklist International, they also adjusted to that. They started seeing that, oh wait, they're really playing into this 10 seconds, 40 seconds, a minute condition so much with clearing
Yeah.
their minion waves. Okay, let's wait. Once you see that it's already at 10, they'll give it a few more seconds, then they'll commit the play. Then that's when they'll go forward and say, you know what, we already know we're at an advantage, we're gonna go back. At this point of the game, you're gonna need to fight full 5v5. So it's just both of them adjusting a lot to one another.
Yeah.
It's just Blacklist International got to adjust more and adjust better against a lineup that is supposed to really mess them up.
Yep.
That Melissa pick was perfect, which now I will be that guy that people don't like and say, it should have been the Lolita, man.
Oh!
I'm sorry.
Well-
But in hindsight, again, hindsight is 2020, but if it was a Lolita, you know,
It would have worked really
it
well.
would have been faster.
It would have been faster.
But I mean, the Minotaur still got them the cake and the W, which is still really good.
Yeah.
And eventually, and that's when now we have to talk about how, as you mentioned earlier, Perks and Haji, the entry of the Minotaur and the Faramis together was so good.
Yeah. I mean, both the Minotaur and the Lolita somehow had the same concept. If ever they were thinking of that ultimate potentially going into Lancy,
Yeah.
you get to slow them for a while. You get to
Yeah.
lay out an AoE stun. But then, other than that, of course, the Guardian's Reflection would have worked really well in a lot of situations we've seen earlier between Blacklist International and
Yeah.
TNC Pro Team.
But maybe this is coming from the guy that, like, one of my most played right now is Lolita. I just desperately wanted to see her.
Actually,
But again, that's why I feel like Haji, Loki, GOAT. Loki, GOAT. Imagine you go from like roam, mid, and then suddenly you're up to play a Faramis. You have to play really well with a Minotaur and its entries, and Haji did just that.
Yep.
And shout out to Perks as well, who timed the flicker forwards with his ultimates, with his Minoan Fury. Really dang good as well.
yeah, a lot of times earlier, Blacklist International's capability to just go in and commit whenever they were decisive enough to do so was just terrifying. They
Oh, yes.
had a lot of ultimates that could complement that idea really well. So,
What?
Wait,
What?
wait.
We're already in the draft? Is
Are we?
that right? No. We're not yet.
We're still banning.
That's correct. Okay.
Are we?
So Blacklist International is on the red side. First pick right now is TNC Pro Team. TNC banned out, as we saw, Ling and Roger and the High Loss. This is what we were talking about. Edith will be open for TNC Pro Team blue side.
Oh,
Blacklist International banned Chip, Hayabusa, and Jushin on the red side. So we're still waiting for the first pick of TNC Pro Team, which I still really feel like should be an Edith.
Yep, there was huge respect coming from TNC right now towards the high loss. They wouldn't want to let it pass anymore. Will they be picking up the Edith though, or something different, such as the oh no, the Roger's already out as well. So they picked
What?
a Nolan. Was that the Nolan?
Is that a Nolan Rush blue side first pick?
Was it? Was it? Was it?
Do they really just don't want to give that to MP?
Oh, they did. They prioritized the Nolan. Well, I'd say Kaizen's performance on the Nolan was really
Yeah, but then
well,
they could
but
go Minotaur again, Ruby again.
there'll be too much potential counters here if Blacklist International were to get their hands again. And if they will be sticking with that similar to the Ube kind of idea that
Yeah.
they'd be picking up the Fire Mist eventually later on, or something along those lines. But the Zask as well is still open. That's one. If ever. Or even the Aurora if they want to change things up a bit.
Huh.
But the Edith could potentially get into the hands of Blacklist International now.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I really thought that TNC would rush that instead. And now they get 2 power picks. They get the Edith and the Harith.
Oh no.
So TNC, what they got was the most efficient jungler in the game right now, walking into today with around a 64%, 62% win rate. But then you trade off for an Edith and a Harith, that's not worth it. Unless they go ahead and pick up either no, they have to pick up the Ruby now,
Yeah.
get the Ruby for Escalera again, and then go for it to Rizla. But then you're going to be lacking because you're up against an Edith in terms of the magic damage department, so they might even swerve and go Phoveus.
Yeah, they'll be revealing too much of their lineup as well, but I heard that
it is
there is
Terizla.
and they take the Faramis for themselves. So will Blacklist International respond to the Valentina similar to what we've seen in game number 1? But if so,
it. Go Valen.
then this will be a really scary game for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, if they go Valentina here, the problem is they're overloaded with magic damage
Yeah,
that
that's
allows
one.
them to potentially take control of the early game, but they won't have the Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah, they could potentially take control of the early game
Against TNC Pro Team.
against TNC Pro Team.
And TNC Pro Team wouldn't want that because they're really trying to address their mid-game management.
Oh,
But then,
there it is.
instead of the Valentina, I think Leo's really happy right now. He's
Yeah.
rejoicing. I don't know, what do you call that move, that action?
He's pumping his arms.
He's pumping his arms. Oh, okay. He's screaming.
Yeah, so they pick up the Bane. I thought they'd actually pick this later into the draft, maybe second phase, but they said, yeah, no, let's not screw around. Let's just go ahead and pick up the Bane already. It's
Yeah.
the perfect pickup. You're up against a Nolan. You didn't need to play into Assassins. TNC Pro Team, hopefully they know, or they knew, they should have known that the Bane was going to come up here as the best pick right now into the 3rd slot.
Wait. Okay, but now I'm thinking, wouldn't TNC this time want to pick up the Lolita for themselves? Because you can potentially
Send back the Sharks, yep.
send back the Sharks and also somewhat protect your teammates from both the Edith and some of those the skills or damages that could be thrown out here by Oheb.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know I'm a Lolita guy,
We've
so you
been-
go Lolita.
Yeah. It's still open. It's
Oh,
still
no!
open. No, wait, what?
No!
Wait, did they ban it themselves?
No, they took it.
Oh, wait, they did?
Blacklist took the Lolita.
Oh, okay.
Stole it.
Oh no. So
Play the-
now
Huh?
Wait. Okay. So Blacklist took the Lolita
Yes.
and TNC sticks with the Melissa.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is a very brave choice, because I
Yeah.
made a big deal earlier about how Blacklist International could have won the game faster against the Melissa in game 1. It was a Lolita.
Oh, how do TNC
Dude, they have-
respond to this?
Just go pick the Grok already, even though it's already going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, Grok likes or would not want magic
Or
damage
Kaja?
rather
I don't
than
know.
physical damage, but knockdown.
Oh, it is Kaja.
Okay, they go for the lockdown. They just gotta capture Oheb, perhaps, or
Yeah.
just take one out for
Vexana.
Blacklist International. So
Just go Vex.
okay, so what are the options here? The Valentina? No more Valentina. So the
Huh.
Vexana, the Aurora,
Vex or Aurora,
the
I
Zask
like.
even still open.
Iffy on the
But
Zask.
if- even-
Lilia would be
I mean,
good.
yeah, you'd want to create space for Oheb. That's one.
Lilia would be perfect.
But the Numenon Blast could already do a good job in terms of
Yeah.
that. So you could just like pair it up with something else that could make a lot more space for Oheb. That's terrifying. You
Quick
also
save.
create space
Lilia,
for
Vex,
Empty.
or Aurora. I go Lilia.
Oh wait, that's some.
that's
Oh,
Louis,
what?
okay. That's also perfect.
Yeah, that's not just space. That's literally the entire map that you could control if you had the Louis in your hand. So now there are a lot more surprises that could come out from Blacklist International, TNC Pro Team. They really have to pull off the early game this time.
TNC is very objective fight-based, while Blacklist International might actually win this with just sheer macro and push.
Oh,
Might be
no.
really tough to actually even get a good position around the maybe third turtle or second turtle onwards because Blacklist are just going to be splitting the map, Brigida.
This is already match point for Blacklist International, and they decide to show us some interesting pickups here, such as the Bane and the Lolita. Yes, that's one thing we've been talking about since game number 1, but also the Lu Yi. And now to see how this will be panning out for both of these teams once again, let's head into the game and let's throw it over to our casters.
You don't know how I feel about the Bane, but Joseph, I gotta check in with
Welcome
you.
to
How are the
Mobile
drafts
Legends.
looking? What kind of gameplay can we expect in this game too?
I think Redmar put it well. I think Blacklist lineup, they're just going to, sheer macro push, go for it. And on the flip side, TNC's got to be a little more meticulous. They got to be a little more calculated, I would say. And, I want to ask you, man, how do you feel about the Bane? I feel like MP the King's probably one of the few players that does have it and brings it out to play.
Yeah, in addition to me, it's just him and me in the MPL right now. But no, again, I'm on cloud 9. I'm happy to see heroes like Bane break it through because right now
I know how you feel.
There is a triangle of power within the jungle, right?
Yeah.
Nolan, Ling,
Hayabusa.
Fanny. Hayabusa kind of like A minus, you know?
Yeah.
So with Bane coming in, it's obvious that Blacklist have something cooking. Like it's an alternate theory to affect the metagame. But look at this. Wait, this is dangerous.
Whoa,
What?
already? Whoa, MP the King. I'm so sorry, man. There goes the Bane.
No, that's one of the main weaknesses of a Bane, right?
Early game.
He put himself in a position where he could not get out. He's so immobile.
You don't got the Sharks yet.
Well, I'm not so sure how that rotation happened without perks.
Yeah.
Or even without. Yeah, no, I don't think OM could have done anything to save him. So yeah, MP's just high off of the action and the win from game 1, I guess.
Yeah, so he's got to kind of. He needs to calculate himself after that first blood already, because obviously that is going to play a part in the first objective, the first turtle when it does come up. He's going to be down a little bit. But one of the great things about Bane, the pick there, is that I would say relatively you farm up at a pretty good pace. Yeah. And then, of course, again, your ultimate is a crucial part of these objective takes. Now, the first turtle is a wash. It's going to be taken for TNC because of what just happened. But so TNC, very similar to what we saw in the previous game, they're going to get control of the early game. And Blacklist knows this. Like, again, if they kind of slow things down, hold on, Haji, going to visit up top with a diversion. This time around, they're going to be able to find Escalera flickers out defensively. So no pickup. But that's the change. I was going to say, Blacklist, they can slow things down like they did previously and then flip the switch. But with a Lu Yi,
I think they should do. Given what happened, first blood on their jungler, and the first turtle going over to TNC, they should slow the game down to the point wherein they're clearly in control and wherein these full-on diversions out of nowhere are lethal. Because you saw there in that approach, in that attempt up top, they were short on damage and range. If somebody flickers away and somebody dashes away, look at this lineup. Very few of them can actually close the gap.
Yeah.
Very few of them can actually deal the kind of damage that you want at that range.
Okay, hold on. Perks gonna get dragged and pulled. Flickers out himself. I'm actually surprised he was able to stay alive so far through that. KZ now, eyes here, penalty zone, gonna be able to find MP the King. He can't escape. Gets crashed down on Haji though. We'll get some payback as he picks up a kill, at least on the board.
That was a jungler for a jungler trade, and that will still put TNC up. And what matters here is the tempo, because as long as TNC can go faster and faster and faster, Blacklist can't reach the point of critical mass wherein, much like in game 1, they're all kitted out, and they can just brute force their way through a win.
So as someone who is an expert with the Bane,
I would say Bane connoisseur.
Bane connoisseur,
yes.
My map. Bane connoisseur. When you have this kind of a start, how do you make sure that you are still valuable to the team in this lineup?
Oh, you just accept the fact that you're going to be farming for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And right now, I think that's what MP the King is getting to. He's on his way to his War Axe, which now he built up. At about 4 minutes, maybe that's slightly behind. 2 kills in, 2 deaths in. I think with the way the map looks like right now, they can contest.
Here it is. Deadliest catch, quite deadly. Able to find a pickoff off of heads too. Starting up, Kazin now joining the fight. They want to battle for the objective. It's going to come in. Kazin sweeps on in, retries the turtle away. So they're not going to be able to get that, but Blacklist does find a kill amongst it all.
He is down a level, so So that does
Whoa.
allow for Kaizen to just burst in. Lord JM!
Lord JM in trouble. Blacklist trying to make a play up top against Kozin. They won't find it. So TNC still able to find a positive plus the objective.
Oh, look at this, a steal!
Oh,
Kaizen does get it! They're starving MP!
So this is the thing, you know, you play around the fact that, hey, you guys do have a diversion, but if it's not successful, there's a clear lack of bodies on the side of the map,
Yep.
especially with how many they send up top.
Yep, again, even if you do leave one out, it's still an inefficient way. Approach
Here
is
it
very
comes
low.
again. Diversion going to be used again. Flicker out to survive. Oheb's fine. Aji will pick up 2 kills. But MP the King will strike into Kaizen comes on in and finds an assassination. TNC losing 3 members. There's the flicker. There's the Numeral Blast. They get the stun off. Kaizen trying to get out of the jungle, trying to get out of the danger zone. In between the 2 turrets he goes. How far can Kaizen escape? Heads just around the corner. They go in, he bobs, he weaves, but he gets tossed up. A huge penalty zone, but it's all heads until Lancey gets there in time. Flickers forward, gets the pull off. We'll be able to find Perks as well before heads goes down.
That's an expensive escort mission that Heads put himself on to try and protect Kaizen. But it was close. I think Kaizen was maybe a dash or 2 away from actually getting away with it, scot-free, surviving. But now Escalera spots Oheb, which, by the way, this whole sequence started up here. It started with Oheb with a rope-a-dope, and now they're going to try to punish Escalera. And now that weakness rears its ugly head, their lack of range.
Yep.
Escalera did not need to flicker away, by the way. He just dashed out.
He just dashed out. And that's what you're talking about, the range here. Oheb taking some damage. Has to back off. Perks there now to help him out. How many times have we seen that choreography here up top? You know, the diversion used into the bush.
3rd time this game.
3rd time?
3rd time in 6 minutes.
Oh, man.
So, best believe as long as this turret stands, Blacklist has all the incentive to try it again and again and again. And let's see, one more ballista hit. And, okay, so they have room to do it. But because of that, a push by TNC in mid. That's a main artery. Wow, I think this is a green light for MP to actually, I was going to say ramp up the farm, but
He's doing pretty good.
yeah, all throughout that, he was able to stay in touch with Kaizen's gold lead. Though, check it out. Oh!
For the 4th time, Numeral Blast going to find the mark here. Still fighting it out, though. TNC going to lose Kozin. Oheb gets a kill. Kaizen on the backside. Looking for Haji off of it. Lancey's still fine. There's the burst damage. Can he pick up the kill? Haji's still alive for now. He won't go down somehow. Oheb does fall as well. Now Heads on the hunt for Lord JM here.
Haji
trying to tank it all with that body of Smith. But does he have enough damage? Escalera there using the conceal, and he pops off the rings here. Lord JM is still alive.
Not just Lord JM, but even Haji. Folks, this exactly is the reason why they call him the KDA machine. His numbers are always through the roof. 5-0 and 3. Joseph, 5-0 and 3 at 8 minutes.
Yeah, he's been a staple so far for the lineup Blacklist International. It's great to see him back in this position.
Total of 8, by the way.
That's a lot.
When you calculate for KDA, you just add your assists and your kills divided by your deaths, and spotless so far. The young Salik Imam Haji, the captain of Blacklist International. Looking at TNC, though, given how on a micro scale Blacklist are doing well to recover, TNC are still in control. All tier 1 turrets pushed in.
Yep.
TNC about 1,500 gold ahead for the first time in a while. MP the King able to taste his buffs. Because Kaizen has been crossing the river, man.
Yes.
Kaizen has been living in MP the King's jungle. And I'll tell you now, as a Bane, you always need to be hyper farming. Best case scenario, you're taking your opponent's jungle. Here, he's barely touching his own.
Oh.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
All right, Lord
All
JM's
right.
going to be fine.
Diversion.
used
Ooh. That's
to, good displacement here, of course.
that's a long lizard bush.
Long Lizard, little push up top. Of course, coming out from Kaizen, and now they're going to force the fight. Heads will flicker out. Zalman Force drop down 2. Lancey pulls 2. They get the
Blast!
round. They get the Numeral Blast down. There's the deadliest catch as well. They're trying to focus down Escalera. They'll finally get him, but Kozin fires back, gets a double. It's Lord JM on the run, and they have to back off. Now TNC with control of the Lord.
That's a bad trade. They bought high, sold low. 2 for 1. Now Haji sending him back right in the bush.
Oh, Kaizen will get the Lord, though, and now still for the fight. Kozin goes down. Oheb picks up a double. Him and Haji keeping them together. Head still on the run. Tanky enough.
MV2 strikes again. They turned something worse to bad. Again, it was still a bad trade. We don't take that away from TNC. But Blacklist able to take Kozin and Kazin out on the way through. Now they have to accept the fact that they have to defend against the Lord. Joseph, again, this is something that showed itself in the first minute, second minute. MP the King is going to have to sacrifice himself a lot of times.
Yeah.
He's a hero with a lot of burst damage, a lot of consistent CC, but he has to put himself in harm's way. Check out our stat on the Filipino sniper who's locked in on turrets. He's second in all-time turret damage with 3.26 million turret damage dealt in his career in MPL, which started in Season 7.
That's a whole lot of turret damage, you know, for Oheb. And at this point, too, I think he's going to be a pinnacle part for them to go ahead and get this defense. Escalator flickers in, gets his Divine Judgment off, but a whole lot of AoEs thrown at him, cutting him off from the push. Numinum Blast, Deadliest Catch, everything thrown.
Was that or was that not a Divine Judgment on the almost perfect target? Was that an Oheb? It wasn't, right? Because Oheb was like down to a third, and then he just dropped the Z-Force. Oh, wait, what is this? What is this shocking rotation?
All right, I guess they're just taking a visit, see what they can see.
Just checking. All right, so back to what could have been a devastating approach by TNC. They could have not just killed Oheb, they could have popped that turret, and they could have won maybe 2 or 3 kills. Even on a trade, that would have been amazing. But Blacklist defended very well. Kudos to Black.
That's what I mean. Like their front, like throw of utility and damage, like you mentioned, Deadliest Catch. Bane himself is like, you got a lot of damage, just throw it out. You know, throw the Deadliest Catch there, and that's something that always stops any lineup in their tracks with this lineup.
For sure, especially since TNC only really have one peeler, one front liner that can actually take it, it being heads.
Think if you're Escalarier, man. If you're a Kaja going into the face of that,
dude,
I'm close my eyes and hope.
A stray Crab Claw Cannon can kill a random, non-XP or roamer at half health. Like that happens, especially with the kit that MP is building. I think last time we checked in, he was on his way to a Brute Force breastplate.
Yep.
I wonder what he's at now. I'm guessing maybe a Bladed Spear or Malefic Roar. There's no need to Malefic Roar. Like, none of these heroes build armor.
Yeah, and Haji just recently, you can see he picked the Divine Glaive. Oheb now has the Holy Crystal. So in terms of damage, Blacklist is there. Like, they're online, they're ready to fight. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, the challenge here is for TNC to make those adjustments and pick those fights in the best way possible, which is, again, if Escalator, hold on, go away, already going to be used. Look at the damage coming out. Deadliest Catch into the Num Blast. Going to force Lancey back. He's trying to get away, trying to peel them off the team. He's going to collapse down. Oheb picks up a kill. Meanwhile, this whole time, Kazin with the Lord secures it in.
All right.
Diversion.
Whoa,
Gonna use.
They find him!
Fight Heads, toss them up into the Deadliest Catch again. They pick up a kill.
Heads is rolling, and they're not done.
Kozin
gets
on the
it!
run. Could not get away. And they turn the switch now on Lancey. I set on him. They'll get a double for Oheb. Now Blacklist looks to run it down mid.
That was Lancey after he revived. He got the Faramis stacks, came back in, ran his way back into the fight, and still fell. Now, the Lord just spawns from TNC right underneath their base, right underneath their turret. Escalera!
Escalera trying to buy time. Kazin does get back. Immortality into the Flicker. Trying to clear out the lanes, and Lancey's back up as well. Heads here too. TNC just barely saves himself from getting swept.
All right, all this while, Kazin stole away the purple from Black, and the pendulum swung. Blacklist now about 1,000 gold ahead at 13 and 45. They send themselves up top, try to clean up the waves, and we're close to deadlock. There's still a lot of turrets standing for TNC, but just leave Oheb, just leave MP the King, give him like 10 seconds each in a free lane. It should equalize.
It still amazes me how this happens to TNC in almost every series. You know, they have such good control early, mid, even this one, but then something happens here.
It's a snap.
Yeah.
Somewhere, somehow, because, again, Blacklist now have reached, or approaching critical mass on their damage. Now the diversion, all right, long bush up top. I checked in on MP the King, built Endless Battle, and Malefic Roar. My guess is he built the next best thing to Bladed Spear because prior to that whole sequence, right? Prior to the whole sequence, he was in his poverty era. He wasn't exactly doing the best job as a main.
Yeah.
Just recently did he get a KDA of 4.49.
And that's why the thing, like, you mentioned this really on point. All he has to do now, or even then, was throw out a deadliest catch.
Or
like,
even a random crab claw cannon. Just
random cannon.
Just boom.
And that's good enough because of that frontal threat that this lineup has here for Blacklist.
And much.
Oh!
What? Diversion play!
Diversion 2. Penalty zone going to collapse down. NetherRealm brought down. Oheb finally taken care of. Out of the picture here.
Heads!
Trying to run heads. Body of Smith not going to be enough to keep him alive. And now Escalera in trouble as well. Trying to flap back to base. But here's MP the King as he gets a double.
It's over.
Lancey left to his
It's
wins,
over, Joseph.
but he's get taken out. And Blacklist, with a decisive win, will take the series in a sweep.
Call it a blackout diversion. Blink and you miss it. Blacklist score their first win in Season 14, a sweep against TNC.
Time and time again, diversion after diversion used. The KDA machine, he knew. They knew where to collapse down.
Even if it was the wrong bush, they could have hit 1 or 2 bushes off and they still would have pushed Kaizen out of position and got a pick off. What a read by the veteran. What a read by Haji and the rest of Blacklist.
Got to feel good for them as well. First point now for them, and that is tough also on the flip side here. TNC still looking for that first match victory. And again, fundamentals are there, man. Early game, mid-game, it looks good, but something has to change for TNC in that late game focus of the game.
Very similar to game 1. TNC were in control up until they weren't. Once more, the Phoenix Army stands tall, but they have to take their bow as they go back to the drawing board and figure out how they can score their first dub in Season 14. All this while as an agent, as a code breaker.
Yeah.
This is monumental in Season 14. First point, though, the first point.
First point for them, so congratulations to them.
They'll be talking about Aquino on stage, talking about their first victory. Let's hear from Blacklist International.
All right, everybody, Blacklist! I have not heard that in a while. Congratulations to Blacklist International. Haji, finally, pagkatapos ng about 1 month, very challenging 1 month, nakuha nyo na ang inyong unang panalo. How is it like getting that, especially sweep ang nagawa nyo today?
Sakto lang po kasi parang nagkaroon po ng konting confidence. Pero wala po, di po siya big deal para sa akin. Kahit nanalo kami ngayon.
Bakit? What do you mean? Bakit hindi siya big deal? I mean, for a lot of people, they would rejoice kasi finally, meron ng first win. Ito na yung confidence booster dapat. What's going through your mind right now?
Wala po, nasa baba pa rin po kami.
For now. For now. Nasa baba kayo for now. But if you keep going at it the way you're doing now, may chance na talaga kayong umakyat ng umakyat. Now, being a leader para sa inyong koponan, paano mo motivate yung mga teammates mo to make sure na hindi sila madadown and they keep their hopes up every game?
Ano lang po, sinasabi ko lang po na na wag lang po kami mawala ng pag-asa, ganun. Siyempre, bago pa lang po kami as a team. So, expect po talaga na ganito po talagang na mangyari.
Sino ba dito yung confidence booster nyo? Sino dito yung talagang nagle-lift ng team na nagpapagaan ng pakiramdam para sa inyo?
Ako po minsan, tas si Coach Bon. Paiba-iba po yung Kung sino po yung pinapangit yung laro, yung po yung madadown talaga eh. Kung sino po yung magandang laro, yung po yung
I would imagine actually si MP kasi MP is very vocal. Tama ba?
Sakto lang po.
Actually, kung nga MP, alam mo ba na ikaw ang nangunguna ngayon ng jungler with most heroes picked? 9 before this series started. Sabi mo sa isang interview na gusto mong patunayan yung kakayahan mo here in the home soil. Masasabi mo ba na napakita mo yun sa larong ito or meron ka pa bang ibang gustong patunayan?
Hindi pa po kasi plano talaga namin kahit mahirap ngayon makapasok sa playoffs. Pag nakapasok siguro dun kahit paano papapatunayan ko kahit onte.
You know what? It ain't over till it's over. As long as you keep on going. Sabi nga sa basketball, bilog ang bola. Anything can happen, especially what you guys have shown today. And now, announce natin ang ating MVP. Can I hear some names? Unanimous ah. Sino ulit? Sino? Sino? Isa pa. Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP is Haji! Haji, first win, first sweep, first MVP. Nakasmile ka na finally. Anong masasabi mo?
Di ko po in-expect na mag-MVP ako, tapos mananalo kami, ganun. Parang, in-expect ko lang na magandang performance lang may pakita ako, ganun.
You know, with that kind of performance that you've shown today, expect mo talaga yung mga gantong type of result with you being MVP. What do you want to say to all the fans? Narinig mo ba lahat sila sinisigaw, Haji?
Maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Kahit na nasa baba kami, ganun. Andyan pa rin sila nakasuporta. Nakakataba lang ng puso kasi kahit nasa baba kami, dami pa rin nanonood.
You see what a difference your support does to your favorite teams? Now, ito ang ating #1 supporter for today, ang lucky fan na makakakuha ng 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations! Come on up! Hello! Hi, what's your name?
RA po.
RA! RA! Oh, congratulations sa Blacklist.
Congrats po.
Sino dito ang favorite mo?
Si Dilar po sana kaso di po siya naglaro. Si Oheb po.
Si Oheb! Oheb! Nasaan si Dilar? Dilar! Nasaan si Dilar? Oheb! Tabi ka. Ayan. Nandito si Oheb. Katabi mo. Ano ang gusto mong sabihin?
Hello po. Congrats po, nanalo kayo. Ang galing mo po kanina.
Sabi niya hello. Anong sasabihin mo?
Hello din.
Is it him you're looking for? Can you see it in his eyes? Okay, anong gusto mo sabihin kay Oheb?
Congrats po kasi nanalo ko ngayon. Laban lang po sa next game.
Okay, Oheb. Baby brother, anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Thank you. Pagbubutihin pa namin.
Okay, appear naman kayo dyan. Appear. Ayan. Alright. Congratulations. Bigyan ng diamonds. Now, you get to do this with the team, alright? Tabi ka kay Oheb. Tabi ka sa idol mo. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations, Blacklist International. They finally achieved the first win of the season. And with that stunning sweep, we're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Paso.
Haji's my GOAT. He's my GOAT for this one. They tugged him, roam, mid, and he brought out a godlike low-E performance. That's it. I'm going home. I've seen enough today. What a performance. Bring it to take over the analysis.
For me, that game honestly was the happiest Luyi game I've ever seen in my entire MLBB career. It's aside from the fact that it was the game which gave Blacklist International their first series win throughout the season. It was a Luyi game which was completely unanticipated from my end, at least.
Yeah.
That I was already suggesting the Aurora, I was suggesting the Vixana, earlier the Zas, but then to think that they would pair up the Luyi with this composition.
Yeah.
And mind you, MP in the first few minutes was clearly punished by TNC. He was denied of that seamless jungling pattern he wanted to do, but
Yeah.
Blacklist International eventually, they were able to just bounce back.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. We said names, we said Lilia, Aurora, all of that, as you mentioned. But then Blacklist thought, hey, we could go bigger. We don't need to focus on the fights,
Yes.
although they would win it from the fights. But they did ish like this, man. What kind of madman calls that after you're opposing team gets the Lord, you call for a diversion, 5-man into the Pixel Shrub, and Blacklist knew that there was a high chance there was at least one member of TNC there, because Perks used the dash to get the basic attack.
This one.
Bonk heads, and then they do it again later a couple more times with diversions into the backline, breaking the formation of TNC with just good reads from Blacklist. If it was Haji always calling that, hey, we're gonna diversion here, Haji deserves his flowers. What a low-yi game, damn!
Yeah, there were some diversion plays that would seem unreasonable to pursue. But
Yeah.
then Blacklist International, they were just very decisive in doing so, and they knew that they wanted to go for it. Even Kaizen, I feel at that moment, he was just so sure that they wouldn't continue that diversion play anyway.
And this is coming from an early game that was, again, won relatively by TNC.
Yeah.
They were doing well with the lineup that they had. It was a bit tougher this time for a Melissa, yes, but Kaizen was God mode right now in this game. With the decisions he was making with when to split, when to enter, it was MP the King-esque in game number 1, what Kaizen did here in game number 2. Great timings from Lancy and Escalera as well. But Blacklist International, they waited, they bided their time, and they played around the diversion of Haji at the right time.
Yep, and I feel like for this game, there were much more answers to the sustain presented by TNC Pro Team as compared to earlier. They either just used the sharks to clear out the Nether Realm, or they either decide to just like burst them down all at once with the Zaman Force or whichever skills that are available. And MP the King, even despite all that he's been through in the early game, still garnered the highest GPM in that game.
Yeah, this felt like a translation of Jawhead Bane. Excuse me, Johnson Bane. But instead of getting into a car, you get into a portal. For people thinking like, oh my goodness, why is this guy so overacting? Why is he so excited? He's so biased against Blacklist. Y'all, I predicted TNC would win this.
Yeah, I predicted that.
I'm just hyped up about what Haji did in this game as that low-yi. He deserves people like going crazy over that low-yi performance.
And I think we're just both happy that they finally decided to pick up the Lolita, because we've seen like the effects of it. How beautiful the Lolita actually pairs up with the rest of the lineup here of Blacklist International, and even counters or potentially anticipates like whichever answers TNC Pro Team might eventually throw at them later on. I mean, to think that whenever Escalera goes in for a Divine Judgment play, yes, he captures one player, but what's next? They have to face the Numenon Blast, which slows everyone and nearly creates enough space and buys enough time for Blacklist International to go for it. Like, they can't just go for the fights because they know that they clearly have the advantage already. So there were just perfect timings coming in here for Perks. What a debut series also, I would say, for MPL Season 14.
Yeah.
Very promising lineup.
Indeed. In game number 1, I could confidently say TNC on paper outdrafted Blacklist International. This time in game number 2, clearly Blacklist International outdrafted TNC Pro Team, which is again what makes the early game very impressive for TNC. That they were even able to say that, hey, we controlled and that we take a lead. But for Blacklist International, then suddenly it's like, all right, no, we'll remind you what this lineup can do against a lineup centered around the Faramis. Even if you have that Nether Realm with you, it'll feel like the Shadow Realm for you, because where the hell are you going to go after with the Numenon Blast, Sharks chasing after you, rotation, dispersion from the low-yi?
Yeah, there was no way out.
I need to calm down.
I mean, even if there was, okay, while he's trying to calm down a bit, even if there was a way to get out, there's a diversion play that might just surprise you towards the end of whichever path you're trying to take to get away from Blacklist International here. And now, I must say that was also a very well-deserved MVP for Haji. He was screaming it when we entered or went back to the Infinix game Tambayan. Haji is his GOAT. He's the MVP of the series. I feel like Haji could stick with this, or they could, Blacklist International as a whole, they could really stick with this lineup. We're seeing the identity slowly coming to life, or they're just slowly building up on this, and I'm just looking forward to see what else they have in store for us. But for TNC Pro Team, they need to get through a much more difficult path after they lost this series as well.
At this point, it'll be hard to give even recommendations like for what TNC could do. Because it seems like in the moments where they do something really correct,
Yep.
they do something right, their opponent just does something better. It's always just that. It does something better, or their opponent does something unexpected that's just so good in that context. And the reaction you're giving me right now is like, oh yeah, that's so true.
That's so true.
It's sad, but it's true.
I was also caught by surprise by the Louis pick. But then it worked so well for Blacklist International here. And it was in that game where I felt that Haji was also somewhat leading the team in terms of like the diversion plays, like which fights are we going to go after?
Like, Alex, I think it's safe to assume that you can say that it was Haji who was calling the shots there. Because it would have been really funny if it was Oheb going, hey, Captain, can you divergent here? No, I'm sure it was Haji.
Who knows? Who knows? But here we have an MPL fan comment. He says that
We love you.
Wow, you're directly translating it.
Yeah, I
So
think we should. Yeah, we love you, Haji. I'll help you out there, Alex. We love you, Haji. Just come back and come back.
Yeah.
And for Donabel Villegas said,
we're still here for our KDA machine.
yes, thank you.
We helped each other out.
Yeah, my brain completely blanked there.
So that's like the agents showing their all-out support for Blacklist International, and
You forgot to do the emoji.
What's the emoji?
So do the translation and then do the emoji. It's like the...
It's
the
one with
pouty
stars
face.
on
It's the
it?
pouty
It's
face.
about- okay, so we're still here for our KDA machine. Is that it? Is that
There you
it?
go. You're welcome, Clippers.
I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it clearly, so I hope I'm right.
Did that right.
I hope it was the pouty face that they did, but
You're welcome. I did that for y'all.
the agents are so happy right now. That's one
Your
thing I'm
fans
sure
are
of.
happy too right now.
They were screaming. They brought what?
Sorry.
That I didn't get it. Okay. But then they were they the team with the drums?
Oh no, that was the Phoenix Army. That was
the
TNC.
Phoenix Army. But we're hearing a lot of drums today. We're hearing more and more support, and we're seeing 2 more series later on. But for now, don't forget to catch the biggest Clash of Legends every Monday with We Are Legends. Also get a chance to win 10,000 in-game diamonds just by liking and supporting the show. More details on WeTrend's official Facebook page. You can see a lot of MDL and other amateur Philippine teams battle it out here, so don't forget to check it out. Since, who knows, we still have the transfer window. So
Oh yeah.
maybe, just maybe, recently we've just seen some new players come in the MPL as well.
Yeah, the global transfer system is still available, but I'm already excited, looking forward to what's coming up next. I wonder what is up.
I think they saw some players.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's gonna be hot. Oh,
Yes.
KarlTzy, Demonkite.
Yes, I think
Let's
they
go.
saw some of the players pass behind us earlier, and I can't wait as well. But for now, let's relax for a bit. We're going into a short break, and once we get back, we're heading into TLPH versus Aurora MLBB.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni heal that full load, SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Wala pang Melissa, Kel. Go lang, wala pang Melissa. Nice one, boy. Nice one, boy. Nice, pre. Nice! Toro. Toro. Lansi muna. Nice!
There we go. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 14. It's day 2, and we got our second best of 3 coming your way. You just witnessed Blacklist International's winning moments and the corresponding calls on communications. Congratulations, by the way. This is Joseph Naisur-Rezabek. I'm Leo at your service. Real quick, let's double back on what happened there. Congratulations to the agents.
I got you.
Thank you.
There you go. You know what? And that's what I think. They were a helping hand to each other throughout the series. They finally got their winning moment. And I would say, listening to the comms there, it feels very calm. Aside from when they're like, lock on the base. But very calm, I'd say.
Even stragglers left, you know. Escalator first, grab that. Watch out, the militia's not here. Oh, somebody's responding.
Yeah.
So every little detail matters when you're a pro player. So, folks, if you're playing ranked games and you feel like you're speaking a little too much or you're outspoken, that's normal.
Just let them, let your captains do it again. But I will say, you know, real quick, last thing about that matchup, maybe this is the code that they were looking for, the iteration of Blacklist to make things work.
Yeah, it took a while. And again, not just in general in time, but even in game. Like there's always a tough 5 or 6 minutes for Blacklist and then they bounce back. So we got another couple of best of threes coming your way. But I got a question for y'all. You're feeling bored with the usual ranked game matches? Spice things up with Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 6.
It's time to step up your game and face off against the best. Sign-ups are open right now for all the qualifiers. Just head on over to esl.gg/SPS MLBB.
We got a season already down this year. Another one just around the corner. We'd love to see some brand new grassroots team come up through SPS. Snap back right into MPL Philippines, Season 14. Fnatic Onic Philippines still on top of the food chain with Falcons, AP Brand following up. And, of course, one of the teams in action up next, Aurora MLBB, facing off against Team Liquid PH smack dab in the middle.
You know, it's crazy when you look at this, like the match point, the system here, of course. Like that 1 point that Blacklist got in the previous series, it makes things so much more, like, close, I guess, for them and
even
you know
the
fans.
RSG, right?
Yeah, against like RSG and even Team Liquid, Smart Omega, like you mentioned, they're here at the middle of the pack. You know, things can change here based off this, but I would still say, even from the coaches that were on the English panel last week and the week before, they say as well, this is the most competitive season that we've had so far.
And it's because of that 1 point that makes a difference.
Yeah.
No matter how long a series goes, 2-0, 2-1, every point matters. Let's throw it over to our Infinix Game Tambayan with Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz to break down this next best of 3.
This next best of 3 sounds like a really close series that's about to happen between TLPH and Aurora MLBB. And one thing we're definitely looking out for would be the showdown that's about to happen between two prominent assassin junglers once again, Demonkite and KarlTzy.
Oh man, for the longest time, every time these two faced off against each other, we're thinking, oh, Sanford versus Edward.
Yeah.
But then now, since the assassins are back, we're gonna bring back the little bit of beef that KarlTzy and Demonkite has. I'm excited.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned beef and probably putting in a little bit of history between these two players as well, since we all probably know by now that there's been an ongoing rivalry perhaps way back Season 10, starting when, you know, there were some comments flying around regarding these two junglers and how KarlTzy for Demonkite isn't really the best jungler in the league, according to him.
Yeah, let's throw it back a little bit as we flash the numbers on your screen right now. That's the match win rate and game win rate, which of course against these two, this is their historical matchup, not just for the season, but how many times they faced each other throughout the years. It all began in Season 10 when Demonkite said, hey, why is everyone looking at KarlTzy? I'm strong too. And then that continued up until KarlTzy got to the point where he said, I don't know what the junglers of RSG Philippines have against me, because at that time, Demonkite and Erad were in RSG Philippines. The beef of Demonkite and KarlTzy continued into Erad and KarlTzy until eventually Demonkite came back, and the beef thus continued. But then it's all good and fun, because now we're going to see another episode of that, but this time with both of them rocking assassins.
Well, we're seeing these two junglers battle KarlTzy separately now, but then looking at the numbers and statistics, probably we could say, or it's safe to say, that even previously, majority really favor KarlTzy as compared to Demonkite.
Yeah, this season, Turtle kills and the Lord kills go for KarlTzy. Eighth is Demonkite. There's the average Turtle kills, while KarlTzy's at third. We all know that in that role, it's actually King Kong and King Kong and KarlTzy lording everyone in that stat.
Yep.
And at least in the top 5 or at least top 4, Demonkite is there for the average lord takes. But I think that shows the difference of these two in terms of when they control the game most of the time.
Yep.
For TLPH, by Turtles are already hotly contesting that or getting and controlling that, while Demonkite and Aurora have a tough time securing the Turtles for them.
Yep. Ironically though, it seems like Aurora MLBB is the team who likes to work together a lot more as compared to basing on the stats showed to us previously, where KarlTzy tends to make the plays or some plays by himself and basing off basing it off the kill participation numbers we've seen earlier. So we are seeing a well-adjusted KarlTzy versus a well-rested Demonkite in a while. But for now, since we've mentioned a lot about both of these teams, show your support, MPL fans. Who do you think will be winning this match as well? Is it going to be Team Liquid Philippines, or is it going to be Aurora MLBB? So it's your time. You can now vote via the online poll.
You know, Brigida, there's an important thing that I wasn't able to mention about the history of their beef. When it was Irad taking over the reins from Demonkite in RSG Philippines, it was Irad, again, talking a bit of spicy things towards KarlTzy. And KarlTzy warned him and said, the last time a jungler said that to me, he took a rest. That was the season where Demonkite sat out, took a break, and Irad took over. That's why it's hot. It's hot between these two, and that's why that's our headline.
Yes, it is, it is. I mean, the venue is not that hot. I must say it's feeling quite cold, especially yesterday, but I don't know, today we're seeing a lot more audience with us. So I'd say the heat is slowly starting to kick in, but then what's definitely going to start the heat is once these two teams start the battles that are about to happen in a bit. Later on, I'm very interested to see really how is Aurora MLBB going to manage the early game. We've mentioned Team Liquid Philippines. That's going to be one of the things they really have to take into consideration. Later on, we'll be taking a look at the statistics between these two teams. But for now, I'm also wondering, since Aurora MLBB previously, we've seen them, I'd say, give a game away to TNC, and probably there were a little bit of adjustments needed from their end. How well prepared are they coming into the season? And the same goes for Team Liquid. We've seen them struggle a bit, especially against familiar opponents in the previous week.
Yeah, well, we're looking at who's going to be getting the objectives. Well, let's look at which of the members will be making their entrance.
Who will be playing for today's matches. Let's finally get to know the teams and head into our team intros.
Our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbur. Cavalry has arrived at the halfway point. Not even a storm can stop Maglumpeni and his squad. Here's Team Liquid Philippines. Currently sitting at third in the standings. It's been a wild and bright ride so far for the new team in town. It's Aurora! Coaches for Team Liquid Philippines, Coach Tic Tac. And for Aurora, Coach Master the Basics.
It's time for the face-off. KarlTzy, Demonkite. Step forward. Come closer together. Demonkite, ano ang palag mo kay KarlTzy?
Malupit ang bagong gupit.
KarlTzy, ano ang palag mo kay Demonkite?
Mas malupit daw yung bagong gupit. Sana.
Ikaw na. Palag kong palag, fist bump. A rivalry revived. Which jungler will reign supreme over the other? It's time to find out. Bakbaka na. panel. Pasok!
Well, that's a cute rivalry. They gave each other the I don't know, good haircuts.
Yeah.
They commended each other's haircuts.
No, Demonkite commended his own haircut.
Yes.
KarlTzy agreed and said his haircut was good.
Yeah.
That's a good play by Demonkite. You don't want to face off against an angry KarlTzy.
Oh no.
That's been the community knows that. Don't get Karl angry.
No, we've seen KarlTzy and just how focused and driven he could be once you like throw some let's say comments at him, and then how just persevering he could become to prove you wrong. And now Aurora MLBB with their fresh haircuts as well, I'd say are coming into this series with a very consistent performance perhaps, but then sometimes we tend to see like the struggles coming in from this team, and in the head-to-head highlighting the early game perhaps that may happen between these two teams, focusing on the turtle contestation rate among the two. I think this is something they really have to look out for, especially coming into this game.
So when it comes to the objectives, we would often think about the Lord and the Turtles, but Aurora handles the map very well. That's something that Team Liquid Philippines needs to take care of because of the tendency of San to be the main frontliners for a team fight. Yes, we know JP will often go deep and start the pickoff, but usually it's followed up by an entry of Sanford and Sanji. So as we look at the Infinix keys to victory, that's why for Team Liquid Philippines, they need to prioritize objectives over the aggression. They need to take care of the map. While for Aurora, they need to exploit the fact that Team Liquid Philippines has had some shaky early games and they've had to crawl back into the mid to the late game multiple times this season. While for the cores, for Karl, for Demonkite, and for Benny Cutie and Doming, make sure they get to secure their comfort picks.
I really like how our keys to victory probably highlighted one of the probably biggest inconsistencies we've been seeing from a lot of teams heading into this season, or for the past few weeks at least. It's their ability to sustain or to consistently convert each and every probably little skirmish we see in the early stages of the game, or commit to the trades so that the gaps or the leads don't grow that big, because we've been seeing a lot of times where in the teams who tend to rotate faster to get to be more decisive when they get into the game would really be leaving the team who tends to react slowly behind by a huge gap. So we need to see a faster response, I'd say, for both of these teams, whoever gets to get a hold of the better early game. And game side selection update, once again, Team Liquid Philippines, they will be deciding to go for the blue side.
All right, so they're going to be setting the tempo with the draft. And my question is it going to be a pretty typical Team Liquid Philippines blitz draft where they're just going to be picking things really quickly? They are up against a very familiar foe in Coach Master of the Basics and Coach Dexstar in terms of drafting patterns. And speaking of drafting patterns, for the blue side, usually there was a good amount of time where it was Sanji's pick prioritized as the first pick for Team Liquid Philippines. But beyond that, of course, it's also going to be important to maybe even rush the Edith, take it away from the hands of Edward, and then just pick the pick for JP and KarlTzy, as typically as they do on the blue side in the second and third pick.
I think it's important to get hold of those picks which could be still flexed in the latter portions of the draft. But one thing I'm also watching or looking out for in terms of these two teams is how similar both of our roamers tend to be in terms of their hero picks. They really want to go for the front type of sustain hero and probably setter tank type of composition, which I think is reflected in how both of these teams are relatively low in terms of the average heal for both of these teams. So we'll see, because right now I think the high loss is still open as well for Team Liquid Philippines, just in case they want to prioritize that.
So it was a time that when Zask was still really prioritized, that TLPH should be rushing that. With that gone, with Roger, Ling, Fanny taken away as well, will the Jushin be brought up? Lo Yi is still an option for TLPH alongside the Valentina.
They banned it.
Now, in terms of the first picks, they have They're not going to rush the assassins.
The Hylos,
The
the
Hylos
Edith.
is going to be open. Edith would be a great first pick. I foresee maybe a Jawhead coming up as one of the first 3 picks for either side. Or maybe even a Phoveus coming in early alongside a Terizla.
I think JP's Jawhead has been very successful in the recent
There's Edith.
times wherein he decided to pick it up. So now they secure the Edith. Will Aurora MLBB secure the Hylos or probably something else? A different Edward hero. We know that they still tend to show the R-lot sometimes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say immediately pick up the Terizla. Still, we're looking at a lot of other options. Oh yeah, the Harith.
Yes.
It's still open, so they get the Hylos and the Harith.
Okay, so they're going to layer the slows of the Zaman Force and the Glorious Pathway. TLPH, I would appreciate a Jawhead or maybe even surprisingly Tigreal early while they do lock in the KarlTzy jungle. Again, the tendency shows this will also be a JP pickup unless they want to secure their mid or gold laner now. Seeing that Domeng already has a Harith, they might want to pick the Benny QT's pick just a little bit earlier so that they don't have to play for the bans around that. However, it's only been 2 times where Benny QT's pick was picked in the blue side first phase for Team Liquid Philippines.
What would be the options here? The Moskov is still
Moskov,
available. The I feel like it's too early for a different marksman to show up.
Yeah, and we have to remember that Lunox is an option for TLPH in the gold lane.
Wait, what that? Oh,
Yeah,
so
they
it's a
do-
Vexana.
Yeah. So they change their priorities a little bit. So with the onwards and forwards playstyle of the Hylos and the Harith together, the Vexana would be a good stopper to that. So they're just covering their bases, and now will be the choice of Aurora. Will they pick up the Hayabusa for Demonkite, or will they pick an assassin
Yeah,
later?
because for TLPH, they've already secured the comfort jungler here for their jungler, KarlTzy, which was one of the things we've mentioned in our keys to victory earlier. But they secure a counter instead to this lineup so far for Team Liquid Philippines. So they're saving Demonkite's hero for later.
Yeah.
It isn't revealed to us just yet, but then that might just be, or some of the options might just be banned out now by TLPH.
We might see a Jawhead ban for Aurora in the second phase.
Oh, they banned the Lunox.
Yeah, so they do cover their base until they ban the Lunox. The pick that we brought up earlier. JP has 2 games on the Edith. I believe he is, 2 out of 3 on that hero. Other than the Jawhead and Edith, he's also had history on the Tigreal and Hylos. As expected, a ban on the Hayabusa for Aurora. Now, one thing that Aurora has that we haven't seen banned out yet is the Julian.
Oh, yeah.
Which is still available here, which would mean that the cores of Aurora are going to be rushing for magic damage. But in terms of the physical assassins...
Fanny's?
No,
not
yeah,
really.
Fanny's not. I'm thinking if Lancelot might be brought in here for Aurora, considering that they're up against the Vexana. With the members of TLPH being forward-minded, that might mean the Vexana will be left open in the back line. But knowing Aurora and their tendency... I did not expect that. Knowing Aurora and tendencies, it might be a Julian pick.
All right. And
Good
they take
ban.
out, the carry of Benny Cutie. How could we forget? And so far, that...
Undefeated, actually,
Yeah,
for
it's
Benny.
undefeated. And it directly answers a lot of problems here for Aurora MLBB. They have really tanky frontliners right now.
We might actually see a Bruno or a Beatrix.
Oh.
If they want to go magic damage for Benny, he hasn't played Nathan yet.
Yep.
If they want to open up the map, Claude's might take some time.
It will. What else? It's been a while since we've last seen other marksmen such as the...
His Clint lost earlier this season. It was against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. He struggled. And the Clint might not be good against the Tig, Harith, and Hylos. So they're saving their jungle pick for later. Because if TLPH aren't careful, with the 2 sources of magic damage already, they might go through and pick Alpha as their jungle later.
Well, I wouldn't want to think that this could be another Lolita combo. So, well, the Lolita, yes, is open though, but I feel like they secure... Oh, the Minotaur and the Claude, so they will risk it. They might just take some time now, but overall does seem like a safer composition to go by
Yeah.
if they want to cover like the early to late portions of the game with that. So for Aurora, MLBB, and their potential last pick, they're looking for a jungler for Demonkite. And we mentioned the Julian, it's still open to this
Or
point.
Alpha.
Or the Alpha.
I'd want to see them go for true damage. We already have 2 sources of magic.
It's a Bane!
Oh, it's a Bane! Oh.
It's the second Bane game of the day.
Oh, it is a great pickup too.
I could see Leo jumping right
Yeah.
now again.
Another Bane game, but
Oh yeah, he's happy.
this might actually go really badly for TLPH, considering the nature of their heroes. If they outplay this Bane and they take control of it in the early, that means Team Liquid Philippines just really ran away with it. Maybe a really
Yeah.
great game with from San paired up with KarlTzy, because they need to bridge it into the mid to the late game for Benny Cutie, which is a tough task right now.
You were considering Lancelot since they were very forward in terms of the idea, but what better way to answer this composition from Team Liquid if not by picking up the Bane, who could directly stop you in your tracks once you go for an attempt. But we'll see, we'll see. This is game number 1 between Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora MLBB. It's time to see the action. Let's throw it over to our casters.
Welcome back to the Land of Dawn. It's game 1 in a best of 3. Team Liquid Philippines
to
versus
Mobile
Aurora
Legends.
MLBB. Joseph, tell me I'm not dreaming.
You're not. You're not dreaming.
This is second Bane today.
Back to back. Well, different series, but
It won with Blacklist, so now in a stroke of genius, I'd like to think, again, this got the blessing of Master the Basics and Dexstar.
yeah. And I think part of this too, like in the hands of Demonkite, is going to be very interesting in the matchup like we saw in the head-to-head, of course, between these two amazing junglers, KarlTzy and Demonkite. Now, the fact that he picks up the Bane this time too, and it's paired up with a Hylos and Renegade on this Tigreal,
right?
Are going to be quite devastating for TLPH.
Especially since TLPH really only have one way in. Count it 2 if Benny Cutie wants to get in there. But so far, Aurora saw the draft open enough to pick up a Bane. Now some action in mid. Renegade going up against JP's Minotaur. If I'm not mistaken, while the draft was going on, showed a stat, 100% win rate on the Minotaur.
100% win rate.
How true is that? We can double check.
I was going to say, we'll have to double check that, but I would say at least for the most part for Minotaur, like regardless, fits really well in the current meta, does quite a bit, of course, in sustainability and then setup potential.
Uh-oh.
Look at this focus here. Sanford. 40! All right, he flickers. He's got the flicker. He's all
fine.
right.
He's fine. And this is not to berate TLPH's draft, because again, this is very Season 14. This draft covers so many bases. You got solid physical damage, you got solid CC, you got solid magic damage. And I understand where Renmar was coming from, trying to pick up the Alpha, because they do need indeed true damage for Aurora, but the Bane just really takes it over the top. Now the turtle started down to 10th of its health.
All right, look at this. KarlTzy can't even move. Now he's going to be in trouble. Does dash away, but Edward won't follow up. They'll go for Sanford instead, knowing the flicker was gone. And that's an objective also in the hands of RORA here. So a lot of value already. Renegade not even level 4 just yet. But you can see how troublesome this Tigreal can be, depending on how they go about the rest of the game.
Early invasion protocol, and they're doing it in such an honest way, especially after just dominating that turtle. And off camera, look at this. DK just continuing to farm up. They didn't even have the person with the retribution as they tried to threaten the purple.
Yeah, it's and that's the thing, you know, Demonkite can continue. You said this in the previous game even, like in the other match that we saw with Blacklist International. Like if you're going to pick up the Bane, you just hyper farm as much as you want, and you try to keep that pace going. And then later on, you know, you're just throwing out tons of damage with the Crab Cannon and the Deadliest Catch. And like we saw in that last fight too, part of it is just, again, the Glorious Pathway is so much to deal with. If it cuts off an exit route, you have the Revitalize too to kind of make you tankier here. And I would say that's what gives the Hylos a little bit of that advantage early game in comparison to having the Minotaur there, where of course, like, Minotaur, he wants to get that Flask of the Oasis.
Yep, again, that's just a great combo that was recently unlocked given the rise of Hylos.
Yep.
The Deadly Catch and Glorious Pathway. It's two-piece.
Oh, look at it. As you say it.
Aggression and, oh wait, what is this? Oh,
Sanford pops the front
Oh, he's
wrap
fighting
again.
back.
Gonna go 2 versus 1. Sanford looks like he's gonna be fine, but you can feel the pressure as you were talking about.
No, he really is. He really is. The fact that this was Sanford underneath a tier 1 with a Holy Shield means that's 15% damage reduction. That
Yeah.
should keep him top. Now, Benny Cutie versus Doming, though.
I think he should be. Yeah, he's utilizing that BMI, but yeah, as you were saying.
They were on the long lane, so that's fine. A lot of bot time from Aurora's side and TLPH as well. And look at this. It looks like we're still looking to contest. This is still a 50-50.
Oh.
Now the implosion!
REBROADCAST gonna use the implosion. Eternal Guard to drop down and try to fight back. Sanford's finally gonna jump back in. Glorious
40!
Pathway drop down to fight to cut them off. Sanford taken out and UA grabs JP as well. 2 down for TLPH. RORA now working on the turtle. KarlTzy wants to do something about it. Gets a couple shots, and there's Benny Cutie on the backside as well. Fires off, and it's Demonkite that gets the turtle. When they get punished, but REBROADCAST will finally go down to put TLPH on the board.
Bold movements by the Storm. Benny Cutie at 4 minutes, 4.5. You usually wouldn't want to go that deep on a blazing duet. He barely has a core item, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But what this does do for Aurora is open up the map. Joseph, look at this. Doming just had free reign over that Holy Shield down bottom on gold lane, and he's going to be fine. He's going to be safe. What does that make for him? 3,500. He's almost 1,000 gold ahead from Benny.
That's a ton of gold.
Oh,
KarlTzy's got the burst. Not enough to pick up a kill. Domeng too.
Wow.
He's going to go ahead and show that, hey, you know what? I'm all right. And he's going to get back to base, but he already got a ton of gold off of it.
The next standard says, next, what else you got up for me? With, of course, REBROADCAST to the rescue. But this does put Aurora 2,000 gold ahead, not even 6 minutes in. There's one more turtle. And so far, Demonkite 10, KarlTzy at 8. What? Not just gold, Joseph, not just gold, even
XP.
Even XP. That's what this hyper-farming Bane has got for Aurora.
And it just feels like you can't really slow Bane down unless you're committing so much to take him out of the picture.
To get in his face.
Exactly. And, you know, that's why, look at this pressure. This is what Aurora has done constantly, is putting pressure on all parts of the map. If it's not here, then look at the push happening right now with Domeng.
Not just Domeng, look up top as well. Look, that's a free wave that Edward is helping Demonkite get to, and that's definitely a push top and bottom.
There's Edward just kind of spotting out here. Look how deep RORA is in the jungle. Sanji gonna be in trouble here. Does pop the Eternal Guard. Had to use the Purify as well. Holds on, but it just looks like RORA wants the next tier 1.
They don't even have to go for that. They don't have to force anything. Turtle spawning lower corner. And, oh, implosion!
REBROADCAST again gonna be able to find a couple marks here. Minoan's Fury comes down. UA gets punished, and Benny Cutie will jump in again. Edward falls next, 2 down.
Teasing.
But KarlTzy will get taken out. And now Sanford trying to fight him off, but it's Demonkite that gets the 3rd turtle of the game. Domeng, does he want more? Jumps in forward, takes a couple shots. Sanji gets the call. They want to fight it out, but they're disengaged with the deadliest catch.
Amazing work so far from Aurora, taking what they can even from these small windows of opportunity. Looking at the item builds, again, Aurora keeping themselves about 1,500, 2,000 gold ahead. We see Demonkite about 500 gold up from KarlTzy, who just recently picked up his, oh, wow, look at the bank on these two. Hunter Strike and Heptases on Karl, while Demonkite's building, there it is, the War Axe and the Endless Battle. Real quick, let me translate the MPL fan comment. Here we go, Aurora finally making work in the early game. It's no longer passive gameplay, there's a chance.
There's a chance. And I would say, you know, for a long time, people have been waiting to see what can happen with this lineup for Aurora, what can they bring to the table. And this, against a team like TLPH, is off to some great showing here already. As they still hold on to a healthy lead, but you saw it, man. And I think this is always the thing about TLPH, the veterancy, the experience there. Even in those team fights where they might lose initially, they know the calculations on being able to fight back if they have to.
Yeah, and the secret to that is they know the limits of each of their heroes, the limits of what the map can do for you, which bushes allow for which maneuvers, and at what point in the game they're capable of doing that. Now, in the mid-game, I'd say TLPH still definitely need to get Benny Cutie up and ready. And luckily, Sanji knows how to protect himself very well. Sanji's using the Eternal Guard defensively, offensively, the CC you get from his skill too. And I think Aurora, now more than ever, have slowed down.
Yeah, they went out swinging in the early portion of the game. They got all the objectives they wanted to. And now they're like, all right, let's go ahead, settle in, I feel like, with the lead that we have, and make sure that we don't throw it into this First Lord. Because always, when you look at teams like TLPH, that is where they shine. They might actually give up those turtles if they have to. But then once this Lord comes up, maybe even the second Lord, they're ready to fight. And you can already see it happening here. Conceal, are we going to be used? There's REBROADCAST again, jumping in, Implosion used, locking down here. KarlTzy trying to get some sight here. REBROADCAST's the one to fall, and now JP as well. Lord's still up. KarlTzy's going to focus down on Edward a little bit longer. They force him back. They're so low as Edward falls. And now Sanford, just in time, gets back in form. He doesn't fall, and the fight for the Lord breaks out. Domek tries to help, but KarlTzy will get the Lord.
Demonkite was spaced out. The zoning from TLPH throwing bodies, skills, and everything at Aurora to steal away that Lord. Joseph, this is what you were talking about.
That's what I was saying, man.
Whenever the First Lord spawns, whenever TLPH are down but not out, there's always a chance. And suddenly, in a turn of events, which, by the way, was almost perfect. Implosion, Glorious Pathway, full-on combo, trying to burst the Lord down. TLPH exactly knew that Aurora would throw those skills away and spread out to be able to zone out Demonkite, to be able to deny doming the free Zaman Force dance of just
just like that.
Next thing you know, Zaman Force is timed out and TLPH took the Lord.
Just like choreography every single time we see it happen. And with that shift, once again here, Lord is going to go down, and now they're going to fight around the purple buff. But Edward dropping down the Glorious Pathway is going to force them out from it.
Stroke of genius, Team Liquid PH. The cavalry knows that they don't know where the hitman is. So he could be in any bush. Almost perfect because REBROADCAST pulled the trigger on the conceal. If he saw 2 or 3 members of TLPH, it would have been over. That would have been a go signal for Aurora to come in, throw everything at TLPH. But I think TLPH are still waiting for a flicker on 40. And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Benny's Purify.
Yeah.
So that could have been it. Wow, TLPH just, this is what you get. World Championship quality, discipline, and map awareness.
I think even with that, oh, hold on. KarlTzy also waiting patiently. He knows he's going to get pressure on the purple buff, and that's exactly what Aurora does. Couple of shots here. Edward, half health. REBROADCAST, though, front of it all. There's the flicker in from JP. They want to fight. Eternal Guard drop down too. Glorious Pathway to cut in as JP falls, and they break it out. Finally, REBROADCAST is going to go down, and Sanford jumps in. He pops off the Primal Wrath before he gets taken out, and there's a drop on Edward. The 2 for 3. KarlTzy, though, wasn't able to pick up the kill.
They get a 3 for 3. DK gets one over the young goat as they continue to push. Throw in the deadly catch at the tier 1. One of the handful of skills that actually affect turrets in this game. Once more, the instant replay brought to us by Infinix. So they start off with a trampoline play, right? Chain CC into the AoE, and then of course they take down REBROADCAST and then Domeng, which honestly I thought was going to be the end of it for Aurora.
Yeah.
But look, I think the fact that KarlTzy wanted more than what they got led to Aurora punishing back.
Yeah, I almost think like, you know, KarlTzy probably thought maybe he would secure that kill.
Yeah.
But then ends up getting punished, and so evens it out 3-3.
Something tells me Demonkite's building more than just damage items.
Little defense.
We need to see it, but usually, yeah, Nolan at this point would be able to burst down
a Bane.
A Bane, yeah. That just shivered down my spine. I could have sworn that Demonkite was going to die, but now, here we go. Edward gets caught with the EG.
Look at the damage. JP's in trouble, gets knocked up himself as Demonkite picks up the kill, gets the double, triple, and the Lord. Demonkite takes everything.
3K for DK plus the Lord. And now they're making a beeline for bottom.
Oh, as the base turret goes down is the focus here. RORA focusing base turret number 1. They got no minions just yet. They'll clear it out, though. But they got a whole lot in that exchange. Great timing from UA as well on the Minotaur.
There it is, Joseph. There it is, the Thunderbelt.
The Thunderbelt.
He built the Thunderbelt. belt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pow! 1, 2. That's extra defense, hybrid defense every time he hits.
Plus the BOD.
The enhanced, plus the BOD. All right. So already very spicy from Aurora, making their siege down mid. Bottom's got a Lord coming up.
Lord here making its way. It's going to charge in. First base turret, bottom side of TLPH is down. UA takes the Minoan's Fury again. So Aurora, they have a decision. They can actually force a fight under the base turret. We'll see if they do that with this next wave pushing down the mid. Sanford decides to go in himself. He's going to focus on Demonkite as he will fall. With the rest of Aurora fighting it out. Sanford in trouble as he's the one to fall. And KarlTzy will be able to fight off REBROADCAST, but they lose the mid turret as well. RORA only down Demonkite.
Aurora aware of the fact that they cannot win this siege. They cannot end the game here without Demonkite. Amazing work by the Apex Predator, Sanford. He turned that Edith into an assassin.
Yeah.
You see that, Joseph?
I saw it.
A full-on flicker, onward, earth shatter. Look, so many heroes taking a nap because of how Sanford initiated.
That's what you got to do, man. Look at the community prediction here, too. Almost 55% for Aurora here.
All right, so there's a slight numbers advantage for the Auroras. Cavaliers, if you're watching right now, ping it.
Let us know.
Vote for PLPH because even I believe now, even with Aurora's success so far, 15 minutes in, you can never count out TLPH.
That's the thing, man. When you see Sanford, play an Edith like this, that's what you got to do. You can't hesitate. Sometimes you got to make those decisive decisions, even when you're staring down a Lord and a push into the mid.
Like a photographer on a rainy day, sometimes you got to make those shots count.
Yeah.
You look for him, you force him, you be patient with it, but here, he shut down DK. I could have sworn DK was going to walk away with a spotless record. So far, he cannot make it happen. Last built item, that winner crown. Edward built his dominance ice. All the more now, I think.
Yep.
Team Liquid PH have to think of their entries. Maybe even start looking for UMR. Because UA doesn't even have a Purify.
He doesn't, but he's also got the winner crown himself, and I would say that's the advantage. REBROADCAST now gets into Immortality. So defensively, RORA has like this minor advantage where they've got 2 winner crowns of Immortality. So they're able to go ahead and play around those small windows a little bit more than TLPH can.
And one of the main advantages that TLPH can force out is, 1, it's been relatively quiet for Benny, so he is fully built. And then 2, is they have chain CCs for days. Like, they could stun Aurora, estimate maybe 6 months.
Yeah, and with that...
Heroes in the air.
Heroes in the air. Take him to the fun house. Throw him up in the air, if you will. They hold on to the Lord. It's going to go ahead and get reset a little bit here. But Demonkite will keep that there, keep it pulled out, as they don't want to commit just yet.
Oh, Conceal.
Conceal going to be used. REBROADCAST trying to spot out. Will be able to find KarlTzy. Demonkite, that's the signal he needed. They get the Lord, and now for the fight. Sanford's already taken out. JP throws everybody into the air, but it's just too much damage, overloading TLPH. Benny Cutie can't do it himself as they get wiped out by RORA.
And it's just a matter of time. The inevitable has come. Aurora MLBB take game 1.
And there it is. Game number 1. Very strong showing from Aurora. This looks good. This looks great.
It's the best when a Bane is involved. I didn't think I would ever see an implosion used to delay a fight from a Lord and then an eventual clapback. Amazing work by Aurora. Let's throw over to the Infinix Game Tambayan with Redmar and Brigada to break it down.
Yeah. Take your sip of coffee first.
Yeah. You want to do that?
Why?
REBROADCAST, the hitman, finding the targets, conserving that implosion.
Yeah. It felt like it was so hard to move and decide if you were Team Liquid Philippines in that situation, knowing that there are multiple sources of not just sustain in front, but even crowd control from Aurora MLBB. Even US served as a huge threat with that clean counter sets with the copied Minoan Fury always and every time. And speaking of Yue, wow, I'm so glad I mentioned Yue. He's going to be our game MVP for that game on that Valentina that I could barely remember being Valentina because he almost looked like the Minotaur most of the time.
Just taking away the Minoan Fury of Team Liquid Philippines, and how TLPH decided to play into this was that you could tell that the lineup was, let's just hope for the best.
Yes.
See if we can really outplay them and hope for the best. Because up against a Valentina, up against a, that would be taking away the ultimate of the Minotaur, and up against a Tigreal, it's going to be so difficult for two key players to enter, Benny Cutie and KarlTzy. You saw KarlTzy spent majority of his time just stepping left and right. Like dancing a little cha-cha, trying to see if, hey, can I go in now? Same goes for Benny Cutie with his late entries. But by the time TLPH decided to enter, who's waiting there? Renegade. This was such a great buy time. Look at what Renegade will do, what UA will do. He waits for the Minoan Fury of JP, then he uses it. Then when KarlTzy enters in, you see Renegade still holding on, and KarlTzy gets sucked in by the implosion. It was just... This game was won on the back as well of Renegade and Yue, setting things up so well for Aurora against JP and Sanji.
Yep, the implosion plays worked so well with all these ultimates paired by Aurora, MLBB, the usage of the Glorious Pathway. Almost always, it felt like it wasn't really there, but it was, and it made a huge impact in each and every team fight. And apart from that, it seemed like they always worked together with the Deadly Catch.
Yes.
And apart from the team fights, the Deadly Catch, it was also used a lot of times even just to minimize the turret health, that for all those turrets that were left exposed here by Team Liquid Philippines, Demonkite was so eager on taking down turrets every now and then. And it's interesting to see this work because, again, you've mentioned Aurora MLBB, they didn't necessarily have a marksman kind of hero, but they were still very efficient in terms of taking the necessary objectives.
Yeah, so it was it's actually a 3 protect 2 lineup where you have the EXP laner, the roamer, the mid laner just protecting or setting up the Bane and the Harith together. This is very Fnatic Onyx Philippines coded, not the Bane pick, but the idea of put your gold laner on a non-traditional marksman, out of the Moscovs, the Claudes, the Brunos, those kinds of marksmen, give it a Harith, and then just throw bodies. Go to Fnatic Onyx Philippines games, that's what they do. TLPH seems like it was deja vu for them. Because RORA, I feel like they learned from that Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus TLPH game that we saw, that as long as you give a lot of difficulty to Benny Cutie and KarlTzy to enter, there is not much TLPH can do, and it might be easier for you to win the game.
The messy team fights and the unpredictable approach deployed by Aurora MLBB really worked in their favor, I'd say, because Team Liquid Philippines, we mentioned earlier in the draft, how their draft covers a lot of, like, it's well-rounded in the sense that it covers, there are some conditions in the early game, but you get to ensure your mid to late game. But at the same time, for Aurora MLBB, it didn't seem like they were waiting for anything. They just kept going for the engages because they knew that they were well-equipped. They always had sufficient resources or skills that were necessary to win those fights. So each and every time Team Liquid were actually getting the good trades, perhaps, it wasn't really sustained. It was always at the end of the fights, Aurora MLBB getting to convert and getting the bigger win in a macro scale. It even came to a point where Team Liquid Philippines, they were really struggling because they had to manage the waves already. One inhibitor turret down already meant a lot for this composition.
And it got to the point where we also saw that one of the main conditions actually of Team Liquid Philippines is how long can Sanford survive? And can Sanford survive long enough? Early on, they got a win in the major objective because Sanford survived and his Primal Wrath was at full and he was just able to deal the damage onto Aurora, TLPH to buy time for Benny Cutie to come in. I want to commend Benny Cutie though. Smart little bit of itemization when he went for the Swift Crossbow, didn't full build it, knowing that dang, we're up against a High Loss and a Tigreal that are so chunky. Okay, I'll build my Demon Hunter Sword first, then he goes into Corrosion, then he goes into the Golden Staff. So nice little bit of itemization, and you can tell the TLPH already knew what they were up against and that they will struggle, so they tried to adjust to it. But at that point, it was just like, damn, this main, man, it's way too hard. There's no entry at all.
I
it's
couldn't.
Aurora.
They were all together when they went down. Okay, so if honestly, I'm trying to think of the best way on how you could actually manage, like, who do you force out? Which ultimate do you force out first if you were TLPH earlier? Are you willing to like risk one of your members to get the implosion? I mean, we've seen a moment that when there was an unsuccessful attempt to capture even KarlTzy using the implosion by Renegade, somehow things slightly favored Team Liquid Philippines, but those were, it felt like you were just trying to capitalize on possible errors that could be committed here by Aurora MLBB. But eventually, they were very careful, and that didn't happen anymore.
Yeah, and we also got to admit, it was a stroke of genius from RORA to ban out the Lunox and the carry.
Yeah.
So, again, Benny QD's carry is undefeated. Even though the Lunox hasn't won yet, it would have been the perfect response. In terms of the hierarchy of the marksman priorities right now, I was thinking that they'd go along the lines of a backline heavy marksman that won't really dive in. But you understand also why they picked up the Claude, because they already accepted that they'd probably lose the fight, so might as well have someone who's mobile, can go around, split the map. That's fine. The Moskov was open though.
Yeah, I agree. I was thinking of it
I just realized, yeah, the
earlier.
Moskov was open earlier.
You mentioned since Benny is yet to use the Nathan, I think that's also another hero that could have potentially served as more of a shredder type. But then they
Looking back though, the Nathan pick might have not gone well for Team Liquid Philippines because they would have been too magic heavy.
Yeah, that would have been.
They already have the Vexana and Edith. So yeah, you're right. I think the Moskov might have been a good alternative pickup. The Claude seems like it was just asking way too much of the Storm.
Now I'm thinking a lot of team fights, a lot of the team fights we've seen earlier, it seemed like Aurora and MLBB were just lined up. So how well would have the Moskov worked in that kind of situation where you could just like spam your ultimate, since you were really waiting for either Energy to go first and then next up there's Yue. But all in all, they're really stuck together. Even Demonkite, he was just behind everyone. Like, okay, I leave it to you. I'm just gonna throw all those sharks out there. It was such a clean execution here coming in from Aurora MLBB. It needs a hard reset if you were Team Liquid, definitely. I'm now thinking who or what side will they be picking?
Might be a little restructuring in the draft though.
I agree. So now, let's hear some words from the Pain user earlier, Mr. Demonkite, and head into this short video.
Lugi kasi kami sa early game, bali binabawi namin siya sa late game. Composure lang kailangan namin, tapos kailangan namin lagi kami mananalo kahit malugi kami sa early. Gusto ko lang sabihin sa mga teammates ko na proud ako sa kanila, tsaka believe din ako sa mga hard work nila. Sobrang galing nila, tsaka sarap nila maging kampe.
You know what I was thinking about earlier?
What?
It did seem like, I mean, we were highlighting the matchup of our junglers, but in the recent weeks, we've seen Aurora MLBB perform. It's like Demonkite really gelled well with the team, and the chemistry, it just seems to be there. They seem like they're very reliable teammates for one another. Even Doming's really shining in this current lineup. It's just that you need to see a little bit more of consistency, I'd say, in all of their matches, since we like suddenly see them losing to this team and then winning over the other that you wouldn't expect them to suddenly win over. But then overall, I think they're slowly really starting to get their groove in this season.
Yeah. I think now Harith and those early game gold laners for Aurora might be something that Team Liquid Philippines will be watching out for heading into the draft for game number 2, as well as, because I'm also looking at the ordering here. I feel like maybe they could have maybe taken away the Valentina, not given it to you instead of the Vexana. Lock in the Valen, but understandable, they were up against a Hylos and a Harith. So every time I look at trying to think of ways of what Team Liquid PH could have done differently, at that moment in the situation, looking back at the draft, it's like, oh, but you did make the right call.
I don't know, maybe I'm thinking about the Vexana, but then let's talk about that later. Let's first look at the MPL arena and look for our smart gameplay post. Who could copy Demonkite's post best among our audience? Everyone's so quiet right now.
That
Wait.
That guy's accurate.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Don't poke the nose,
Don't
bro.
poke it.
Oh, wait, no, actually, in terms of the placement, he might be good.
Wait, isn't it like in front of the nose, supposedly? So, see, they got it right. It's
Got two
slightly
winners.
in front of the nose,
Yeah.
not under the nose.
Yeah, that's how technical we get with the smart gameplay post here. Hashtag the power of smart, y'all. If you're going to be coming here, we get technical.
You look closely and make
Yeah.
sure you get the accurate representation.
There was a guy yesterday, we didn't declare him the winner until he stopped smiling.
Oh, really?
The photo he was copying, the player wasn't smiling. So gotta
Okay.
be specific.
Wow.
Why did you suddenly look so stressed about
No,
that?
if I were to be one of the audience here and I wouldn't know that the face expression was part. Oh, that's so sad. You could have
I mean,
won,
we're not-
but you didn't get the facial expression.
Okay, we're not that ruthless.
Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, we still want our viewers to win. That's all good.
Congratulations to our smart gay face of the day for putting your finger in front of your nose and not under. You got it right.
Feel bad for the other guy though. He looks so enthusiastic.
That was such a small difference between those two.
Right?
Right, we're very particular. Just as particular as these teams were in this series. And here comes the side selection update. Aurora MLBB proceeds to pick the blue side. Okay.
Again, the structuring right now is that we have home and away teams. So the home team for this one is Team Liquid Philippines. The away team gets to select for game 2. Which slot they're going to be drafting in, heading into game 2. So the previous structure that we had was that it would be the losing side selecting which side they go for in game 2. But now it's the away team.
Yep, so don't be surprised that the winning team got to get the side selection this time because we're having that kind of setup currently.
Aurora's the away team.
And now, we're finally heading into the draft for game number 2. Oh, whoa, that's a fanny ban.
Yeah.
So now we'll be seeing what priority will Aurora MLBB be having for their first pick. Will it still be the high loss or the Roger? It's open. And the Harith is gone as well, so I'm not entirely sure if Team Liquid would want to prioritize their Benny hero given the circumstances. But the high loss is available and up for grabs if they wanted to do so. But I'm not entirely sure if I'd want them to immediately go for the Sanji hero again if it were to be a Vexana.
Yeah.
It's not. If not, I'd agree with that. Yeah, I heard the Zask.
Well, Zask for Sanji. With the Zask for Sanji, paired up with a high loss would be good. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
So they could go Roger for Demonkite. Doesn't have to be a doming pickup. But the Edith is open for Edward. Still very good. I'd want to see them go ahead and just pick up an early Tig. Tig and Terizla might be okay. Or Tig and Edith would be good as well. Just beef up the front line of your Aurora. While TLPH later on can go ahead and pick up a Moscow for
or
Benny.
How likely?
Or save it.
No, I'm thinking how likely are we going to see TLPH just stick with their comfort picks? If not the Moscow, the carry of
carry
Benny
would be-
Cutie. Since
Yeah, especially if this is going to be a very tanky 2 picks by
Yeah.
Aurora. I agree with you.
I could feel it too. So the Edith is there. Will they be picking up another tanky hero? Wait, was that the Valentina? Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. But still, it could be potentially a great answer in anticipation of whichever other frontline heroes Aurora MLBB might be picking up
Yeah,
later on.
I think this is most likely a frontline. Excuse me, not frontline, but Rome high loss for JP. By the way, for you, Valentin is his most used hero, his most iconic, and he's won 21 out of 45 games in MPL Philippine history. So that's quite impressive, like roughly around 50%. So it's like if you shoot 3-pointers, you're making it around almost 45% of your threes. But TLPs are still going to go into the Nolan. Good ban on the Tigreal.
Okay, at least they take out one of the biggest problems they faced earlier, which was again the Tigreal. But then, so they will still save Benny's hero for last.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a possible similar kind of composition from the previous game, where they might just be totally reliant on Benny's late game marksman hero, unless I mean I'm not entirely sure because the Lunox is still open, but it's not necessarily going to be matched up against the Harriet anymore. So yeah, they take out the Grok as well. They're limiting the setup heroes right now for both of these teams. What's left? The Minotaur?
Yeah, Minotaur for JP is still going to be open, but I really think this is going to be a Row Minotaur, and the EXP is going to be different. but with the presence of the Roger, the Valentina, it might actually be good. Kaja's still open, eh? But in terms of the typical combo, Kaja, Zask, well, that might help Zask with clearing up the menu wave just a little bit better, but you don't really need it. And that puts a lot of pressure into the high loss. But you can afford to go pick off Rome because you have the Zask's Dominator Descent, but that would mean Sanji would have to frontline a little bit more. Hey, okay, that might be an option.
The positioning might just be a little bit more tricky for Sanji here. Especially as he might be the go-to ultimate that Yue will be copying later on, if not the Glorious Pathway. Oh, I heard the Lolita. I heard the Lolita. Okay, okay. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Was it obvious?
I'm happy with the Lolita too.
Oh.
It didn't even cross my mind. It's just gonna be the first Lolita game for JP. I'm gonna have to double check. It is.
So
the man's only played like 4 roamers.
Yeah, I mean they
this season.
They took out the Jawhead and the True. So
yeah, this is now the
next?
5th. This is a different pick for JP.
So they'd be more willing to give over the potential Numenon Blast rather than the Minion Fury.
Yeah, for Doming. Oh man, it's so tough. Roger's so good. Claude, 2 Divey, roamer for Energy.
Did you hear that, Melissa?
That?
Oh wait, was that the Angela? I heard Threads and I thought
been a
Melissa.
while.
Wait, wait. Oh, was that Joy?
Yeah, it's a Joy Jungle, Gold Roger, my Rome Angela against a high loss Zask.
Oh wait. Okay, the Joy Chella combo does seem terrifying, but Team Liquid, I feel like they have enough ways to escape and get away from all those rhythms of joy and whatnot. So
this is tough for. This might be really tough for Aurora. Not saying, and I'm not, not saying the writing's on the wall and we're gonna be seeing a game number 3, but Joy historically does not fare well anymore in MPL Philippines since she started to dip out. This is very magic damage based. It's like, okay, you're trying to get the early game, but it seems like TLPH has that. Oh, this is going to be tough.
I'd like to believe Aurora MLBB are sticking with their comforts. So let's see how this goes, and let's head into game number 2 together with our casters, Leo and Naisu.
If not for that Lolita, Aurora's last 2 picks might have been very different. Joseph, do you concur?
Welcome I concur, man. Lolita. She's been making waves so far. In the current meta in this season, and whether or not that's with the infamous Hanabi pick, she still provides so much to the lineups here, and I can't wait to see how this unfolds.
Aurora starting out strong, currently at match point, want to take Team Liquid down, but with the way things went, again, as mentioned by Brigida and Renmar, this is JP's first outing with the Lolita in Season 14. So let's see if Team Liquid can take us to the distance. Look at it as gold lane matchup. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the first time we're seeing an Angela?
There's a lot of, I don't know about first exactly, but the Angela is there. Hold on, Yue. Okay. He's going to get forced out. Good damage, too, from Demonkite, and that's what I want to talk about as well. The fact that we have a temporal rain emblem here for Demonkite, and also the Warcry emblem this time for Edward. They want to fight, and JP, he's going to get stunned, slowed down here, has to flicker out.
Broke the tether just at the last second.
Wow, okay. Still, Demonkite being a nuisance, trying to get that level 4. Well, so once he pops that ultimate, he's able to do a little bit more. A little more dashes, a little more damage.
Yeah, leave those beats in and then dash in from target to target. Almost Lancelot-like.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what the Temporal Rain is looking to do. But that aside, Joseph, look, am I, what's going on? Warcry Edith?
That's so, one of the main things that stood out to me there was Warcry Edith. And it's really easy. Edith already does good damage.
Yeah.
Not to mention the CC that she provides, crowd control. Once she pops the Primal Wrath, though, it's so easy to proc the Warcry Emblem, and then she does even more damage.
Not even. You just flicker in, onward, Earth Shatter, basic attack, and then Bob's your uncle. That's when you go Primal Wrath. Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, it makes that pew, pew, pew even harder.
Hit harder.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. The flicker in.
There's the flicker in, and now Sanford in trouble.
as he goes down, and here's the clap back from TLPH, going to be able to focus down, and they take out Edward. So the 1-for-1, Sanford for Edward.
All right, now the Turtle up next on the docket. The Hitman still not at level 4, while JP is
he's about there.
Yeah, same. I mean, Renegade hit it first, so now Aurora have map-wide presence. As long as Renegade can hit the, not the WoW, but hit the hard guard fast enough, then he can suddenly help out wherever he's needed, which should help here in this first Turtle, spawning up on top already. JP and KarlTzy working on it.
And again, something you always have to point out too is the fact that once Moskov is in play, you can just appear where you need to as long as you hit that ultimate, that Spear Destruction, and there it is. First objective already being secured very quickly, of course, for TLPH. Taking a look at the items too. No first items falling into place besides that Sky Piercer.
That's right. The rushed Sky Piercer, the only item that Doming built up, which, by the way, isn't hurting him as much. The Moskov isn't hurting him very much. Oh, no! Whoa, 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 whoa.
Right on the edge.
The
Your way.
Stolen Dominator's Descent. Now JP's in trouble.
JP's in trouble. Hard guard going to be used as well. They don't press it any further onto the turret. Still, though, in the mid lane, they'll get forced back. A lot of good exchanges there, though, but no one ultimately going down.
All right. Some disciplined calls from Aurora. They know exactly what Team Liquid PH is capable of, even early on. Like, KarlTzy just built his Hunter Strike, so if he was in range, he could burst him down. That could have been bad for Demonkite, who, by the way, is still proving us wrong so far. The Joy not dying, the Joy not having any trouble against the Nolan, who's, by the way, I think tier S right now in the jungle, against the Joy who's so rogue. Like, when was the last time we saw Joy?
I feel like I saw it pop up once last week, and it didn't. I don't know the exact stats, but I don't think she usually works out.
And she's holding her own.
Yeah.
Demonkite first built up a...
he got the Blood Wings, I
Blood
think it was.
Wings, yeah.
Yep.
So he should be able to dive in before Renegade able to... Wait, what?
There's...
Here we were trying to break down the game on a very intellectual level, and Edward and Sanford just go for a recall battle.
They know at that point when it's just them in the lane, nothing much is going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, it's Hylos and Inida.
I mean, not until the team fight breaks out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at least in their lane by themselves, and they're just going to go ahead and freeze it up before that turtle comes up too. So now they're primed and ready to go ahead and contribute to that fight.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Second turtle spawned up.
There it
Edward's
is.
sandwiched.
Yeah, now they're looking to sandwich here onto the turtle pick. KarlTzy in trouble. There's the damage we were talking about from Demonkite as he gets the turtle as well. And now JP going to get run down, stuck in a bad place as he's whittled down as Renegade gets the kill. UA's able to flicker out, avoiding Sanford. And looking for more. Sanji in trouble as Domang comes in to get the kill.
All right, from top to mid to the turtle take, and now the purple steal. Aurora are leveraging one of the strengths that a Joy and only a Joy has, kit-wise. Like, she's able to deal so much reliable DPS, magic DPS at that, and go from target to target and not really stop like an Energizer Bunny. Oh, wait, 1v1. All right.
Okay. Domang's had Renegade for the majority of, this game so far. Going to be able to go ahead and stay in that lane. And also, you're taking a look at the items here, falling in place. Corrosion Scythe there now, finally here for Benecutie as he continues to farm up.
Yep.
Here in the bottom side once again.
Domang!
Gonna get stunned. Has the heal, though, from the waves.
Wow.
And he knows it. He's feeling good about it, too.
Clutch. Love waves from Renegade, who, by the way, just built up the photo. Edward missing the mark. No one home on that Earth Shatter. Wow, Team Liquid PH have to send extra dudes down bottom to make sure that Aurora don't take over because, yeah, you're right, Joseph, as long as it's just Doming and Renegade, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, they're fine here. And look at this. Demonkite gets the hard guard. He's going to run down KarlTzy. He's going to show him his haircut. And he takes out the kill.
He's styling. He's risen with the new do. And Renegade gets hit.
Oh, okay.
No follow through.
It's a good thing he had the flicker. Right?
Yeah, he had to flicker away or else. Now down bottom, Doming versus Sanji and JP.
Was it toss up?
Look at how fast Aurora's going.
Oh, Sanford. He's Hylos, but he's able to get away. JP and Sanji here to help the fight. Tanky enough, holds it on his own. Edward now could be in trouble, gets cut off. Void the Glorious Pathway. Will scoot on out of there. UA also having the Dominator's Descent. the focus here on the purple buff. Now Domeng jumps in with a Lycan Pounce. Won't be able to pick anything up, but the turtles for the taking, and Demonkite is starting it up. Does KarlTzy have what it takes to go ahead and steal this?
Oh no.
I don't think he does.
You got Yue with the Dominator's Descent, really not much CC there, but the threat of damage was enough to stop Team Liquid PH in their tracks. Amazing work by Aurora scoring that last turtle.
That's at this point too for RORA, you know, it's a very minor lead from them, but just looking at the team fighting potential, I think the switch flips here. The later the game goes, TLPH can flip the switch in their favor, and I think even the last game we saw glimpses of it. It's just RORA didn't allow it to get out of hand. And so as long as RORA can play around this kind of like early game, mid-game transition that they have, then it's good for them. But if TLPH gets those sets, how many close sets have we seen so far?
Yep.
Even with a Lolita, for example.
And more than just the sets, I think it's range. Team Liquid PH have to play around Moskov and Sanji to be able to deal the DPS. They have to watch out for that as we watch out for Week 5 tickets. They're running out fast. Get yours now. Just head on to the ph-mpl.com for ticketing details. We hope to see you here at Week 5. Back to the action here. I'm guessing if this does make it to an enhanced Lord and Aurora hasn't won yet, that's maybe where Team Liquid PH can start to, you know, rev back up.
Rev back up. Especially once Benikudi gets to this point in the Moskov. Demonkite now go ahead and pump out some damage on Sanford, but he's tanky enough. KarlTzy as well has to play a little defensive here under the turret while the rest of the team gets the vision. And really, there's not much more that I feel like Aurora can do until this Lord is up. They can't really push any other turret. Maybe the tier 1 in the mid lane if they're able to get an advantage, but right now it's just kind of the stalemate where they get as much as they can here, especially defensively before the first Lord fight.
I'd reckon leverage the whole cross-map play, you know, just while you can and while it's free, while Benikudi isn't as confident in throwing out the SOD. Oh, wait, Edward? Oh, he's fine. While Benikudi isn't so confident with the SOD and clicking it actually teleport, keep pushing the split lanes, man. Maybe mid if it's free, but yeah, look, this is the right call. Leave a fat wave down bottom and then threaten the major objectives, tier 1 in mid and the Lord.
Oh, Edward gonna jump in with the flicker, and now they're gonna have to force the fight. Edward deleted. Doom Blast gonna be dropped down too, but Demonkite pops the beats. He'll be able to find JP. Lord still being ignored for now. They want more fights, more blood. As Sanford's still healthy enough, and they back it off, only losing Edward, the 1-for-1 trade.
All right, both Dominator's Ascent, the real one and the stolen one, used up already. Domeng looking for Karl. Karl knows he does have the backup from Sanford. And what this does open up for is another ramp up to a cross-map play. Oh, looking for the steal. Doesn't get it. Bottom still has that fat wave. And DK cleaning up that top.
So, you know, when we see that last fight here, I think, again, RORA still has like this little advantage. And I almost want to say it's almost borrowed time because, like you mentioned, even with Benikudi, once he gets these items locked in, taking a look at it, he's got the Trinity pretty much already locked in. So he's going to go for some defense, of course, because we saw it. Once Demonkite gets that hard guard and they just kind of, you know, pop the beats and they just collapse down on TLPH, they just have to withstand that. And if they do, then a lot of that damage does fall off for RORA's lineup.
Yeah, as soon as they hit the RGM on Benikudi, it should be a better lookout. So I think we're on schedule, about 12, 13 minutes. And now Edward, again, playing footsies with 40 and JP. It's not as easy to engage on Aurora. Nothing comes for free here for Liquid.
So they're going to go ahead and start this up. KarlTzy clearing out that mid lane. Both teams still holding on to tier 1 turrets. It's going to come down to which Rome actually decides to start things up, or possibly even for Edward to do what he did or tried to do in the last team fight, still waiting for that flicker to come up.
This is a long Lord shuffle because both teams understand that they have possibilities for cross-map plays. They can both, at the snap of a finger, a flick of a wrist, start something big. And it's a breath of fresh air, Joseph. I don't know if you agree with me, but this is a kind of matchup right now with both drafts wherein you know for sure when it's a point of no return, wherein the fight really starts.
Yeah, and with the Lord being less than half health here, you're not sure just yet if they're going to force it. It is going to go for a reset for now.
As long as the Glorious Pathway don't drop, or somebody commits a Numenon Blast, or Edward flickers combos, no true fight happens.
Yeah, nothing missed.
Here it is!
They're going to pull it now. Glorious Pathway drop down. Demonkite will get the Lord. He has the Heart Guard. Runs down Sanford. Trying to get Edward. Spear Destruction going to be able to land on Edward. The shots come out. But KarlTzy, JP jumps in. The clapback coming out here. There's the stun. The flicker out from Domeng. No one goes down by both teams. But the Lord secured for Aurora.
A lot of battle spells spent over by the Northern Lights. 3K ahead. Enhanced Lord marching down bot. TLPH, I mean, they forced out a good chunk away from Aurora. But check this out. Sanji still has a flicker, and BenQt still has a purify.
What? Well, you don't have KarlTzy anymore.
Yeah! That's not worth it. I would rather spend 6-7 battle spells to save my core, my jungler. What was that?
Oh, man, I don't know. And Domeng definitely also feeling good about what just happened.
That was Domeng and DK.
Domeng and DK trying to get this middle lane turret down too. They're going to get the tier 1. Do they still force a fight here? Sanford is going to spot out Demonkite. Lord was already dealt with. So now Aurora with a 5,000 gold lead looks to get some more turrets down and get to knock it on the base of TLPH.
Huge. Prior to that death on KarlTzy about 10-15 seconds ago, he was actually neck and neck with Demonkite on net worth. Like he was farming up pretty well for a team that was on the back foot. But now for sure Aurora are in such a dominant position. Even Sanford and JP have to consider where they lay down their zoning skills. Because that's what, 3 stacks on Domeng's Skypiercer. If Sanji misses the Dominator's Descent, misses jumping into his ult by a millisecond, he gets popped by Domeng.
That's the problem. Again, you know, when you're looking at this, Domeng has had a relatively, like, a quiet game until now. He's just kind of like flipped the switch and he's where he needs to be. And so not only is TLPH worrying about when Demonkite gets a Heart Guard and that, you know, the combination comes through, but then Domeng. Like, Domeng is a threat now as well. And I just feel like BenQt hasn't been there just yet, even though he has the items. Again, he has the items, but he's not able to find that positioning that favors him in the fight.
Because Aurora are denying it. Aurora aren't playing fair. This lineup that they drafted with the Angela and the Edith and even US stolen Dominator's Descent, more often than not, allow for Aurora to kind of dodge what usually really threatens these AoE-based lineups. Because again, Liquid PH, they want full-on 5v5. If I can sandwich and skewer 2 or 3 of you via my basic attacks on Benny, all the more. But because of how Aurora are able to cut right through that, aggressively flicker into a better position to try and ding, 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 that just ruins anything and everything Liquid has been doing or trying to do.
Yeah, not only that, but I think one of the weak points, I would say, of the Lolita is once you commit to that stun, that click on-demand stun, you could get thrown out of positioning. So then you're relying on Flicker and the Numenon Blast here. Lord giving a go signal, half health already. BenQt still in the base, clearing out the waves there.
Oh.
They know this.
Watch out for the SOD.
He's gonna go ahead and walk down to the fight as well. JP in the front of it all. Yue holding on to the Dominator's Descent as well.
That's a slow take.
4th health. Quarter of the health. Glorious Pathway gonna be dropped down, and now they fight out for it. Demonkite gets to the Lord, and Domeng will pick up JP. KarlTzy can't run away as well as Domeng picks up a double, looking for Sanford as Sanford falls. BenQt doesn't have enough health to survive. And now Sanji, the only one left alive, will get run down by UA Renegade, and here comes Demonkite to dance all over his body as it's a wipeout. And RORA gets ready to march into the base with a massive lead. They don't need to wait for the Lord as they go ahead and sweep the Cavalry 2-0.
Back to back, Aurora MLBB upset the whole league, upset the world, taking down one of 2 titans of MLBB in Team Liquid Philippines. A 2-0 against Team Liquid PH. Ooh, what is up with this week? Not a single 3-game series, Joseph.
This is the one that I expected a 3-game series.
At least.
At least this one. I will say, it's Aurora, I don't know what has changed over the weeks, but they have made improvement after improvement after improvement. And now they get this well-fought victory, a sweep against a team like TLPH. And that's also, referencing back to the standings, remember how close things were. Now they get that extra point.
This will definitely propel them through and deny Team Liquid Philippines from moving up. GG, well played to the Cavalry, and of course, to the Cavaliers who made it through even in the cloudy Manila weather. Thank you so much, our defending champions, but whoa, Aurora. They won game 1 with a bane, they won game 2 with a joy, and took pictures while looking good doing so.
Leave it to them to pull out 2 interesting heroes to make it work.
They are on stage right now with Mara Aquino. Let's hear from them as they get into their post-match interview.
What an amazing win from Aurora MLBB. Let's give them a big round of applause. Demonkite, congratulations. Eto, this is not the first time that you were able to beat KarlTzy. But what makes this win extra special for you?
Siguro ano po, kasi since nag-join ako ng Aurora, parang wala pa kami natatalong top teams talaga. Kumbaga, di pa kami nananalo sa series, ganun. Kaya parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam na natalo namin likod kasi sobrang lakas nila.
Malakas at saka na-sweep mo sila. Let's give them a big round of applause for that. Ito naman, Edward! Grabe! Wait, may powers ata yung pangalan mo. Let's try it again. Edward! Let's try it again. Edward! Grabe! May powers ang isang Edward. Alam mo, ikaw talaga ang pinifavor ng community. Sabi nga nila, ikaw ang Mr. Consistent. So how do you say consistent nga ba? Regardless kung ilang years na, pa-change yung meta, pero ikaw, Mr. Consistent pa din.
Ano lang, hard work kasi, hardworking ako eh.
Wow! So try ko ulit yan, isang beses pa. Edward! Anong nararamdaman mo pag tumitili sila, pag naririnig yung pangalan mo?
Yun, masaya. Tsaka nahiya.
Okay, alam mo yung love nila? Pag hinahawi mo yung buhok mo, pwede ba yung hawi mo yung buhok mo?
Wala, hindi na po mahaba yung buhok tulad dati.
Galing! Ano naman? Si Rene J naman. Uy! May powers din yung Rene J! Rene J! Rene J, how would you rate your team's performance ngayong first half ng ating liga? Rate mo yung performance ng team mo ngayong first half ng liga.
1.
Bakit 1?
Kami po, 1 pa lang kasi tingin ko marami pa kami kailangan i-improve.
Wow, very humble. Okay, pagpunta ng second half kasi next week, mag-second half na tayo, magabago ulit ito yung second rotation natin. You're gonna be able to face the teams for the second time. Who are you looking forward to facing the most?
Yung Brent po, since finals namin nung season 12, wala pa ako sa kanilang panalo eh. So sila talaga yung pinagusto kong talunin.
Other than good luck, have fun. At magbigay tayo ng magandang performance. Ano ang palag mo sa Bren? AP Bren?
O Gwen, di ka na makakaisa sa akin.
Let's see that next time. At ngayon, i-announce natin ang ating MVP. Let me hear some names. Naka-split. Ang daming, oy! Okay, parang tama yung ating mga casters sinisigaw nila yung name. And MVP is... Demonkite! Demonkite, alam nyo, kayo ata ang arguably the best fans dahil sa sobrang lakas ng kanilang sigaw, suporta, laging sold out. Every single week sinasabi ko, laging sold out, laging sold out. So what do you want to say to everybody who's supporting Aurora MLBB?
Maraming salamat sa pagpunta tsaka sa pagnood nyo guys. Tsaka huwag nyo kalimutang manood ng watch party ng Aurora tapos follow nyo din yung mga socials nila. Tapos mag-ingat po kayo kasi may bagyo ngayon. Maraming salamat po.
Oh, that's nice. Eto, another nice thing that we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be giving away 3,000 diamonds to our lucky fan of the match. Come on up. Uy, dalawa sila. Hello. Hi. What's your name?
Axel po.
Axel. At sino yung kasama mo?
Si Kuya po.
Kuya, what's your name, Kuya?
Aaron po.
Axel and Aaron. Ilan taon ka na, Axel?
9 po.
9 years old. Aaron, ikaw?
14.
14. Okay, nandito ang Aurora MLBB. Sino ang favorite player mo?
Yung para sa akin po, si Yue at si Edward po.
Si Yue at saka si Edward. Yue, Edward, dito kayo. Dito kayo. Bakit si Yue at bakit si Edward?
Dahil po, matagal ko na po silang idol.
O eto, nandyan sila. Sa tapat mo, anong gusto mong sabihin kay Yue at saka kay Edward?
Malakas po si Yue mag-Valentina, tapos si Edward po malakas po mag-Edu.
Oh, ang lakas nyo daw. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya, 9 years old?
Pakabait ka. Ayun, mag-aral ka mabuti.
Oh, magpakabait at mag-aral ng mabuti. Doon ka sa gitna nila. Sa gitna. Ikaw naman, Aaron, sino ang favorite player mo?
Si Rene J po.
Si Rene J! Rene J, dito ka. Okay. Bakit si Rene J? Ano bang meron kay Rene J na nagiging paborito mo siya?
Ano po, malakas po siya mag-chew.
Malakas mag-chew. Okay, ano? Ano bang gusto mo sabihin?
Yun lang po.
Okay, Rene J, tabi ka kay Rene J. Ayan. Anong message mo sa kanya?
Ilan taon ka na?
14.
Yun lang. Aral ka mabuti, tapos kung gusto mo din mag-pro, paghirapan mo, tapos hard work lang, tapos grind ka.
Ayun. Okay, we're gonna do something very special. So, you get to bow with your team, tapos you walk all the way down the aisle. Okay, parang winners din kayo because you won 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations. All right, are you ready? You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations, Aurora MLBB. What a great sweep. Pero ayon nga kay Rene J, he would rate their performance sa first half just 1. So that makes me wonder, what else they're gonna be showing for us in the second half. We're gonna break that game down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
Such a cute interaction between the Auroras and Aurora MLBB after that very clean and surprising dominant way of winning that series against Team Liquid, the defending champions, as they say. But Aurora just keeps getting better.
I doubted this, Joy. I doubted the Angela, so I'm going to have to pull out my Shaquille O'Neal impression. I'm really sorry. Aurora, I wasn't familiar with your game. And I just wasn't familiar with how well they prepared for Team Liquid Philippines. They played into the Zask, and I agreed with Leo and Naisu initially saying that if it wasn't for the Lolita 4th pick of Team Liquid Philippines, the last 2 picks of Aurora might have been different. But I feel like the more I saw that game, it really felt like Aurora knew that they wanted to go into this game, or maybe as the draft went on by the second phase, that they wanted to pull off the Angela and Joy together. Because of Team Liquid Philippines playing around the Zask, you want to play around a specific formation. You want to dive, you want to get close, and because you have a backline gold laner to protect. So, again, Aurora Gaming have subscribed to the Fnatic Onyx Philippines school of thought wherein we don't need those backline marksmen that much. Let's just dive on our opponents and layer our abilities well. every time Team Liquid Philippines wanted to fight, they had to watch out for the Angela and Joy diving their back line alongside the Roger.
Yep, and they had to watch out for a lot of other things that complemented the idea as well. It
Yeah.
wasn't just the Joy and the Angela who really worked together well. I'd like to highlight once again Yue picking either the Glorious Pathway or the Dominator's Descent, depending
Yes.
on which he thinks would be best in that particular situation. There were moments where he was able to prevent potential contests from the objectives simply because of a beautiful laying of that Glorious Pathway.
Yep.
Or if not, he just created all the more space here for his teammates using the copied Dominator's Descent. So Doming, he felt like he was just so free using the
Yeah.
Roger in that entire game.
Yeah, majority of gold laners in the Philippines that pick the Roger would rush that Sky Piercer. Just goes to show the next level understanding of gold laners here in the Philippines for the Roger pick, knowing that the Roger's not going to be the one putting himself in danger that much. And if he does, there will be pieces on the side of Aurora that will supplement the Roger well so that they can keep building up those Sky Piercer stacks. For the side of Team Liquid Philippines, there was one item I wanted to point out, but my train of thought was who was brought somewhere else. Yes. So with it was the itemization of Renegade. Usually we see the rush on the fleeting time, but I like that he decided to go for the glowing wand instead, because they knew that they were, glowing wand. They were playing into the healing brought out by the high loss, and it reduced the shielding of the Lolita, who, by the way, JP was forced to use the flicker. He couldn't play into the revitalize that we see most Lolitas do because of the members of Aurora being so mobile. He needed to be able to reposition himself with the flicker.
Oh yeah, I actually like that. During the first few moments, Team Liquid were actually showing signs of life. Sanford was having a great time, I'd say, on the high loss, almost being able to survive every now and then, especially when he's accompanied by his other teammates. But when it came to a point that, okay, so it wasn't just the other members of Aurora MLBB who already had items to counter the sustain, even Renegade. So whenever he decides to use the Heart Guard on Demonkite, who keeps just going in, so they immediately affect the sustain that Team Liquid Philippines is capable of offering. So we weren't really able to see them pull off the idea of their lineup simply because they had to look here, look at their backlines, look at their front. And I mean, Aurora MLBB, they just seem so scattered in that entire game, but it really worked well. So I feel like they really learned a lot from, as you've mentioned, Fnatic Onic, and even their own identities, and adapted well. And it's something that took Team Liquid by surprise because they themselves didn't expect that they were actually capable of doing this.
Yeah, and I think one of my suspicions has been confirmed about Zask, especially here in MPL Philippines. Seems like Zask has fallen out of priority for a lot of the teams because teams have realized, hey, we can just ignore him. Just draft heroes that will ignore the Zask.
Actually, there was one time...
Don't give a damn about the Zask. Just leave him be.
I agree. There was one time that Team Liquid, it felt like they were too much focused on taking down the spawn, the Zask. So that was enough time for Aurora MLBB to just penetrate and go after the members who were running away, because those who stayed behind and tried to take down the Zask, the Dominator's Descent, eventually were taken down anyway. So I'm curious to see how the comms were going through that entire game. So let's listen in some mic checks here for Aurora MLBB, the recent winning team.
I love these. I love these mic checks.
I love these too.
Sabi niya pag binaboy ka. Low na kita, low and Lord ah. Tara kahit. Ito pre si Depe. Uri pre. Gape. Lord, biro lang tayo.
I heard the discipline in the walls. I heard the discipline. Like they just got one kill, and then Renegade was saying, okay, back, let's leave. But
Yeah.
then when they saw that they actually could continue the team fight, no, they said, let's just continue this. We gotta win.
Yeah, I like that summary as well. I'll go a little bit deeper with my summary of all the comms that you heard. It was mostly just back, hold, he's low, go, I'm ready, I've got it, we can do this. It was just a whole lot of that from multiple players of Aurora, very cleanly delivered.
Yep. I'm liking how they're specifically assigning the calls for particular persons so it doesn't get too chaotic when it comes to the game. But we have an MPL fan comment right here. So Melindahan Acampado saying, Reggie, you're so good. And Charmaine Lastimado says, Edward, you look so good.
Yeah, Edward, she's essentially saying, Edward, you're handsome.
Yeah.
And I like the last commenter, Taylor Swift. He said, wow, finally Demonkite was able to get one away from KarlTzy.
Idol KarlTzy.
Yeah, you cannot downplay what Demonkite did here. Like, on the last Lord fight, KarlTzy's retry was so early. There was like 829 health left on the Lord, and the Demonkite said, oh, cool, thank you, retry.
Why does it seem like he just waited for that to happen? It wasn't just a retry battle, whatnot. There were just so many great plays coming in here from Demonkite, and I'm afraid he might have just really won this matchup in terms of
he did.
What we've been talking about earlier.
That's
now,
Demonkite 1, KarlTzy 0 for MPL Philippines
That's
Season
our-
14.
That's our current standing. Don't forget, but we're looking out for the next rematch, which will happen in the second half of the season. But before that, do you want to win up to 90,000 diamonds? If you are in the Philippines, just head here to the MPL Arena and post your live experiences on Facebook and TikTok with the hashtags #MPL Season 14 Live Experience. Just make sure it's on public, and don't forget to tag the official pages of MPL Philippines so you get a chance to win these diamonds.
You know, even if you're not in the Philippines, as long as it's the financially responsible choice, just spend money and come here. Fly from wherever you are in the world. Come to MPL Philippines. Join the tournaments we have, the fan group tournaments that we have outside.
Yep, you called
We
that
had
the
an
Fancy
intense
Cabin.
matchup earlier. It was really cool. There's a lot of great things here. Yep. We're in a good area.
Could you see the crowd behind us?
Spend money.
We're full.
You work hard so you can spend that money.
Yeah. That's the reason
Spend it
why
on
we're
us.
working. Why does that sound like a quote I heard from one of the team's manager? Am I right? You work
I don't know.
so you... Yeah, I think
Sounds
I
like
heard
something
that.
LaFell would say. Hi, MPL Malaysia.
But there's a point. And now we still have one heated matchup coming up your way. That's the RSG Philippines versus Smart Omega. But before that, we will be heading into a short break.
Good powder in the morning.
stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa BLCK. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load, SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 14. We're down to the last match of the night. It's day 2 of week 4. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Joseph Naisu Rezabek, and it's back-to-back sweeps we've experienced here today.
Which is crazy, because I didn't expect back-to-back sweeps when we came into match number 1 for the day. And so maybe this is the one where we get a 3-game series. I'm hoping, because against these two teams, RSG, Smart Mega ahead of us, I would want nothing more than 3 games.
For sure. Real quick, Blacklist scores their first series win over TNC, followed up by an upset by Aurora. MLBB taking on the defending champions in Team Liquid Philippines. Both series, by the way, much to my pleasure, features a Bane that went ham. I am still tingling.
The Crab Claw.
Cannon.
Is it the Crab Cannon?
It's a C3. Crab Claw Cannon.
Crab Claw Cannon. And also, so he's had, is it 100% today?
Today, yes.
2 wins, right?
2 wins.
Man, I know how you feel because last season when Gord was meta, non-meta hero pick, I think you could still say Bane is non-meta.
For sure. He's barely tier C.
He's niche, right? I don't know where he fits on Womi's tier list, but maybe he's rising after this week.
Maybe. He has seen a ban here and there, and then today, breakout performance. But what does that spell for our points? What our leaderboard says here is Aurora MLBB now propels themselves up to the 5-point range. Neck and neck with Falcons AP Bren. And of course, still Fnatic Onic PH, the top dog, or should I say top porcupine in the league?
Yep. Top porcupine. I think I can go with that. But for these two, like I said, it's the middle of the standings are neck and neck. And at this point in the regular season, this is where things kind of really start to fall in place. And I would say, if you look across the board in week 4, at least for now, and let's as well. But the main thing I would say is the improvements for all the teams up to this point, and they're only going to continue to improve here. And I think now that you have these teams in the middle of the standings, this is where it gets really iffy, like spicy. And this win right here can really set things up for the rest of the regular season.
And not just that, the points and the leaderboard, it may move, it may shift, yeah, like tectonic plates, if you will. But even the metagame, even the hero picks and the bans, you couldn't say exactly what's up. And to make ends meet and to make odds and ends make sense, let's throw over to Renmar and Brigida.
Thank you so much to our casters, and welcome back to the Infinix Game Tambayan, where we'll be discussing the final matchup of the day that, who knows, might just give us the first game number 3 of the day, or might not, since there's a trend, and it seems like teams who pick up the momentum immediately stick to that momentum until the end of the series.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect way to describe the season. I mean, I've been counting the winning teams who get the first turtle.
Oh, yeah.
And so far, that's been the trend. It seems like now you get that first turtle, you win. Here, today, it's like you get that first game, you win. Not to say that there haven't been reverse sweeps in MPL Philippines Season 14. There have been like around 4 or 5. But still, it's very surprising.
Yeah.
I really thought I was ready to go 9 games today.
I mean, I'm here.
You're always ready to max out the day.
Yeah, and Chantel's on the other broadcast. So, like, we were assuming that the... if you weren't here during the last time Renmar and I were in the English panel, we were discussing how there seems to be a trend wherein whenever Brigida and Chantel are activated on the same day, but on different broadcasts, then the series tends to get a little extended.
Yeah,
but
we get maxed out.
Yeah, it didn't take effect today. But maybe, similar to the last time we were together, it might happen during the last series of the day. So we'll never know, because if you would recall in the previous series, and as discussed by our casters, apart from the 2 Bane games that happened today, we were also looking at jungler matchups. And I feel that coming into this series, we're looking at the same matchups. We're looking at both of the junglers for Smart Omega as well as RSG Philippines.
Both of them products of MDL Philippines. Andoryuuu spent 2 seasons there. Well, technically 2.5 because of the weird shakeup from last season. And then Irad actually spent a couple of weeks, or like his 1 season.
Yep.
In MDL Philippines Season 1.
Yep.
So both of them have gone through that development system. And I love MDL Philippines. They came from an era where it still wasn't the global ban that we have now today in MDL Philippines. But a lot of great talent has risen up from there to get transferred into MPL Philippines. Even one of them being Matt, who ended up becoming the rookie of the season back in Season 12.
Smart Omega, to be exact, is a team known to actually undergo quite some changes mid-season in the MPL. We've seen a lot of jumps here and there, especially for Andoryuuu. He's been part of the MDL, and then eventually later on we'll be seeing him in MPL. So it means a lot for these players that their skills and their capacities are actually recognized, and that they are given this opportunity to play in the MPL. And now they're actually the mainstay junglers for their respective teams. And looking at their statistics put together, not quite significant differences, I'd say. Especially given that their hero pools are very similar, so which makes all this matchup all the more interesting, especially for our viewers.
Yeah, and it's strange to say that Andoryuuu may be going to this one of the favorites, although more people would be familiar with Irad's game, his assassin, the Lancelot that he brought out last week. I believe it was earlier this week against TNC Pro Team. He put his name back on the map as being the mechanic, one of the main assassin users here. But Andoryuuu has been fantastic for Smart Omega, other than the fact of you can count on him to get the objectives, that he understands this meta in terms of being able to make plays out of nowhere. And it's important to be able to do that when you're paired up with someone like Chaknu in the roam, who has a mind of his own, but that's linked up with the rest of the team. So, okay, I'm going to do this, make sure you follow up. Andoryuu's the same. I'm going to do this, make sure you follow up.
Right. I was already thinking about how likely are we going to see an assassin-assassin matchup once again, or are we going to see the Bane again? I mean, I was expecting that earlier, but then the Bane suddenly showed up. But Lei was happy about it. And here, of course, we're looking forward to see just that, especially since these two players are known to utilize even the Fanny. But as you've mentioned, Chaknu's also here, another prominent Krufra user who might just prevent all that. So we'll see. We'll be heading into the draft later on in a bit. But for now, if you are in the Philippines and you want to hand over some gifts to your favorite teams and players, then this might also be an opportunity for you to give these gifts through our community hub drop a box. So you could, whatever, you just want to prepare something, I think food is allowed.
I want money. Again, only if it's the financially responsible choice. You have money to spare, sure. I'd be okay with that.
So you see here, they have a community hub drop box, whatever you want to hand over to your favorite teams if you're in the Philippines. But as mentioned by Renmar earlier, if you want to fly out, then that's okay too. You could drop them yourselves personally and meet your idols.
The venue of MPL Philippines is in a hotel. So this is like the perfect chance for you to fly all the way to the Philippines if you're watching from abroad. Join us here for like a weekend, because you'll already be in a hotel anyway. You're not that far from the airport. No cap. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think
you see Brigida in person.
I'm suggesting the playoffs maybe.
Yeah.
The best way to visit the Philippines and watch MPL live. But for now, let's also ask our MPL fans who they think will be winning this match, RSG Philippines or Smart Omega. We're seeing a lot of differences in the previous matches in terms of the crowd favorites, but now you also have a chance to vote for who you think will be winning, RSG or Smart Omega. Regardless if this is going to go into a game number 3 or not, just vote for who you think will be winning.
I also have another question for y'all there. Reply, yes or no. Do you want to see RSG pull off a Hellcurt again?
Oh, wait.
It's a simple question.
It is.
I'm not applying anything. I'm just asking.
You could put in the comment section whether you think they should or not, because as far as I remember yesterday, right after their match, according to the interviews done or conducted by our media, Coach Panda himself and Light, together with Light, they were expressing how confident they really were in using the Hellcurt. They were able to prove its efficiency in several scrimmages that they underwent prior to their matches. It was just that they considered Fnatic Onyx to be really quick to adapt and respond. The rotations were too fast. I feel like even for RSG Philippines, with their ideas in mind, using the Hellcurt, they weren't able to position that quickly. And now, finally, let's get to know the teams and the players who will be playing for this last series. Let's head into our team intros.
Ito na nga ang ating mga marshals. It's Jeff, Joshua G, Pat, and Wilbert.
The Raiders are back another day to redeem themselves. Will Coach Panda and his squad end the day with a victory? give it up for RSG Philippines! Introducing their opponents. They must get ready to face a team that's back for another week to prove their strength to the entire league. Cheer your loudest for Barangay Smart Omega! And their coaches for RSG Philippines, Coach Handa. For Smart Omega, Coach Lembot.
It's time for the face-off. Irad, Andoryuuu, step forward. Step closer together. Irad, ano ang palag mo kay Andoryuuu?
Wala ata eh. Siya muna kaya.
Okay, take 2. Andoryuuu, ano ang palag mo kay Irad?
Mas magaling ang mag-thirst trap.
Ano ang palag mo kay Andoryuuu?
Mas malakas ako sa ML.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. Players that have both been in the MDL and now on MPL are ready to prove that their hero within is stronger than the other. Simulan na ang bakbakan. Panel, fast.
I'm still not done cuffing. I think we need to translate that face-to-face for our international viewers. So if I were Andoryuuu, I said, I'm better at doing thirst traps.
That sounds
so weird coming from me. Why did I say that?
I don't know why. You're the one who said it, but okay.
Okay.
And then Irad just responded with, well, I'm stronger with playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the lineup for RSG Philippines. It's the standard, of course, again, Nibor filling in. Not filling in. He is the main EXP leader now for RSG Philippines. And all I'm going to say for this is I just hope they work on their timings. If they were confident with bringing the Hellcurt, that means a lot of thought goes into the drafts that they bring in, and I do not doubt that. But they're up against Smart Omega, who are rocking with the lineup that we've seen them rock since the latter half of Season 13, now heading into Season 14. Well, they have their work cut out for them because they have been good. They've been shaky at times. They have dropped series, but they have been able to take games away from top teams such as RORA, while they were able to beat Falcons AP Brand at the start of the season, so don't forget about that.
What a way to start the season, right? I think a lot of us are really looking out for Smart Omega and the amazing developments they've been showing us throughout the first few weeks of the regular season. But now looking at our team head-to-head significantly, Smart Omega seems to cover a lot more compared to RSG, apart from, I guess, the Lord control towards the lower left side of our graph. But simply put, I think RSG Philippines, they really have to watch out for Smart Omega's aggression, because they're known to be a team that's really great in terms of especially surprises. So now looking at our Infinix keys to victory for RSG, it's really important that they support Irad's hero pool with a frontliner that could go head-to-head with probably Chak Mamba. And for Smart Omega, sustain the early to mid-game advantage, because we all know that they're capable of securing that.
Yeah, and pace yourselves. Play to your strengths. And make sure you just do it cleanly. And I like we're highlighting Nibor and Ryota to be the front and the face for the keys to victory right now because the EXP lane pick is going to be important. Your trade, the Edith. Yo, Ryota, come on,
come on.
Oh, man, he got the thumbs up instead of the heart. That's 1-0 already for Ryota, damn.
They had their own face-to-face.
That sucks. No, but yeah, really, their picks here are going to be very important. How do I say this? Their picks, the order, and then most importantly, how active are the two EXP laners going to be in the map. They need to be active here to supplement their junglers, their assassins.
Yep, so which leads me to probably wonder about how will RSG Philippines head into the draft, since it's very clearly stated in our keys to victory that you need to provide a reliable front or a reliable perhaps, it can go into the XP lane, but in instances wherein Smart Omega could potentially overwhelm RSG Philippines with a lot of damage, how do they respond to that, similar to what happened yesterday? So now, RSG, they will proceed to secure the blue side. So, I wonder what they're going to be prioritizing here, or if Smart Omega even will be considering opening up some of those assassins, since I'm hoping that this matchup will likely allow us to encounter another assassin-assassin matchup for both our jugglers.
Why are you talking as if that won't be the
Because
case?
the Bane's been showing up today.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Right? So now, to answer our questions and finally get to know what these teams have in mind for their drafts, let's now head into the drafting phase between RSG Philippines and Smart Omega. So far, the Ling is still open. I'm wondering if we'll be, I'm actually wondering if the Zushin also will be open here for both of these teams. I think it's was Zushin picked up yesterday or recently? Oh yeah, yesterday it was picked, right? Yeah.
It was picked up yesterday, but it didn't go well. It was RSG Philippines themselves who picked up the Jushin. So let's see what they have cooking right now. I think teams understand that the main trades are the Edith, the Hylos, the Roger, and the Harith. I think it's going to be revolving around those. Or could even be a swerve by either of these two to pick up the Phovis in the first phase, depending on the nature. So with the Harith taken out, the Hylos even taken out, so RSG are increasing their chances that they get a really favorable first pick. Maybe the Roger might be open for them.
Oh yeah,
just pick the Roger.
They take out the Ling, but then that might just mean the Zushin will be available for Ukir if they do proceed to pick up the Roger. But I do agree that you would want to get the Roger instead of let it go into probably Big J or even Andoryuuu.
That's why I'm leaning more towards the idea, like, if you're going to be taking out two main damage dealers, your opponent took out two major assassins, just pick out the Roger. That leaves Irad with a Hayabusa and Lancelot still available for him. You are going to be giving away the Jushin, if ever, to Omega. But I'm now at this point where I am willing to see teams give up the Jushin.
Oh, wait.
And instead reprioritize. Again, that was other than the Roger, we also mentioned the Edith. So you're taking away a pick from Ryota, which, again, we did put importance into the EXP lane pick. And again, 67% win rate this season.
And might it be best for RSG Philippines to not completely opt for a fully frontline, sustain lineup if ever they go for, or if ever Smart Omega does decide to go for the Zushin? But I'm feeling they're quite on the fence about picking that up just right now. So probably the other available heroes, such as the Hylos, would they be immediately picking that up? Oh! They immediately take the Hayabusa.
Yeah, Hylos is banned.
And Phovius.
Talking about this earlier, early Phovius, just lock it in already because it'll make RG think twice about Roger. And I think that's one of the things that they were looking at, if the Phovius will get rushed by Omega. So that's sort of them blocking the Roger pickup from RSG Philippines, and they go ahead and just secure the Hayabusa for themselves so that RSG's Irad won't be able to take it. If it's not going to be the Roger here, I think you're going to have to lock in something like the Lancelot. Although I'm very hesitant to say that. I mean, Julian is still going to be open for the jungle if they want to. Mid laners, they can go ahead and pick up a Vexana or a Valentina. Valentina has risen up in priority.
I'd be so shocked if Irad was the one to use the Bane or a different kind of jungler.
You know what, Bane? I would not mind because of Horus.
Oh yeah, but they pick up the Roger, the Zushin first to be safe. So now at least we have a clear idea of, well, I don't know, we can still flex the Edith and the Roger. That's the thing about the first two picks here for RSG Philippines at least. So regardless if Smart Omega does decide to limit Irad's other potential jungler heroes, at least they have the Roger in their hands now. But for Smart Omega's last pick in the first phase, what?
Moskov.
Okay.
So they see the Roger, they just go ahead and pick into the Moskov. So now they're going to be thinking about maybe putting the Roger in the jungle later on for RSG Philippines. Because the matchup of the Moskov Roger, a little bit of a 50-50, a little bit up in the air. Sometimes good for a Roger, sometimes it's really bad for a Roger. So for the bans, they can take away the Roamers of Light. I would want to see them take out a Jawhead and the Lolita, either one of those two. Maybe even consider the Kufra or the so many options in terms of like which one to ban. Give the Hellcurt, man. So Julian, hey, come on! If we see the Hellcurt and RG decides to pick it again, at least we'll see that, you know, why they love to pick it up. And I'm leaning towards the idea that this is going to be an Edith for Nibor because majority of the time it does go to the hands of Nibor. It may not just be majority. I will have to double check.
All right. So while he double checks whether or not most of the time Nibor gets a hold of the Edith here for RSG Philippines, we're still waiting for the next bans here. They're targeting other potential roamers for Chaknu as well. They can't allow the Tiger Eel to get into his hands. Might they I'm feeling the Kufra would work as well here, but then it's Smart Omega who'd pick first, right? After the banning phase, so it might be tricky to let that pass as well.
Yeah, that guy's drawing. Did he get something good?
Did he? What was that?
Oh, he got Obi-Wan.
Oh!
Hello there. Congrats.
That's right, we have the Star Wars collaboration back for 56 days.
So, taking away the TIG, could be two things. One, because RSG's main damage dealers, or at least one of them, is dive heavy. That's the Roger. So he can be a little bit more free to enter.
Oh, Jaw.
They take away the Jawhead, which means RSG now will be more than happy to go for either Grok, Cho, or Kufra.
Yep.
And not just that, Omega might actually lean in on that too, but Chaknu's Lolita is also open. And Omega have shown that they are already comfortable playing with that as their roamer. If ever they can pick their mid laner fourth, and then just pick the roamer last, and just adjust depending on what light picks up. So that way you go into it with a way more favorable roam pickup for Chaknu.
Oh, I see. So it's not immediately picking up whatever is left available
Possibility.
Here. Although you would avoid the threat of let's say, the Kufra for the Hayabusa, so...
Oh, wait. Sorry, I just realized Faramis of Vokir is still also open. But Valentina is also still open. So lots of things to consider for the mid laner trade as well.
The Valentina at this point, oh yeah, there's an Edith here for RSG Philippines that might look like a great pickup. But then Kufra, Lolita, they're both available as well here for Smart Omega and RSG. What do they want to trade for that?
I think Lolita here, and then Faramis or Valentina later, depending on what RSG picks up. Not to say that they are for sure gonna pick that.
Okay, wait. What's the stat?
Oh my God! Yes! It's gonna be a Rome Garakatcha! Finally!
We're seeing an avatar of Guardian!
Yeah, we saw it. We saw it in MPL Indonesia. Hello, Baloyski. So Baloyski might be like looking at this like, hey, y'all picked my Hellcurt yesterday, now y'all picking my Garakatcha? Dang.
Why are we seeing a lot of similarities in terms of Baloyski's playstyle happening now?
You know, put the Roger in the jungle, get a carry.
Oh yeah, which reminds me, I heard that Light also was asking Baloyski recently, like how do you actually play, let's say, the Hellcurt? So what approach do we do whenever we pick up these kinds of roamers? So will RSG still go for a hard tank, the Kufra, the Lolita? Oh, wait. So it's an Edith roam, and they secure the Terizla for their XP lane.
Yeah, I think they decided to swerve it because they saw the Garakatcha. So they both have magic type roamers. For the mid, I'm iffy on the Valentina because you're up against a Jushin.
Yep. Faramis? The Faramis?
Yeah.
Would it work
So
here?
Faramis over here. Or the Lilia. Okay, yeah. Slow front to back against the Edith, the Lilia, and you're up against a carry as well. It's a great last pick by Omega. Their 2 out of 3 of their main picks in the middle of the map are both magic damage dealing, similar to RSG Philippines. It's a Hayabusa versus the Roger. I think I'm going to be seeing at how Kusei and Jomar are actually going to be handling their gold lane. That might be the X factor here. And how well Nibor times his entries.
I think we're about to see some crazy team fights take place here.
Yeah.
Some Avatar of Guardians here and there, and some Glooms scattered all over the place. So it might be a little tricky here for RSG Philippines to pick wherever they want to commit their team fights. But at least for them, they have the Zushin, they have the Terizla, they have some AoE to partner up with all those damage dealers that they have in their hands. But we'll see how they will be scaling and how fast will that happen in this game. Let's head it over, or hand it over to our casters.
And we will receive, thank you so much, Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz. Amazing calls,
to
even in the
Mobile
draft alone.
Legends.
Coming from our Infinix game tambayan, it's Leo and Nice 2 at your service. Calling this matchup. How'd you like that, Gatot?
You know what? I'm just loving the fact that we have all these kind of fun picks coming up. And I know Renmar mentioned it. You know, it's appeared in other parts of the world for the MPLs, but it's great to just see the meta in a position where you can have this and it works out, you know, whether that's the Hellcurt, whether that's the was it Baksha roll?
We don't talk about that.
Well, it's still there.
It showed up.
It showed up. The Banes, now the
yeah.
Gatakacha. It's great to see.
And mainly, maybe because of this Gatot Kacha pick alone, RSG had to swerve their XP and their jungle picks. And so far, not much action because, again, both teams are checking their range. Both teams are adjusting what the lane-to-lane matchup looks like. This is one that Renmar mentioned, Big J versus Kusei.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the emblems. Looking at it so far, what do you put on a Gatot? All right, it's just full tank, man.
He's full tank. And you know what's funny? Before he was actually like picked up in MPLs, when I was forced to roam in my own RGs, I like to pick Gatakacha.
Reluctantly.
I'd be like, you know what? I'll pick him. Okay.
All right.
So we got some more time for the story.
What makes the Gatot work? What is it? What is it about the Gatot?
Well, one, he's fun to play. Like, let's be honest. Heroes Landing, you're right. The Avatar of the Guardian.
AOG.
It's one of the funnest abilities in the game. I'd say, right?
Yeah.
It's also just it's obviously a great setting tool. Like, it's actually very useful. So is his taunt Unbreakable, but what makes it fun is because of the way that you can build him. It works great against the Mozcovs, you know, all the, you know, typical gold laners, other than like the Harith.
Full reflect build.
Full reflect at that point. But also, it's just fun because your team's going to have to fight around you when you do land the AOG, but then you pop a Revitalize. Like, he's running Revitalize. Chaknu's running Revitalize. I thought I was one of the few players that did that. I know other players like to do that.
Right.
They mix things up, maybe even a Flicker here and there, or a
Vengeance.
Vengeance.
That's right, yeah.
But I love it because it's such a fun hero to play. And now when we get to watch it in the hands of the Mamba, of Chaknu.
The only thing that I wished was a thing for Gatot, since it is Chaknu we're seeing play, right? I wish that AOG landed much faster, because it allows for Chaknu to do Chaknu things. Right now, it's kind of spelled out, you know, like there's very little that could go wrong for you to walk away from an AOG, like at least in my experience, right?
Yeah.
And now here at the highest level of play, in the MPL, the professional league, I would expect that there has to be some reason that you just stay under the AOG. Real quick, the last time we saw Gatot Kacha was in Season 6 under Next Play Solid. MB, their roamer, then played it against Execration. So for those of you who don't know, Next Play Solid was the same team that Yaoi, Rana J, H2 came from. Exhort, that was that lineup, that was that roster.
That's crazy, 8 seasons ago.
Yeah, I was counting backwards. It was like 6 minus 14 minus 8. Yeah.
Quick math.
So what is that now? 4 years ago, Joseph, 4 years!
Yeah, 4 years. And, you know, now that we get to see it, and I think building off what you just mentioned, too, the fact that, yes, it's going to be the hands of Chaknu, I want to see how he plays this, because obviously if you do land that Avatar of the Guardian, and let's say you miss, you whiff it, you're kind of just there. You know what I mean? You're kind of out in the open, and there's always got to be a downside to those kind of abilities, and that is the downside of that ultimate. And so, yeah, we'll see. And like you said, you can technically get out of it and dodge it. Maybe if it landed a little quicker,
Yeah.
you know, maybe it was a little more useful. But I think it's still a pretty good ultimate here for the game.
Yeah, it's different from the Numen on Blast because there's a slowing effect as she casts that.
There you just see a circle, and you're like, yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm out of here, but then again, it does put Gatot right in the middle of the action.
Yeah.
So there is that factor. Looking forward to how it'll be utilized by OMG. Turtle spawns up in the upper quarter here so far. So good, like no skirmishes, no kills, and Chaknu here about to get hit by the Lantern Flare. It's a 3v3 affair, and yeah, it looks like RSG is gonna commit first.
They should start this up. Chaknu just waiting for that level 4 too, so Ryota's gonna start this up. Infernal Pursuit gonna be popped. He has to flick around on the defense. Chaknu goes in, unbreakable. The rest of the team still trying to follow up with Ryota, trying to stay alive. He's finally gonna go down. Chaknu also not finding the connection he was looking for. Gets a little bit of the healing back up, but it's 3 versus 1 right now.
What?
Tries to get out, and he'll do it. But Turtle for the taking here. So RSG looks to take the objective, and they lost Namor earlier.
A minute in, Joseph, a minute in, and it's still a 3v3. No one from OMG or RSG are budging. They trade the XP laters and they get back into the fight.
Oh, I think they got this. OMG, hold on, they go in. Andoryuuu will rely on the team to take the turtle. He sweeps in and gets it with not even using the retry. He's
Andrew. In a sliver of an opportunity, just bursts it down, retries it, leaving Irad to just farm up. Again, I think that's the first big win here in this game 1. Turtle scored by Smart Omega.
He's he was 2 levels ahead for a bit, but
Now he's 1.
Irad just hit the 6, yeah. So Andoryuu's doing a great job farming up momentum, trying to build up on it too, and again, like you mentioned, before that turtle even broke out, Leo, like this is generally a slow pace early game. Not much action, not much battling going on, but when they did, you saw how extended these fights can be, especially, with the fact that you also have a Phobius on this lineup from OMG.
Yep, let's see what the gold is looking like here. 200 up for Kusei, while Andoryuuu is up by about 300 away from Irad. Let's see which way Chaknu goes with the builds. What do you reckon the first item should be here?
That's the thing with Chaknu playing this. I'm not 100% sure what he goes. Maybe even if I don't know if he'll pick up a Thunderbelt. The fact that he's up against a carry here too, I'm wondering if he's gonna just pick up
or COD.
COD. I don't know. I always picked up Blade Armor, but I don't know if Chaknu's gonna do that. Obviously, it's just something I like to do, but. We'll see how he ends up playing it. Aqua is going to be, okay, he's fine. Pop the beacon too. Andoryuuu just showing the damage potential of the Shadow Kill.
All right, early COB answered by the Shadow Kill.
What would you pick up?
Looking at the
lineup here?
Yeah. From RSG, I'd say Blade Armor is in order. Because again, you're bouncing back damage from Irad and Kusei, the course.
Radiant Armor maybe? I don't know.
Radiant Armor from Aqua and Light, sure. I doubled down on Thunderbelt. I think, especially if Omega are able to snowball from here, score the second turtle, that might be the go signal. Just keep snowballing. Like stack up on the hybrid defense. Yeah. And
I know some people like to get concentrated energy too, just because like it's insane when he gets the passive off.
That's what makes him so good, is because he's both an offensive and a defensive kilt. Amazing work here. Now Omega playing footsies with RSG, slight advantage to the Raiders.
All right, once again, it all comes down to battling for the objectives, it looks like. There's no fights are going to break out before this. Turtle half health, Namor at the front of it. Taking some shots from Yoda with the Infernal Pursuit. Will slam down a little bit. There's the penalty zone down now. Namor could be in trouble. Jome just pushing down the wave as well. Ukir doesn't survive. Still going to be fighting for it. Turret finally taken down. And now they're going to crash down on Ryota, toss him up. Spear's not going to land, not find the connection as Chaknu finally falls. But Ryota still alive and well, forcing on Irad. But he finally goes down. A big exchange again. Turtle now can finally be focused by RSG.
It looks like the Raiders are going to score big this time around as the SOD from Big J misses its mark. There it is, Joseph, the Thunderbelt. How different would it be if maybe the SOD hit? Is because I think that's what... Whoa, Shadow Kill. All right, close.
If it would have hit,
that would have turned the other way.
Yeah, definitely, because you got these two tanky dudes, basically Ryota and Chaknu, just holding down the front line, causing a lot of focus on them. And if Jome could have, it's great he pushed the turret, but it would have been greater too if afterwards he had landed the Spear of Destruction and then joined that fight. And I think it really would have shifted things and possibly even got them the objective. But, you know, for now, great push at least for Jome. He can continue to farm up and do what he needs to do. But also, KarlTzy is nearly having a similar experience this time around in the carry here.
Yep, he's choosing to stay the course here. Maybe even push that tier 1 down bottom while OMG are a step ahead. They're thinking, you know what? We kind of didn't snowball as hard as we'd like to in the early game.
Yeah.
So now that we're in turtle territory, or rather Lord territory, why don't we go ahead and commit a little bit more until Jome is ready with his power spike, because that's what he and Ryota are trying to do here. While mid might just be where another fight breaks out. It's so hard whenever you have these Moskov lineups. Which, by the way, I think Moskov has kind of slid down in week 4 alone.
Yeah.
Like, he's not as high of a priority, like tier A now, compared to S.
Yeah, he definitely started the season strong. I think teams will still opt to take him, even if he slid down a little bit, just for the mere fact that you can literally plant him in the side lane. And more times out of not, I would say these pro players will land the Spear of Destruction when they need to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, even if they miss a couple in the early portion when it's just a turtle, it's okay. But again, light here and just getting the vision they need. They're just going to go ahead and farm up. Lord's up now, though.
Yep, upper quarter of the map here. RSG securing their buffs first and making sure that the coast is clear, that the waves are pushed in on their side, so they don't have to worry about that. About 700, 800 gold up, 8.5 minutes in. I think Smart Omega could do better not to pick fights yet, because they also need some level of scaling. Besides, you know, the situation with Jome, I think Ryota, again, Ukir could hurt a little bit more.
Yeah, what points out to me here with the lineup from Omega, especially as we wait for this Lord to start up, is they're so elusive. Like, you have Black Shoes for Ukir, so he can kind of be a little aggressive if he needs to. Chaknu and Ryota are quite tanky, like I mentioned, and, you know, tough technically to kill, especially with that regen coming back for the Ganakancha. But that's the problem. And then even catching Andoryuuu. Like, Andoryuu's not going to be a part of this fight, so it's up to RSG to start this up like they're doing. There's the shadow kill that we were talking about. Penalty zone, going to be able to find 3 members. They followed up with a flicker forward, still pushing it in. Jome's going to push the turret instead. Looking for the objective by Nimor. We'll be able to find another. And now under the turret they go. Triple kill for Irad. And Andoryuuu will go back and punish him for it. They fight back, and now in the mid lane, Aqua and KarlTzy will push this turret down tier 1 in the mid.
The marbles on this young man. It's an amazing trade for RSG, don't get me wrong, but you'll see here in the Infinix instant replay, the 3-man penalty zone by Nibor, which opened up the map, and then Light just comes in, uses the 1-2, the onward Earth Shatter to knock up 3 and just tear apart Smart Omega. But here's the kicker. Joseph, watch. One more in a basic. Shadow in a basic. Andoryuuu walked away with a sucker punch, essentially.
Yeah. And remember, he does have the Sky Piercer too. So that's gonna help him, of course. So now working for this Lord here. Does he get in position this time around? Jome's been staying in the side lane for the whole time. Now he's going to join this fight. There's a conceal going to be used, and it just looks like it pushes them off here. So Omega does not want to actually commit just yet while they wait for this lineup.
All right, that's a Lord shuffle confirmed, because at this point, even RSG, after the back-to-back wins and trades, they're still respecting OMG's damage output as Nibor, Light, and to some level even Aqua is putting up quite the perimeter. They're not letting Omega get into their space, and the amazing bush control too, not to mention.
Oof, look at this. It's just going to reset because it's going to go back to that time and time again, man. Omega knows that it's RSG to start this up. Shadow kill going to be used again, just filling the area out. Nothing, though. Nothing that they can cap off of. And now Andoryuuu has to run back. He could be in trouble here. He's going to get dragged back. There's the Spear of Destruction. Jome's going to find Light. Taking off a couple of shots in Irad. There's the Avatar. They come down, but in a huge penalty zone. Traps them down in the mid lane as Chaknu and Ryota are dealt with. There's only 3 members of Omega left alive against 4 from RSG.
2 for 1. The numbers are not on their side, but the Barangay decide to stand their ground. Look at this, a 3v3 with KarlTzy just around the corner. Joseph, I don't know if this is such a good idea.
Still risky here for the Raiders. KarlTzy also joined the fight. There's the concealed call coming out.
Oh!
They jump in. Shadow Kills gonna be able to find Light. Looking for Irad next. Finds him too. Couple shots. Doesn't go.
What?
But finally procs the Sky Piercer.
What?
And gets the triple. Andoryuuu lives for the fight, and now the Lord for the taking for Omega.
Andoryuuu is out of his mind. Taken down 4 for the New Barangay. What? They were down on numbers when that fight started.
You said it, Leo. You're like, I don't know if this is going to be good for RSG, and it was not. Andoryuuu makes sure of it. Looking at this, the replay brought to us by Infinix.
Oh, so Ukir was baiting it out, and then they spent too much time trying to take down the Lilia. And all this while, Andoryuuu was playing with fire, was packing dynamite in his hands, or in his katana, should I say.
His katana. You see, that's what I was saying here earlier, just minutes ago. I said, this lineup from Omega is elusive. Just when you think you're going to catch someone or get someone low, they have some type of utility to stay alive. Whether that's Black Shoes, whether this is just the fact that it's a Phoveus and a Chaknu on this Gatakacha.
And off of that single turn, off of a Lord and a huge 4 for 1, 4 for none.
Yeah.
Suddenly, they have a almost 4,000 gold lead, and all the lanes pushed in. Smart Omega, they've been winless for the past couple of weeks, and this might actually be one big one. Chaknu!
Chaknu jumps in again and takes a couple shots himself, but will heal back up the best he can. RORA follows up. The rest of the team's going to focus on the base. Couple shots away, and Omega will do it as they take game number 1.
Big J with a big play. Save for that last sequence that was led in by Andoryuuu. Big J's been playing the map.
Big J. What a great, from staying in the side lane, pushing down those turrets, and then eventually that's the lane they push for the victory. Great decisions.
I think analysts are going to have quite the time breaking this down. Red Martin bring it up. Over to the Infinix Game Tambayan.
Thank you so much to our casters. And we also have here with us Ben from the Battle Trips, right? So from what school were you again?
I'm from Bat State.
Oh, he's from Bat State University, a province in the southern area of the Luzon Island of the Philippines. What am I saying?
Focus on the game instead of the geography.
Okay.
Weakness right now.
Let's just focus on the game and break that down for everyone, because I think that was an intense back and forth, and one of the standout players definitely is going to be Andoryuuu on that Hayabusa. Clutch timings on the shadows and very important pickups that mattered the most. So what for you was the biggest play that Andoryuuu actually was able to do in that entire match?
I think at that 12-minute mark where he gained a triple kill from... Like, it was crazy. It was crazy scheming. Like, they're just laying her skills. It's just, it's just the get out pick was justifiable, of course.
Yep.
But RSG handled it well. But it's Omega, right?
It's Omega. Renmar, what do you think mattered the most in this game, where we thought that at some point RSG was actually taking control of it already?
Yeah, I'm glad that we highlighted Irad and Andoryuuu, because you could clearly see that it became about them. And not just specifically them as individuals, but how each team plays with their jungle. How Nibor would set things up for RSG Philippines if it wasn't Light, and how Andoryuuu would how Irad would follow. While for Omega, once they finally got the hang of playing around that Gatakacha, once eventually they were pressuring RSG more because Jome was pressuring the opposite sides of the map, then how Andoryuuu would respond to that with some really great entries, shadow kills, the triple kill that Ben pointed out was a key turnaround for Omega, and he was deathless useless in this game, which was important for a team playing around that Gatot Kacha, because Hayabusa is what gives what we call the instant gratification. Because the rest of the damage of Omega is just like, all right, bring it down low, bring it down low. Hayabusa is the one who can really go in and say, yeah, no, I'm taking away a chunk of their health right away.
Yep, and unlike the first few moments in the game, in that last sequence particularly, we hadn't seen Nibor respond with an immediate penalty zone anymore. There was just too much damage coming in from Smart Omega. They were too overwhelming for RSG Philippines here. And what would you guys say about Chaknu's itemization here? Immediately, eventually picking up the concentrated energy after the Thunder Belt for on the Gatot Kacha. What do you guys think?
It really goes well with this passive. I mean, just punches and punches through the enemies. And I would also like to point out the first Lord fight where RSG almost had the advantage, but Jome doing Jome things at the bottom lane, taking out 2 turrets, and that's what this game's about. Pushing turrets and, you know, kills.
Yeah, and I like that Ben pointed that out, because for Omega, that's the strength that they have with their Moskov. They can afford to be the ones to push. I mean, they also have that with the Hayabusa, but they sent the Hayabusa to fight more, while RSG Philippines, their lineup is built to fight. So Omega said, okay, we'll have our one key member of our lineup to not fight. We're going to be pushing your tower, and eventually that came back to haunt RSG.
But when Big J also decided to join the fight, it was a disaster for RSG Philippines. We haven't seen them being able to pull off the Aqua takes charge of the zoning here. He just makes his presence felt for the members of Smart Omega. And Light, it seemed impossible for him to complete a full combo on the Edith, because there were just so many interruptions and there were so many things that he had to think about on the Edith throughout the entirety of that team fight. I even think the member here with the highest damage dealt, Ukir, went nearly unnoticed, but that was just how great he was in doing his job of poking the members of RSG Philippines here. And I think being able to dish out the necessary pokes was a very important matter for both of these teams, because we've seen moments where in Smart Omega, when they were really low on HP, Irad could do his job. But when members from RSG Philippines were really low on HP as well, then Andoryuuu, he just kept on shining with the Hayabusa, showing us the triple kill as mentioned here by Ben, and eventually just taking that one straight push towards victory at the end. What a game shown to us here by both RSG Philippines and Smart Omega. I'd say it was close. Don't you think? It was a close fight. The kill score is actually equal. And if you were RSG Philippines here, probably a little adjustments here and there, but I wouldn't say you could completely adjust to the surprise brought about here by Smart Omega, right? I mean, even we were surprised. It was a sudden Gatot Kacha.
Yeah, I mean, RSG adjusted to it well, and they eventually played into it. They were just eventually outplayed by an incredibly talented jungler. Because even though it was a surprise, and the surprise factor will be there if you're RSG Philippines, again, they watch their positioning. Once they would enter and they would set up, they would watch out for the Gatot Kacha. Yes, I agree with you. Light did have a difficulty being able to dish out the combos with the Edith, but relatively, it was surprising, but it seems like RSG just shrugged it off really quickly. Unfortunate that they just weren't able to get a win.
Yep, I agree. And we will be having Ben together with us up until the draft of our second game. So for you, what do you think should be some of the adjustments done here by RSG in terms of their draft in order for them to get a point against Smart Omega and potentially bring us to our first game number 3?
I like what Renmar pointed out earlier for the drafting picks, but I think they should avoid, you know, doing direct counter picks like carry for Gatot. You know, they should just focus for what they're good at, what they're best at, what they do. Unlike last week where they, is it last week or where they pick Hellcurt and Fanny?
Oh, that's yesterday.
Oh, it's yesterday.
It feels so long ago.
Yes.
But yeah, I actually see where you're going in terms of that, because I feel like we're seeing RSG struggle a bit in terms of responding immediately to the macro plays that are done by their opponents. The pacing isn't really there, especially when you need to hasten up the responses that you're about to throw up, and that just allows your opponent to immediately get the bigger and the growing lead against you, which might just be a little bit difficult to bounce back from, considering also that How are you actually able to position Kusei in that situation where it seemed like Chaknu just kept on looking for him here and there, launching the Avatar of Guardian? And even though you could predict where Chaknu was going to land, like once he gets in there, knocks up 2 or 3 members and then taunts them, like, that's just enough time for the rest of the members of Smart Omega here to dish out the necessary damage as well. So clearly a surprise pick, but not something that RSG Philippines could not eventually respond to in the coming draft later on, definitely. Yeah. Chaknu's Tonkatcha pick leads Omega past RSG in Game 1. That's our headline for today. So, you've seen, were you here earlier in the previous matches? Yes. Yeah, so you've seen the Bane, you've seen the Tonkatcha. Yesterday there was a Hellcurt, there was a Baksha. If there's anything you're wanting to see in the coming series, even not today, what do you think could be that hero?
The hero that I would like to see, probably Aldous because of the new item Thunderbelt.
Oh,
I think it really fits him. No.
Oh.
Yeah, there's some picks.
Do you use Aldous?
Back then, S9, S10.
Oh, but you just want to see him because of the Thunderbelt.
Yes, I use it in ranked games. It works pretty well.
You gave Renmar an idea.
Yeah.
You might see him.
I'm not gonna knock it. Kind of dig it. I kind of dig it.
Just
try it. It works.
No, I've tried Aldous before. It's not for me, dude. I make it look basura.
But what's your role? What's your role?
I'm actually multi-role, but right now I'm focusing on gold lane or XP.
Oh, gold lane or XP. So, for you, whose performance really stood out there? I mean, should I be asking that? Oh,
Andoryuuu.
Andoryuuu.
End of the point, Andoryuuu.
Oh.
Like, oh my god.
Okay.
Andoryuuu.
Are you inspired to do jungle again after that?
I don't know, but maybe I'll just focus on gold. I can't do it like him, you know. I got
that's
hands
huge
for
respect.
engineering, not for like
That's huge respect for Andoryuuu. And now let's listen on what he has to say.
Yeah, kuya talaga siya sa in-game tapos sa ano sa labas ng buhay. Tapos sobrang talino po kasi nung tao na yun eh. Tapos parang believe ka na talaga lahat sa sa sasabihin niya. Maniniwala ka na lang.
Big brother.
Yeah, that's him referring to Chaknu, by the way.
So we've seen the keys to victory. RSG, they need to have a reliable front for Irad, but it seemed like we've seen it more from Smart Omega this time.
Yeah. No, well, I think it was RG Philippines did have the reliable front. They had the Terizla, they had the Edith. I think all the conditions were just really checked out. It boiled down to one of the things that RSG Philippines seems to have forgotten is like just taking care of the map. They did so much to just focus on the fighting that eventually it came back to bite them. Tonkatcha got a little bit more stacked with the Thunderbelt as the game went on. He wasn't even able to, didn't need to full build his third item. He went into the concentrated energy second, as you pointed out earlier. So it's going to be difficult to take that Tonkatcha down. And by the time that you've brought down the Tonkatcha low enough, where's Jom? He's already broken a tower. He's already pressured your side wave. And he's finally coming on the way to join the fight and just turn things around.
Yep. So interesting here. I'm also starting to realize how they weren't able to maximize the Zushin as much because the only heroes who really wanted to get close were the heroes who were okay with getting close. That being the Phobius and even the Tonkatcha here for both the Chaknu as well as Ryota. But side selection update here. Smart Omega picks the blue side. So this time, what do you think, Ben, should be the priority for Smart Omega after that previous game?
I think they should go for an assassin jungle for Andoryuuu immediately.
Still an assassin jungler for Andoryuuu. The Roger isn't something you would completely consider to be an assassin, but for Irad, what do you want to see him use?
I think for Irad, I want to see him play Joy. I've seen it earlier.
Joy, like Demonkite. You
Yes.
want to see Irad on the Joy. Well, that's interesting.
Yep.
And do you want to see Light on a support roamer as well, similar to what happened earlier? Well, that's interesting because I think we've been seeing a Light focused on the, I'd say, pick-off heroes or better type of roamers recently. But let's see what will be their options coming into the second game. A very important game, especially for RSG Philippines if they want to extend this series. But so far, Smart Omega, they're really focusing out on banning some assassins together with the Edith here and RSG Philippines. What will they be leaving open here? Will they ban the Ling, what do you think? Or will they ban something else, such as the other potential priority picks of the Hylos?
Yeah, I think since the Fanny and Nolan is banned, I think they're gonna ban Ling also. But you know, could be Hard could be banned. You know.
Oh yeah.
Some great picks there.
The Harith of Jome can get taken out for sure. I like the joy that you mentioned earlier, Ben. Considering that these two teams, one of the keys to victory that we pointed out is that they should have really strong frontliners. Might as well pick a jungler that can immediately just shatter formations, just dive into the back. But they will need to supplement that with support, with the healing. So lots of assassins open. The Ling is available. Roger, Harith in the gold. They're going to be trading power picks.
Yeah, that's a lot of heroes open here, but it seems like Smart Omega, they'll decide to prioritize the Phobius above anything else.
So a lot of assassins are open and they said, all right, a lot of dashes? Sure, we'll get Phobius. What do you think, Ben?
Wow. What do you
I think it was a great pick. I mean, leaving those meta heroes open, like, you just pick the hero who counters them. So whatever they pick, you know, they got whatever, they got the pocket.
But also keeping in mind what you mentioned to not immediately react and directly counter if they can, or if they can still look at the bigger picture. But now RSG Philippines, what are they going to pick up for themselves? Is it going to be either the Hayabusa Harith that's still available for them? Will they deny Big J of that potential domination in his lane? Or will they have other options in mind? Did I hear that right? Oh, the Ling Harith. They did.
Clearly, they did not care about the phobias, you know.
Yeah. You're just like, all right, sure, bro, we'll reset your cooldowns. We don't mind. We'll just see if we can out-damage you. A little switch up. It's a Julian instead. So they can easily go for a level 3 invade. Anywhere on the side lanes, really.
One thing I like about Omega is they rarely go for flex picks. Like in game 1, they went for direct XP, gold, and jungle picks. So they did it almost. We still don't know if Julian is going to the mid or the jungle. So still a point of flex there.
We recently saw some Julian mid laners. Though, why does it feel kind of long ago, if you were to ask me? But anyway, RSG Philippines decides to pick up the Jawhead here. At least they don't have to worry about the Smart Omega getting this hero and constantly forcing out the Tempest of Blades here for their jungler, which is going to be Irad. But now we're heading into the second banning phase. What's lacking for a Smart Omega would be their, again, yes, the flex option is available, but mostly their mid laner and their roamer here, so they take out the Tigreal. But for RSG, they're still lacking their mid laner as well and their XP laner.
Omega has a Ruby and a Kufra available for them in the roam if they want to. You get to block out the dashes, you get to counter, you get to initiate, and you get to surprise. Instead of a surprise pick off or initiate tap, I think they will need a frontline holder alongside the Phobius.
Oh yeah. There's no Hylos available anymore. Wow, they banned out the Angela. So
they're thinking it could go into the hands of Aqua in mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's Aqua we're talking about, so... Whoa! I like that!
That was fast! He immediately had an edit.
Wait. Those were a lot of memes. Did you see all of them? I just saw the Gatot Mamba.
That was clever. I give that an 8 out of 10. That's clever.
I know you can't hear us right now in the in-house audio, but I like that. How do you rate that?
That's 7.
7?
Solid 7.
Man, Ben is ruthless.
Ben has high standards.
Yeah, okay. All right.
If you see my GF here, you know.
You didn't have to flex with us on that. All right.
He just flexed his girlfriend behind his phone. Okay. So they take out the Ruby here. Will they still be banning out an Aqua hero? Oh, is the Pyramus going to be an option? Wait. I mean, yeah, possible, but would they want to go for that? Recently, we've seen earlier Lilia. Oh, the Aurora, right? We haven't seen any Auroras played today, right?
We did.
Much. Oh, did we?
Yeah. We saw one from Liquid Echo, Team Liquid Philippines. Or am I remembering yesterday's action? That must have been yesterday.
Why does it feel like...
Oh yeah, no, we did. So fast. Yesterday.
So it was yesterday, but today we're yet to see. So for RSG Philippines, again, they're lacking their XP laner as well as their mid laner. Who do you think will go first? Is it their XP or their mid lane?
I think XP will go first.
Oh, XP lane hero. And is that...
Oh,
wait.
Zask is open.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Zask is still open here. So we're seeing their XP laner last for RC Philippines, but for Smart Omega, they should be completing their lineup here with their last 2 picks. What are the remaining roamers here for Chuck Mamba?
Oh my God.
That. And the Lilia. Oh my goodness. They really want to keep doing this lineup.
You know, up against a Zask, I like it more. Weirdly enough, I like this more against the lineup that RSG is showing.
Yeah, and it feels like their their damage dealers are high in mobility enough to actually keep themselves safe.
It's essentially the same lineup, but they just traded out the Hayabusa for a Julian.
So what do you think will be the XP lane here for RSG, Ben?
Wouldn't it be fun to see Jawhead XP?
Oh!
Yeah, but it's not in the conversation. I think they're going to pick something like, I don't know, maybe... I want to see a Mincitar, bro.
A Mincitar?
Mincitar?
I like
Rizla, maybe?
I'm liking Ben's suggestions, but they go for the glue. Okay.
That's just a few steps away from a Mincitar.
Oh, yeah.
I like how OMG is taking this way. You don't gotta fix what's not broken, so they pick what's your lineup.
I like that idea coming in from Ben. And again, there's somewhat of a same idea between the glue here and the visitor, kind of to disrupt and to really distract the members here. Let's see how it's going to be pulled off here by both teams, RG Philippines and Smart Omega. As Smart Omega, they're on their match point. Thank you so much, Ben. It was fun having you here in the panel, in the Infinix game, Tambayan. And I hope you enjoy watching together with our audience what's going to happen in this upcoming match, because I'm seeing a lot of interesting pickups once again. The Gatot once more and the Glue debut here. So now, to see what's going to happen, let's head it over to our casters.
The Gatot Kacha
Welcome to
shows
Mobile
itself
Legends.
again. Welcome to Game 2. Smart Omega at match point. Joseph, if you thought Game 1 was just a one-time showing, how's about the Mamba does it again?
Did you see that in the audience earlier? Someone is already Gatot Mamba.
That was Rayash.
That was Rayash.
way too powerful with the editing.
Way too quick, this guy. But I think I agree with Brigida and Ben, our guest too. You know, if it's not broken, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, what is this saying? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I had to add the twang to it to remember it properly.
And no use crying over spilled milk and all that.
All that.
But here's the thing, all right? It's not as if they played the same exact lineup. They had to change the jungler, for sure, right? Not the Hayabusa anymore. It's the Julian this time around. So, taking what Omega learned from Game 1, they can actually go a little faster. Because look, even RSG had to adjust. Even RSG had to change. They have a scaling jungler now.
I think this time around, I like looking at the lineup of RSG in Game 2. I like it better. I think Light can do what he needs to do. And that was the attempt to do exactly that. Now he's going to get punished. And Andoryuuu gets the first blood. And now Iran looking for the clap back. Won't be able to find it. Has to get out of there. Man, as soon as I say it, I'm like, you know what? This is looking better. Light gets to do what he wants to do. He tried, but he failed there.
Exactly, because again, it's a scaling lineup that RSG are using here. And now, oh no, even Nibor's in trouble!
Nibor, oh, he gets retreat too, and Andoryuuu goes in and gets the last hit.
They didn't need to keep the retribution. Look, because Turtle isn't even spawned yet. There it is. Now it's up, but cooldown's at 20. So they can take their time here. Light, throw someone up.
Light's going to throw him up, win for Irad, possibly. They know he doesn't have Retribution.
They can
Light
delay.
goes down, he gets punished. They're going to delay it. Ryota in trouble now too. Irad, Aqua will pick up the kill, and Irad gets the turtle. Omega will have to just deal with that. Again, Andoryuuu used the Retribution earlier on
to kill Nibor, which I think was still worth it. But in the end, RSG, specifically Irad, the mechanic, smelled blood in the water, saw the opportunity, and again, there's a call. Hey, use Retri.
Yeah.
And then he just stands in the wall, dives in. Now, Chaknu versus Light. What is this matchup like, Joseph? Have you ever played Gatot in the face of a Jawhead? Because for the first time today, I think Jawhead was left open.
Yeah, you know, I haven't personally played it or seen it in that matchup against, you know, 1v1 for the Roamers, but I would say they both serve their purposes. The thing is, Jawhead's very singular. Like, you're going off for a pick-off potential.
Right.
You know, the one pick, whereas the Gatakacha, you get an opportunity to hit multiple members with the Avatar of the Guardian, and then even the Unbreakable. Like, if you multiple taunt people too, yeah. So I would still give in the head-to-head in terms of heroes here, I still would opt for the Gatakacha because I think it's going to also work with this lineup much better, just like we saw in the previous game.
Right. It's just that the Jawhead has the instant displacement, the confirmed displacement, especially off the ult, off of the Unstoppable Force. So there's that one thing that Light has, which I understand now more, why he was so aggressive in the early game, why he wanted to just, all right, flicker in, we're going to blast him with the smart missiles, and then we'll go from there. But so far, so good. Smart Omega responding with the same kind of tempo and aggression that they could do so with. Turtle spawning up in the upper corner once more. About 20 seconds before that begins. I'd reckon Andoryuuu goes for the purple first.
Yeah, I think obviously he's going to need it before fighting for the objective. And just last little bit here with the whole Jawhead thing, I think it's great. The only problem is, even if you go for Chaknu and you flip him over, right, with the ejector, he's most likely, you're going to throw him into your team and put him in a perfect position to just hero landing on your team.
He would very much like that.
You know,
hero landing. AOG might even be used to reposition.
Exactly, and that could be the problem here. So Chaknu trying to be the front of it all. Black Shoes already getting popped too. Ryota jumping in with the Infernal Pursuit. Who's going to get the turtle? Looks like it was secured by Andoryuuu. Now for the fight. Chaknu in trouble, finally gets taken down, and now Ryota to follow. There's the enhanced chain's going to be used more.
Whoa.
Actually going to be fine. Andoryuuu doesn't follow anymore. So again, back and forth between the both teams here.
All right, so there's one unfortunate turn of events for Bagong Barangay. You saw how Nibor looked very clearly for Chaknu.
Yeah.
He really did try to get the split and the grab onto the Gatot Kacha, which right now isn't as chunky as he would be in the mid-game to the late game. He's still on his way to his Thunderbelt, and you saw that he died first in that whole engagement, which kind of breaks apart what Omega's trying to do.
Yeah, even this, you know, holding down to this tier 1 on the top side, Ryota would be fine, but... And that's the thing, for Nabor, like this glue isn't actually... It's an interesting pick because we don't see it often in the XP lane. But it serves a similar purpose, I would say, to an extent, like the Phoveus, where you're both running, you know, Brave Smite even, you're both very tanky, you're kind of annoying for the other team to deal with. Look at this, too. Still, Ryota 1 versus 2.
What?
Gonna force off the Irad. So now it's just Nabor and him just duking out once again. No one's gonna go down to this exchange, but that's the thing. That's the power of these two picks right now. It's just how much sustain they bring and how much annoyance they have to deal with.
Through all the commotion, Grant Purple committed by Irad, and this Ryota Nibor match, nothing's happening here unless Irad changes.
Comes the rest of the team. Spirit Destruction gonna land too. Joins the fight. Now they're gonna duke it out here. Under the turret they go. Ryota still jumping in with the Infernal Pursuit. The shots are there now. Nibor in trouble as he gets pinned down. Will be able to come up and get the kill though as they follow in through. And now Aqua holding down this turret.
Ryota traded out for Nibor, who, by the way, I could have sworn Ryota was going to die like 10 seconds prior.
Yeah.
There's no justice in the Phoveus being that chunky this early on, 6.5 minutes in. Andoryuuu looking for one.
Whoa. Irad. Even Kusei has to flicker out. He's still going to be able to get his purple, but it looks like they might just end up trading this for the objective. Turtle still worked on for Andoryuuu.
That's right. Final turtle here scored by Smart Omega. 2 for 1 here across the board. So this should shrink the small gold lead that RSG has. There it is. Pendulum swings to the other side. Looking at the map here, Big J's doing the same thing he did in game 1. He's literally just playing the map.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what our panel told us.
He picked up the golden staff, so I reckon he's one
Whoa.
more item away from the Trinity. Chakno!
All right, he defensively uses it and stuck to him. Is Nibor, and Aqua picks up the kill. Oh, that's tough. The split.
I told you, this is the same play that Nibor did earlier to break apart that formation by Smart Omega. And now, look at this, a clapback.
Again, the ejector going to be tossed up. Nibor still fine, does still have the split as well, and now in trouble. Light's going to get punished, taken out. Nibor popping the split. He's going to be fine. Spear Destruction again, landing. Jome firing off on Kosei. And Andoryuuu goes in with his hands, and there's the slam down from Ryota with the Infernal Pursuit.
Smart Omega have concocted quite the lineup. Joseph, range doesn't mean a thing to them. You have the AOG, you have the infinite dashes, it seems like, on the Julian. You have the Infernal Pursuit, or is this a fight? Oh, no, they're not going to do that.
Luckily.
See, look, that's what I'm talking about. At any range, close, mid, far, even cross-map because of the Moskov, a fight could break out from Smart Omega.
It can, and RSG's got to do something about it. There again, once the toss up, Tempest Blade's going to be used as well. Ryota facing 2, will be able to find Irad. Now, just dunking on Light as well. No answer here, and on the backside, Jome firing off now, looking for Kosei. Zaman Force drops down. They try to sustain through it, but they can't as Kosei is taken down. And now it's just Nibor, 1 versus 4. What can he do? Nothing, as they get wiped out by OMG.
The Raiders are all out, spread across their purple side of the jungle. And Smart Omega won, whether it be divided or united. This lineup is straight up gas. Check out the Infinix instant replay. Started over here. No one down, so Irad is the first to go, and then a double kill by Ryota. And then all this while, they were just going off of Nibor, because look, at some point, Kosei couldn't even dance.
Yeah.
He couldn't. Look.
He can't, you know? And the whole time as well, man, Jome was just doing his thing. They weren't able to get to Jome.
You know what really, in my opinion, threw this over the top?
What's that?
After the Phoveus revamp, he now deals physical damage.
Yeah.
So imagine if he dealt magic damage. A single Radiant Armor would have changed it, would have made it all the more bearable for RSG. But because he now deals physical, and he's building tank, by the way, mind you, right now.
And because of Thunderbelt.
Because of the TB.
The true damage, you know, like, and then the Brave Smite, like, that's what I was saying. You know, both those heroes, the Phoveus and the Glue, are both annoying to deal with.
Oh, all right, real quick. A spotlight on our fans watching on the YouTubes. Nilo Monino.
Grabe.
I don't know what grab is in English, but all these XP laners, they're playing so crazy.
Whoa.
No one's going down. That's what that said, I think.
Remember a couple seasons ago when, oh, hold on. Retribution going to be used. Tempest Blaze as well. Irad trying to bob and weave out of there, jumping on the wall.
What?
Got to Mamba.
Mid-air interception by the Mamba.
He'll catch him. And now under the tier 2, the rest of RSG trying to hold it down. They're going to have to go back to base.
Gatot Kachak strikes again. Irad didn't see him coming, you were saying, a couple of seasons ago.
Couple of seasons ago. Man, you know what? Hold on. I don't know. I think they're still going to force a fight here, possibly.
Finish the story on social media. I don't think Smart Omega get... All right, 6K ahead. Now I'm curious.
Man, I forgot what I was saying.
All right, here's a push coming in. And there it is, Infernal Pursuit!
Ryota again jumping in amongst it all, against it all, will finally go down. Tempest Blades has to be popped. They're trying to clear out these waves the best they can, but another turret's going to go down as well. Jome still on the backside. Flicker from Nibor. He wants to fight it out. Jome unleashing Big Jome. And there's Chakno again jumping on in. Irad waiting patiently here. Spear Destruction.
Andoryuuu!
And Andoryuuu in trouble. Gets caught out from the team and will get punished. RSG finding some hope, some version of it. But are they too far behind?
Big money into the pockets of Light. Not that he needs it. That was a shutdown kill on Andoryuuu. You know what? Any kill, anything literally on the map right now, especially given what happened in the past 5 minutes, is something that the Raiders would be happy to get their hands on. Check it out once more. Andoryuuu a little in too deep. No punish coming in. I mean, the SOD did hit, but if you're Big
don't wanna
J,
go in that,
you
yeah.
wouldn't go in there. So something tells me there's a small lapse in the mechanics and the communications.
Yeah.
But yeah, now looking back, it was all light. He really ejected Andoryuuu in. Like there was nothing that Julian could have done.
And I almost think when you look at this, what's across from Lay here, that might be the best target. Like if you could somehow get to Andoryuuu, because the rest of them are too hard. You have to expend so much to get to the rest of the team. And like I said, it might be Chaknu, but then you put the team at risk as well, getting AOG down on. Now they're going to force the fight.
Here
There
it is.
is the Avatar of the Guardian. Now, once again, split used as well. Still fighting for this Lord, the space around it. Irad goes in. Tempest Blaze looking for Ukir. Will be able to find him, but gets just torn apart. And now the Lord for the taking here. OMG will secure that. Do they follow up for some more? Ryota won't be able to follow up for that one, but they have the Lord.
Worth it. It was not. Yoda skin for Cyclops, by the way, just out now. The Star Wars Redux on MLBB. Irad tried to get a kill, get a Lord, and now the engagement!
Ryota! He just keeps doing this. Infernal Pursuit after Infernal Pursuit. Finally going to get punished, but there's Big Jome as he gets light, and he's looking for more. Split, 4 more, but the base is going to be worked on. Jome doesn't care. He'll go ahead and take the base, and they sweep the series.
The Barangay are back after weeks of a drought. Finally, Smart Omega takes another point over RSG. 2-0.
I don't know. Big Joe, Big J. Moscow after Moscow did the same exact thing in game 2. And he goes, look at him. He's just like, yeah, I got it.
That is not what you expect from such a big guy. He's just like, don't mind me, I'm just chill. I'll just wreck your base.
I got your base.
Don't worry about it.
And Ryota, they gotta talk about Ryota. I don't know, for this game, I'd give Ryota MVP. He was a menace on the focus.
No doubt, especially in the opening minutes of the bout. I'd say he was
1v2ing multiple times.
He was 1v2ing, 1v3ing, and holding down Nibor, who, by the way, in the mid-game to the late, was one of the only reasons why Chaka wasn't jumping in.
Yeah.
Wonton. It wasn't as free for the Mamba to get caught out. So with that said, the Raiders have to take their bow. No points here. Not while Smart Omega stand guard as they walk off stage and leaving the barangay to celebrate. Amazing.
Amazing. Again, the way things are falling into place, things are so competitive here, even at the midway point of the regular season. I can't wait to see what we have tomorrow.
That's it for us here on desk. Nice one, Leo, at your service. We're throwing over to Mara Aquino. She's with Smart Omega on stage for the post-match interview.
All right, let's make some noise for Smart Omega. Sabi nga ni Coach, we are back. Congratulations, Chaknu, with that sweep. Nagulat kami sa gatot ka. Actually, I think the last time na nakita natin to sa MPL was Season 6. Nakikita natin din to sa rank ngayon, but we see it in the XP lane. So what's the reason for you picking gatot?
Ano kasi siya eh. Madaya kasi siya eh. Kumbaga, bilis sumesto. Tapos gusto ko talaga yung mga tumatalon.
Gusto mo yung mga tumatalon? Ano naman yung mga advice mo para sa mga nag-RG dyan? Kasi sigurado kokopyahin ka nila.
Oo, pwede niya naman kopyahin yan. Kumbaga, pwede rin maging meta yan eh. Kasi madaya talaga siya.
O anong advice mo nga sa kanila? Ano, paano nila gagawin? Katulad mo, Chaknu style.
Ano lang, practice lang. Grind lang, ganun.
Ganun lang. Alam mo, tinanong namin yung mga teammates mo, pati na rin si Andoryuuu. Sabi nila, believe daw sila sa'yo bilang captain. Kasi daw, magaling ka, matalino ka daw. So, ano masasabi mo sa mga teammates mo naman?
Sige, lilibre ko na lang kayo mamaya.
Ano, lilibre mo sila ng? Pagkain. Si Andoryuuu, actually, siya yung nagsabi nun sa'yo. Andoryuuu, ikaw naman, alam mo, going from MDL, MPL, MDL, MPL, anong advice mo sa mga MDL players na talagang humahanga ngayon sa'yo and they want to do what you're doing and move here to the MPL? Anong advice mo sa kanila?
Magtiwala lang sila sa process.
Trust the process. I love that. And now, we're gonna announce Our MVP, can you guess who it is? Dami ko naririnig na names. Who? Okay. Tignan natin ang tamang sagot. MVP is... Andoryuuu! Uy, tama si Chaknu. Paano mo alam na siya yung magiging MVP? Sabi niya, Andoryuuu. Paano mo alam?
Nakita ko lang doon, ayun, nakalagay.
Ay, nakita pala. Ikaw talaga, ang daya mo, ha? Andoryuuu, dumadami yung fans mo. Dumadami ang humahanga sa'yo. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng mga fans? Sinisigaw yung pangalan mo, cheering for Smart Omega, at patuloy ang pagtitiwala nila sa yung koponan mo.
Maraming salamat sa pagtuloy na pagsuporta. Tapos abangan pa nila ako sa mga susunod na laban.
And we'll definitely watch out for what you're gonna do. And now, it's time to announce our lucky fan who win 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Ang cute! Hello! Wow! What's your name?
Julian po.
Julian! Ilan taon ka na, Julian?
11 na po.
11! Kailan ka nag-11?
Ano po?
Kailan ka nag-11?
August 28 po.
Kaka-birthday mo lang! Can we say happy birthday to him? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday! Ano yan? Anong hawak mo? Eto. Ay, that's so sweet. Pakita mo sa kanila. Pakita mo. Ayan, nakalagay. Let's go, Omega. Ikaw gumawa niyan? Kailan mo ginawa?
Kanina lang po.
Kanina lang. Ano nakalagay? Wow!
2-0 po.
Nakalagay 2-0. Anong nakalagay dito?
Para maging maganda po yung tulog ko po.
Para maging maganda ang tulog niya. So, kaka-birthday mo lang. Meron ka bang birthday wish?
Maging champion po yung Omega sa MPL.
Wow! Grabe naman yung wish niya. Hey, ang galing niya, ah. Kasi, tinan mo, oh, hinulaan niya na 2-0. At yun nga, parang ikaw yung lucky charm. Ano to? Ano to? Mga card. Nakuha mo sa labas. Okay. Sino ang favorite player mo?
Chaknu po.
Chaknu! Okay. Julian, bakit si Chaknu?
Dahil marunong po siya mag-tank at magaling po.
Magaling? Ikaw ba magaling ka mag-tank?
Medyo po.
Medyo. Anong ginagamit mong hero?
Tigrel po.
Okay, gusto mo makakuha ng tip kay Chaknu? Chaknu, bigyan mo ng tip.
Anong tips ba? So, PM mo na lang ako.
Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya? Anong mensahe mo para kay Chaknu? Magharap kayo kasi, ayan o, yan, pwede mo siyang sabihin. Gusto mo may payo ka sa kanya, pwede mo siyang payuhan.
Congrats, Chaknu, sa laban nyo na yon. So, good luck. Good luck sa mga next laban nyo. At yun lang. Thank you.
Oh, galing magsalita. Ikaw, anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya? Kaka-birthday lang din niya.
Happy birthday sa'yo. Sana...
Anong payo mo?
Payo ko sa'yo, gumaling ka sa ML.
Okay, congratulations! Ikaw ang nanalo ng 3,000 diamonds. What are you gonna do with your diamonds?
Bibili po ng skin po ni Tigrel.
Bibili ka ng skin. Gusto mo ng regalo kay Chaknu ng skin?
Sige po!
Sige po! Chaknu, reregaluhan mo ba ng skin?
Sige, send mo na lang ID mo sa akin.
Oh, that's so nice. Picture kayo mamaya kasi birthday wish din niya yon. Alright. So, you can hold Chaknu's hand, tapos magbabaw kayo. Okay? You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to Julian. Happy birthday. Tamang-tama ang kanyang prediction. 2-0 sweep. At magiging mahimbing ang kanyang tulog. Smart Omega is back to their winning ways, sweeping their opponent. We're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pass up.
Yeah, oh no, you can't read it. It says, do it for Julian, MPL Champs Omega. That was too wholesome, man. Y'all know I'm a Falcons AP Brent bias, and I am proud of it. I'm a fan of FCAP, But after all of that, Omega should be the MPL champs.
Oh,
Do it
man.
for Julian.
If only we had a marker here. But for some reason, that jersey really suited Julian. Just in time because Andoryuu's recent pick was indeed a Julian. And for our MVP, it's none other than Ryota. I know he got a triple kill in that previous match, but beyond the triple kills, it just felt like he was able to create so much space all by himself, and that whenever Chaknu had to go in, that was just additional layer of damage, of surprises, of unexpected plays here for RSG. And it rarely felt that they were able to fight back in that entire game that we've seen.
Yeah, the man was using Flicker with his second skill to set things up. Usually you just see the Phobius walk up to everyone or immediately just hop in with the Infernal Pursuit and then start dishing out the combos. But nope, he said, all right, I'm going to use my Flicker when I can and my second skill when I can just to set things up for everyone so it's fun.
Yep.
This feels so tailored by Omega. And Brigida, I feel like we got to do something a little bit different here so that we could break things a little bit more detailed. So for y'all who aren't aware, we actually have Coach Snap of Smart Omega with us here right now. Coach Snap, what's up with the Phobius? The first pick, you prioritized it right away.
Can you share with us?
You know, it's a newly revamped hero, so obviously all new things happen in ML is rather OP.
Oh.
Ah, that's true. So it's really just because it's new, it's OP. That's the main thing.
Wow. So they just really were spamming it. And how about, what is your perspective on the Gatot Kacha, which Chaknu used 2 times in a row? Like, what were the reasons behind you deciding to go for this Gatot Kacha role?
Chakno as a player really adapts to new heroes.
Oh.
So I think he's the only Romo here who has the largest hero pool. And I saw Baloyski, I think, using Gatot. So we tried it a few times and it really works.
Oh,
so confirmed. It was inspired by Baloyski's Gatot Kacha Rome in MPL Indonesia last week.
So you've tried it a few times in Scrim?
Just a few times.
Okay,
this is going to be enough. Actually, I've been meaning to ask that because I've gushed over the drafts that you and Coach Lembot and maybe even Coach Stronger have put together. Is there really just a lot of trust in the team right now in terms of, hey, we're thinking of this, let's see if it'll work, and you'll just go ahead and do it? Because I feel like you're the team that does that the most this season.
Honestly, yes. I'm more of a... Because I'm the main drafter of the team.
Oh.
I like it to be freestyled.
Oh, okay. So there's a little bit of freestyling in the draft.
Yeah, it's more fun that way.
Okay, so
I agree.
whenever Smart Omega's drafting, we should be open to surprises because of Coach Snap. That's what I'm kind of getting from all these statements being thrown at us here by Coach Snap. And overall here, it really felt like a difficult job for RSG Philippines to eventually pull off everything they wanted to do. At the beginning, we've seen Light just do one unsuccessful ejector play, and there were consistent punishes coming in from Smart Omega here and there, which kind of limited the overall movements that they wanted to do. The glue nearly seemed like a great pickup. What are your thoughts on the glue picked up here by RSG? I'm also curious to know, because at first it kind of seemed like it fared well up against Smart Omega.
I think that was the only good pick.
Oh.
Because if they went Terisla or Barats, you will have a hard time with Lilia.
Yeah.
I agree. So it really felt like you got everything covered on the draft. I'd like to commend Coach Snap for that. And Omega Coach Snap live at the Infinix Game Tambayan. Now that we're here, I wouldn't want to waste this opportunity. I want to actually bring back something from week 1.
Okay.
From week 1. Okay. So Coach Snap, I don't know if you would recall, but prior to the season, you mentioned something along the lines of you opening up the season against Blacklist International, right?
Yeah.
And you said you made this bold statement. Whoever loses this match will get the top 8 spot in the entire regular season. You said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no escaping that. You said that. So now that you're far from that because you beat them in that first series, and now that you're performing really well, How far do you think will you be faring for the entire season, especially as you have some fans here like Julian really wanting you to get the championship title for the season? So what now would be your bold claims for Smart Omega's future here in MPL Philippines Season 14?
Honestly, our goal this year is to actually qualify for M6. That is the real goal. It's a bonus if we get the championship for MPL.
Oh. So you really have your eyes set on the World Championship, so you can go international. And honestly, like I kind of like that because I feel like when it comes to international championships, the team with the most what we call the baon, the packed lunch, the one with the more unique ideas going to the mix, like I feel like are the ones who really get an edge in international championships. Real quick, Coach Snap, who's one player that you really want to commend on your team?
Jom, actually.
Oh, okay.
Do I need to explain?
Oh, yeah. Or we'll leave it at that. no, please, we'd love to hear your explanation.
Jom has a really good work ethic. He's the most working person, and he sets a good example in the team as well. He's another leader instead of Chakno.
Aside from
so he's one of the leaders alongside
Yeah,
Chak Mamba.
alongside Chak.
Okay, wait, I've been meaning to ask this because like I'll be honest, I'm very proud that I'm one of the people who really pushed for the Big J name back in Season 10. How does Joan feel about the nickname Big J? Does he like it?
He knows to himself that he's big.
Yeah!
Oh my goodness!
Big J! Big J!
Well, I think it translates a lot in his performance. He's a really confident player. I could recall back in the last season when he debuted, he was really going head-to-head against some of the best gold laners in terms of the laning phase, so that was a huge surprise to all of us. But now, it's really refreshing to see him perform this well together or alongside with Smart Omega, who again, according to Coach Snap, are actually aiming to qualify for the M6 World Championship. So we'll see about that. I'm really curious as to how surprised will the international teams respond to Coach Snap's surprise picks if ever that happens. But for now, let's listen into the comms of your team. I wonder what they were talking about during the game.
Pasok ka sa base, pasok na. Gugo ka na to ba? Gugo ka na. Gigi. Pwede ba tingin bro? Gigi. Ito sa Roger. Roger. Kari. Patay kari. Gugo ka na. Buhat na. Tower na pre. Medyo ay dito na ka. Level ko na na. Team si Bro. Missing pa rin Georgia ma. Hindi ko mapasok yan, no? Hindi. Kaya yaman na yan. Wala, missing na. Bababa ata itong wave, pre. Kana. Nandito ako, pre. Nandito ako pag gumawa yan, pre. Tara, flicker natin, bro. Oh, flicker. Flicker. Dot ka. Wala ba pa sa akin, bro? Nice target, bro. Dito. Flicker, eh. Pati glow, flicker. Tat. Kasay, nice, pre. Tower, pre. Mid. Patay na ako. Patay na ako.
Okay.
How would you grade the comms?
Perfect.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was surprising. Apparently, the first time we've seen the failed ejector wasn't just a mistake that was capitalized on by Smart Omega. It was something they predicted.
Yeah, I can't believe they called that. I was like, oh, I think he's gonna flicker.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna flicker, and he did.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was the voice of Chakno, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So Chakno's really vocal when in game.
Yeah, in game.
So surprising. I could hear his voice. Like he was just okay, I'm going in.
Yeah.
And then the targeting, they're really particular about like just focus on this guy first, and then once they're done, they transfer to another target. So it's really Chakno doing majority of the calls for Smart Omega.
Actually, all of them.
All of them, but still, they're able to work together that well, even when the comms are supposedly
messy.
Yeah. Okay, that's not something a lot of teams are actually able to do. You might just get distracted when you hear a series of different calls now and then. But the thing is, I think even if they make their individual calls or comms, it's like they have the same idea in mind about what to execute. It just seems to me like they know each other that well, and they've already built on their chemistry that much.
Yeah, I think real quick, Coach Snap, before we send you off, we'd love to hear your message for the international fans of Smart Omega.
Thank you everyone who are supporting Smart Omega. I hope to see you all in Malaysia.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Coach Snap. Enjoy. You deserve a celebration.
Yes, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so we've had a lot of information there from Coach Snap, but as we look at our updated regular season standings, again, we're in the second to the last day of our first half of the season. So this is pretty much majority of the matchups have, this is where majority of the matchups have already happened for the first half. And it seems like there's not much movement, I'd say, in terms of the top or the upper half.
Yeah.
Except for yesterday, the lower half moved quite a bit.
The thing about this is now the top 5, I feel like it's where really it's a lot of things are contested. I mean, Team Liquid Philippines is still quite shaky, still trying to figure things out. But I think RSG Philippines was incredibly surprising in a not so positive light.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not. I realize now like the things that we'd hear growing up as children, and I feel like I'm gonna say this now to RSG Philippines. I'm not mad. I'm not disappointed, but I was just expecting something different.
Yes.
So they're still trying to find their footing. They're still trying to find their grounds, and again, which is understandable. RSG Philippines thrived in a specific meta.
Yes.
But now with something different, it does take time.
I'd say we're still halfway through. There are still chances for them. We know RC to be a team that can adjust later on.
Oh, yeah.
But for now, we also have our updated Fancy Laban standings. So, interesting. The first and last series had opposite results for the Fancy Laban. Again, the Fancy Laban is a community event where the fans of their respective teams get to battle against the fans of the other teams. In the same schedule that their team, the team they're supporting, are actually going through for that particular day. So the standings are kind of flipped here for the Pansiklaban.
Phoenix Army. Good for them. They need the W. I'm happy for them, And I got to watch the end of Aurora, the Aurora's versus Cavaliers game earlier.
What happened?
It was nuts. So Aurora was pushing, TLPH wiped them out. TLPH kept pushing, and then Aurora wiped them out, and then Aurora ended the game. That was so good, because when the Cavaliers got to sweep the Auroras, the Cavaliers were like, yeah, they were like trash-talking them, and then Aurora countered that. It was nuts. So Fancy Laban, if you come here in MPL Philippines, take time to watch that before the series happens, because it's so cool.
Oh, yeah, or if you want to join yourselves, that could also be possible. You could head to the Green Sun Hotel Makati here in the Philippines, if you are in the Philippines. And if you also want to be an official MPLPH Season 14 streamer, you could just scan the Where is it? Oh, it's over
right
there.
Here.
The QR code beside Renmar there, and you can register to be able to share the action as well together with your viewers, and alongside us, spectate everything that's happening real time.
They're doing a fun birthday thing there, and we're just here.
The Filipino panel has a birthday.
Yeah, they have surprises.
They have a birthday surprise.
So we're just left here. It's like, guys,
hello.
We didn't get the memo. Y'all left us on the English broadcast.
So whose
they
birthday
have
is
cake on the Filipino panel right now.
Okay, so whose birthday is it?
I don't know.
I wonder if we can show the Filipino panel.
I don't know. You
as
can't
well.
see it, but like Andoryuuu and Chakno are just there right now. You can see them celebrating in the top portion of the screen.
I think it's Antianara's birthday. It was his birthday the other day.
Happy birthday, Antianara.
Happy birthday, Antianara. If you could check out the Philippine stream, they're having a small birthday party over
this
there.
is what it feels like to not get invited to the party. It's kind of depressing. Thanks, y'all.
We'll just ask for some cake.
Yeah, I'm gonna just be here. I'm good.
Oh,
just close out the show. It's all good.
I'll let them know. I hope they leave some slices for us or something.
Yeah, they can keep their cake.
Oh no.
It's just so salty. They can keep their cake.
When more salty. How I wish we could actually show it to you guys. But then for now, that's all the matches for today. Week 4, day number 2. We've seen 3 sweeps.
Yep.
Since yesterday, it's been nothing but sweeps. So it's a really interesting way. I wonder how we're ending the first half of the regular season. I wonder how we're ending week number 4. We'll know about that tomorrow. But for today, it's been Brigida and Renmar as your Infinix Game Tambayan panel. But for now, let's head over to our host for our closing.
Saturday's showdown has come to an end. The agents finally get their first win of this season, and the Aurora's bright lights continue to shine in the MPL arena. And finally, Barangay Omega back to their winning ways with the sweep, ending day 2 with a bang bang. Tomorrow, we shouldn't miss our crucial matches as it ends the first half of the regular season. Once again, ako po si Mara Aquino. Kita-kits bukas sa MPL Philippines Season 14. Keep it good vibes, everybody. See you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!